I've been listening to it.
My niece had the soundtrack and listed, and then I read, Randy had read the book, but I read the synopsis, which was helpful. I think I could have followed it pretty easily otherwise. But the guy who played King George,
How long do you think the meeting will take us? So we'll be out of time.
and the guy who played Thomas Jefferson,
You're going to show it to him?
played himself as a effeminate guy with a little bit of a wink.
Somebody outside handed it to me to give to you.
Oh, okay. This is.
I know.
See more of these texts.
I know.
That's what she wanted to make sure that we smooth.
Hey, John, it's gave me the packet.
I mean, seriously. I think it's such a stupid green. Yeah.
To give everybody,
That would be a bad idea.
that way they wouldn't be.
But at the same time,
Jay, when did you do for NASB? Saturday? Do you leave?
That morning copies.
I get it about the same.
8, 10, 12.
Baby was in here.
I didn't know. I got this one was Constable Dickinson.
This is this one. This is this one.
No one has seen Joe.
No, that's that one. I don't know. Oh, you were just fine.
I don't know. Let me.
Signed on the back.
You said nobody's heard from Joe.
They're different. I don't know. I'm not special. Huh?
I think it's part of that same.
I don't. Hey, if I were you, I would.
Me too.
Reese, did you get this letter? Did you get this?
I missed my flight in Dallas yesterday. I could have just as easily said I missed it today. So it made me regret. Don't.
I just got it.
Must have just come from you.
What is that?
This? It's from England, so it
I don't believe it. That's the reason I didn't call you.
Commissioners, I see why I just now got it, because it came here.
Oh. No one's heard, so Deb said, she's going to text me.
The March 31st meeting of the Arkansas State Board of Education will now come to order. Everyone, please take your seats. If you do not have a seat, please make your way to the lobby or overflow room. Fire code does not allow us to have people standing in the auditorium.
Except the lieutenant governor standing there. Those are all representatives of what I'm. Sorry, I'm not insurance. Receptacle.
There are, in our presence today, I understand many elected officials that will be given an opportunity to speak before we get started with our meeting. The purpose of today's meeting is to review the decisions of the Charter Authorizing Panel on 3 open enrollment charter schools. We know many people are here for today's meeting, and many people want to be heard on the agenda before us. We have 3 items on today's agenda. Before we begin, we'll ask for comment from Lieutenant Governor Tim Griffin.
Thank y'all so much. Thanks for giving me a few minutes of your time. I come here certainly as an elected official, but also come here as a taxpayer and a parent. I have 2 young children, one 6 and one 8, almost 9. She thinks she's 30, in Little Rock Public School. She's in a wonderful public school. Glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. Teresa Courtney Ketcher does a wonderful job at Forest Park, and I am blessed to have them there. But not everybody has a school that fabulous. That's an amazing school. I want everyone to have that opportunity. And that is one of the reasons why I support choice. I support choice very broadly. I support it because I believe that choice leads to competition. Competition leads to innovation, and innovation leads to excellence. I believe excellence is something in short supply in some parts of our educational system, and it's something we need a lot more of. Now, we already have choice, broad choice, for those with means, right? We know that. If you have money, you can just go somewhere else and you can pay. Or if you have a family situation that allows you to homeschool, you have choice. So choice exists in some forms, particularly with those with the ability to make it so. But I want everybody to have choice, which is really a core American value. Now, you don't have to listen to me. You know where I stand. I've been pretty vocal on this. But I got a lot of emails. I know you did too. I think we were on the same emails, a lot of them. We got so many, you probably didn't have a chance to read them all. So I thought I'd read some to you. So I'm just going to read a quick sample. And this is just a sample. And by the way, before I read them, I have this poster here. As I started to read the many emails that I got, and I got dozens and dozens and dozens, and only one of the dozens and dozens opposed expansion of the charter schools, only one. But I've heard the argument that it's for these folks or this part of town or whatever. I got a map of Little Rock and with all the zip codes, okay? And I think my education tells me there's 14 zip codes up here, at least on the Little Rock side. Now, I got some emails from folks outside of Little Rock, but here are all the zip codes that touch on the city of Little Rock. And if this map's wrong, it's Pulaski County Assessor's Office that gave it to me. It's right, I guarantee you. Only 2 of the 14 zip codes were not represented. And that's not a scientific sample. That's just dozens that I got. And it had all but 2 of the zip codes sent emails to me, and probably you, because they addressed the board, and I think I was probably CC'd on them, a bunch of them or something. This is the type of thing they were saying, all but one. I think that person had a wrong email or something. I believe that, quote, I believe that all parents and families should have the ability to choose where they receive their education. If the Little Rock School District was worried about this killing their district, then it sounds to me like they may need to consider some restructuring. If a district is really great, then kids and families are going to want to stay there. Second one, quote, it is my opinion that every family should have a choice in the education of their children. If they choose charter schools, that's their choice. If they choose other public schools, that's again their choice. Private schools or homeschooling should once again be the family's choice. Please allow ESTEM to expand so more teachers and families can have an opportunity at the experiences I have had with such an amazing institution. Next one, quote, many children across Central Arkansas are in undesirable school zones. They need to have choices of where to attend. They need to have options in their education. Charter schools give parents a different choice, and they deserve that choice. There are too many children on the waiting list, which means the parents want this choice. Please consider giving them the choice and letting the charter schools expand. And finally, and this was one of the most entertaining of all, this individual wrote, quote, my kid loves school again. Do you realize how powerful of a statement I just made? The last time I remember my daughter loving school was in preschool, the day Santa came to visit. On her last report card, she made all A's and B's club for the very first time. I am a teacher, and I will be quite honest with you all. I have no idea what they do over at the K through 8 building, but please let them keep doing it for more kids like mine who deserve to love school again. Thank you for your time. And those are just a sample. Now, I've heard a lot about the village, the collective, the sacrifice for the greater good. I've heard all of this. And I don't know about you, I don't know any parent who is willing to sacrifice one day of the best education so that maybe, possibly, maybe not, probably not in some areas, one day down the road, hopefully somebody gets their act together, and it was because I sacrificed my little boy or my daughter's education so that they wouldn't leave and get the best education. That's ludicrous to me. I don't know any parent that feels that way. It's a very collective sort of odd way of thinking, it seems to me, when I am responsible for my child. What I want, and what I think most parents want, is the best education for my child, not in a year, not in 5 years while you get your act together, not in the decades that it's taken to try to get to where we are now, but today. And I believe I owe my children the best education they can possibly get today, because that's my responsibility as a parent. And I've learned, and it's scary, I've learned how fast those years go. 10 years goes like that. And you know what? If you say, well, I'd love to have the best education for my child from 5 to 15, but I'm going to have them in mediocre for the greater good, you're never going to get to re-educate that child. Parents don't want to sacrifice that way. They want the best education for their child. And I believe, and I think a lot of people believe, that you get that by going somewhere else in many cases. Not in my case. I'm blessed. I'm fortunate. I thank the Lord every day for that. But in some cases, it means picking up your stuff and going somewhere else. So I appreciate your time. I think the letters, I think the crowds, I think the red scarves, I think all this stuff shows you that the people that are for choice, when we look back in 10 years, you're going to find they were on the right side of history. Our Kansans are demanding this, and I respectfully ask that you give it serious consideration, which I know you have, and I ask that you support expansion of East Elm and Lisa. Thank you very, very much for your time. And I just want to say I would love to stay. It's my wife's birthday, so not disrespectful, but I got to answer to her when I get to the house. So thank you for your time.
And thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Griffin, for respecting the fact that we do have a lot to do today or this evening, and that time is certainly a factor. We want to also recognize all the other elected officials in the room, and if I've missed someone, please let me know that. Next year, Senator Elliott is here. Senator Elliott, would you like to have a word? Please stay to the mic.
I was going to ask, do you want us to wait until we to speak on the item you're here for, or to speak in general now?
That would be your choice. You can either have the opportunity to speak.
I don't want to get all mucked up with people to mess up their thing.
Okay, so have you signed up for public comment? Is your name on the list, or should I add your name?
Just add my name, please.
And what
When I came in, we were just told that legislators were going to be recognized, and all of us are here to speak on the expansion, not on public university. That's why I was asking you.
Okay, so specific to Lisa Academy and to East End. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll call each person's name, and if that's your desire to speak later, then we'll do that. If it's not, then you can come and have words Okay. Next person on the list is Representative Douglas House.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I will be brief and I will not repeat anything I have already heard. First of all, I want to acknowledge the good faith of those who are opposing the expansion of LISA and eSTEM. I believe that they believe that what they're doing is right. And I've been to a number of meetings, large meetings, as a matter of fact, of people who oppose the expansion. And I find one common denominator: wait, 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 wait. Give us more time, give us more money, give us more resources. The time for waiting is over. The legislature, I can't speak for the entire legislature, but I can comment on what the mood is. The mood is that parents make the decisions today. Today, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now. 2,957 families for LISA Academy, and I believe the number is somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,000 for eSTEM. They have made their choice. This is what they want. The customer is always right. The taxpayer is always right. It's fully in compliance with Lakeview. It's fully in compliance with the desegregation cases that we've gone through, because parents are demanding what they want. And if they don't get it, they'll either go somewhere else or find another alternative. And that's what I don't want to see happen to Central Arkansas. And so I'm not going to repeat any more than what Lieutenant Governor Griffin said, but I want to emphasize something. Every parent wants the very best for their child, and that's the way it should be, and I'm for that. And like he said, you can walk out this building, look around the other side, and see one of the finest complexes, one of the finest schools in the nation right across the way. Those folks can afford the $13,000 to $17,000 necessary to go to that school, and good for them. But the people that are going to benefit by this charter school, because of the lottery and the numbers and the profiles that these students in the eSTEM and the LISA Academy campuses around meet those requirements, so that everybody, every child, whether they have means or not, can get the very best education that can be available. I'll end with this quick story. I met a legislator from Indiana a few days ago, and he told me a story about a very close friend of his who is a district superintendent. And he took over a very troubled district in the state of Indiana about 2 years ago, and he came to him and he was venting about all of the problems that he found and all of the challenges that he had, from money to people to places to things to equipment. And just recently, the state of Indiana passed a school choice law, an educational savings account law that allows their children to go wherever those parents decide. And when he came back to him, he said, "I don't understand. I haven't been given enough time. I wasn't allowed." He said, "You don't understand. It wasn't make any difference. It's not personal to anyone who's running the school district. They're all doing the very best that they know how. Of that I am certain. But the time has come and gone. Education has moved on. You look at things like the Khan Academy. You look at debates about whether we're going to use iPads or Apples or Macs or Mac computers, or whether we're going to do it in the sort of lounge style. I mean, I've visited something like 40 schools here in the past year, and I've walked into rooms that looks like an executive lounge where kids are learning to do hysterectomies with robots. I saw that with my own eyes. And then I've gone in other schools nearby where 2 policemen, 2 principals, and 4 teachers were trying to control a riot. Education is changing. Parents are making decisions. And I ask you, please, support these parents' decision to go this route with the education of their children. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Representative House. Now, Representative Blake, would you come forward?
I'll wait and see when it's back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Hodges.
Commissioner Key and board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As one of our 100 representatives elected to make policy decisions for our state and sworn to uphold our Constitution. I felt like it was important for me and my constituents to add a voice to this discussion today, because we all benefit from Little Rock as a economic, cultural, and educational center of our state. I appreciate the concerns that have been raised about the expansion of eSTEM and LISA charter schools. I read Superintendent Curris's analysis. I understand his call for caution and desire for additional information and more study. However, with thousands of students on wait lists, we cannot drag our feet and allow another year or 2 years of students who aren't given the education they deserve. While I may lack some of the gray hairs of wisdom, check back with me at the end of these special sessions, that may change. I know that life rarely offers us choices between the perfect and the imperfect. I'm afraid that my ballot this November for president will be a stark reminder of that fact. But if the choice here is to give students options or no options, to force those who want to move to remain stationary, then we should think about the consequences for those children. Every community and school district has its own unique challenges. In my district, Eastside Elementary has a student body that is almost 60% Hispanic, almost half are limited in English proficiency, and over 70% are low income. And yet, Eastside Elementary has an A grade and is one of the highest performing schools in the state. A school's success is decided by more than race and wealth. There are great traditional public schools and great charter schools, just as there are struggling traditional public schools and struggling charter schools. Those of us with the responsibility of leadership have to work together, using every tool at our disposal to put children's needs above all else and give every Arkansas child an education for a meaningful and fulfilling life. I urge you to approve this expansion and give these kids that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Senator Blake Johnson.
I will be brief. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you, and I am in support of school choice. I'm from Northeast Arkansas, and I came from a very good traditional school background. Not all schools in the state of Arkansas have that opportunity, and schools like these today, Covenant and Lisa and the expansion, I see the numbers of people on the children on wait list. That's more than is in my whole county on the wait list. And I would appreciate your reauthorizing the authorizing board's authorizing. So y'all have a good day, and I always worry about that block because it don't have a plan on it, and that's a legislative guillotine block or something like that. So I'll get back here to the back.
Representative Mark Lowry.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I know you've got a long night ahead of you, so we appreciate you giving us this opportunity. You know, one of the things that I've been most privileged by in the short-term time that I've been in the legislature is to have some specific ties to education that have reminded me of how important our work is. I have background myself in education. Straight out of college, I worked for the Pulaski County School District and got to know all the back roads of the school district, going to the various schools and helping to promote and frankly let the public know what was going on in our schools. It was a very proud moment. I've also had the privilege of representing a district that has the first charter school that was authorized, the Academics Plus Charter School, which is now Maumelle Charter School. And as you know, the history of that school is one that's exemplary. They're one of 6 schools in the state that's a straight A school from K through 12. We're extremely proud of that. And the other thing that I've been most privileged by is from the very beginning drawing a good enough seniority number that I was able to be on the education committee for my very first term and to hear the critical issues and vote on the critical issues that are facing us concerning education. And one of those
specific privileges I've had that unfortunately I'm not going to have in the next term is having Charles Armstrong sitting next to me as a former member of the Little Rock School Board, constantly whispering to me, anytime we would talk about charters, he would say, you know, charter schools, their success, it's not about all the waivers. It's about parental involvement. If we can get the same level of parental involvement in our public schools as we get in the charter schools, then we're going to see an exemplary education for all children. Well, there's nothing that is more involvement-based than giving a parent choice, empowering them to feel like they have a say-so in the education of their child, because ultimately it is their responsibility. That is what we're asking you to do today, is that you have a situation where waiting lists exist, parents want to take that choice, they want to be empowered, and they want their children to be empowered to get the best possible education, even if that means a longer school day, a longer school year, more rigor. They want that empowerment, and they want it for all children, not just cherry-picked classes. They want that opportunity for everyone. So I would just ask simply that you would recognize and that you would appreciate the hard work that your authorizing panel's already done. You know that they've done the review, and they made the recommendation that these charter schools, that their enrollment cap be increased. And I would just ask very simply that you would respect the work that they've done, that you would respect also the effectiveness of these two schools and the fact that there are people clamoring to have their students be empowered to be in them. And I ask that you would affirm the recommendation of the authorizing panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Donnie Copeland.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Key and Board. Appreciate you giving us this opportunity. I did want to mention that I am here specifically for all choice. I'm a supporter, but specifically for Lisa Academy because they happen to be in my district, in District 38, North Little Rock. And I visited the school quite a bit, and as several other legislators have mentioned, one of the key components, and we all, I think, as parents and as educators and anyone that is involved, we want to see parents involved and a huge part of the educational process. And it's never more apparent than when you go to Lisa and you see the tremendous fun that they have and enjoyment they have in learning, and then the parental involvement is just astounding. I've attended several of their fathers-only breakfasts for kids in our own congregation, or children that were a part of the nonprofit that I founded that do not have a father, and so I would go in stead of an absent father, and just to be blown away to see the fathers there, or at least men like myself that were there instead of a father who was not in the home. I looked on the website of the Arkansas Education Department, and your mission as the Arkansas Education Department is the mission is to give access to quality education to every student in Arkansas. I think the key word there is access. And so what these schools and what these parents are asking and begging, quite frankly, for, they are asking for access. They're trying to get out of failing schools and get into good schools. And I'm like Representative House. I'm not going to ever question someone else's motives, but I would question the opposing someone to have that access. Because all I can think about, and 4 years ago I founded a group called Arkansas Metro, and we worked specifically with helping predominantly single black mothers, 26 years of age is our typical client who has 2 children. And I've heard their stories over and over again. They wept and cried, talked about being trapped in an underperforming school, the violence, the lack of motivation, all the things, but they had no means, they had no way to escape that, and they felt like their children were going to fail. And your mission says access, to guarantee quality education, access to that quality education. Here is an opportunity to do that. I would note, because Lisa is in my jurisdiction, or in my legislative district, that Lisa is 68% minority students. So it's not one of these schools that, sometimes they get tagged as being, white flight or whatever the term may be. And as I've been in those schools and looked at the schools and looked at the makeup of the schools, it represents our communities in a great way. And so tonight, as we think about this, as we look at and make the decision that has already been brought to you and now it's being reviewed, I would encourage you to remind yourself of what your mission is, and you know that well, and it is access and for quality education. And I would think about that single mother in whatever area of town that is worrying tonight about this meeting. She can't get here. She would have to ride a bus to be here. And she can't be here, but we can speak for her. And so what is the motivation for stopping her child to have that access? What is that motivation? Is that for a school to survive, for someone to keep their job, someone to keep their superintendentship? What is it, or is it about the child? I would hope and pray, and I believe it is with you and most everyone here, it's about the children, and that's why I would ask that you expand and give access to all of our children and award what has already been recommended to you. And thank you again so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Representative Copeland. Next, Senator Bledsoe.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Commissioner. It's good to be with you today, and out of respect for your time, many of the things that I was going to say have already been said. But let me just say, when you have 7,000 students on a waiting list between the two charter schools, that says something. And of course, like you have heard, parental involvement is so important in the education of our children. And I believe that the charter schools have excited parents. They've said we can teach our students and we can help them to help them to love learning. And I am very supportive of both these charter schools. In fact, I was at UALR when Lisa Academy had their science fair, and I was blown away by the sophistication of the projects, by the excitement of the students, and I talked to many of them there. And I would just like to see that you would consider allowing these students and their parents to receive the benefits of the charter schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have three other legislators that are slated to speak, but I think I'm correct in noting that they want to speak specifically to the different charter expansions as they come up, and that's Tucker, Blake, and Elliott. If I'm not correct, please let me know. Okay. Moving on, is there anyone else here? I'm sorry, before we get, are there any other legislators here? Okay. Would you like to speak?
Yes, please. I think so. Yes, it is.
Thank you. I'm not a state legislator, I'm a city legislator. My name is Lance Hines, I'm the vice mayor of Little Rock, and I represent Ward 5. The westernmost area of the city of Little Rock.
We were going to call your name. We had you down.
Okay.
You're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
I am here specifically speak in favor of school choice for the whole state, but specifically for Lisa Academy and East STEM. I've grown up in Little Rock my whole life. We've heard Lieutenant Governor Griffin talk about his kids and their choice. I want to take first to thank the board for taking action when the mayor and I came and spoke to you guys several months ago about consolidating the Little Rock school districts on the south side of the river, and you guys decided to take action. We appreciate that. That's part of the healing process. But until the Pulaski County School District's removed from the desegregation case, we are in a holding pattern, and who knows when that holding pattern will be relieved. The unfortunate thing for my ward, and to give you a little political history, 80% of my ward's in the Pulaski County School District. The other 20% is in the Little Rock School District. So we have this weird dichotomy that we have great performing elementary schools, and we lose most of our students on the jump to middle school. It's what happened to me. We decided 10 years ago to build a house in West Little Rock so we could be in the Baker Elementary School District with the hopes that by the time my daughter finished 6th grade, we would have a new middle school to be able to enroll her in. We got to 5th grade. Robinson, although it's a great performing school, Robinson Middle School, the facilities are subpar. They're finally addressing them here when it's my daughter's freshman year of high school. So by the time those are done, she's almost done with high school. That's what we talk about when we talk about parents making decisions and choices. And so I've always viewed our school system as a whole ecosystem. That's public schools, that's public charter schools, and that's private schools. In an urban setting such as Little Rock, you have to have a healthy, all of them. It's not a one or the other, it's an all of the above approach. And I would please ask you to continue to support the population growth we've had in West Little Rock. From the 2000 to 2010 census, Ward 5, my ward that I represent in West Little Rock, had 41% population growth. The next highest population growth in the city was in Southwest Little Rock in Ward 7, and I think they had double-digit population growth, if I remember right, Director Adcock. So, what we're talking about is putting the schools where the parents and the students are. So fast forward, we're here in 2016, and I can tell you that the population growth in West Little Rock has not slowed down. We continue to build more multifamily, more single family, and part of the reason you're seeing a waiting list is those families wanting to stay and go to school in Little Rock. Without extension of these charter schools expansion, I fear that the choices that will be made are either A, you go to the school of last resort, which for us, right now, if we stayed in was Robinson Middle School and Robinson High School, we're not allowed to transfer out of Pulaski County School District. And Director Key, I would ask you to ask the superintendent of Pulaski County to allow choice for our students. It would be a two-way choice. It would be folks that are in the Little Rock School District come to schools in the Pulaski County School District, Robinson Middle and Robinson High School, which they're about to renovate. That's the weird thing for us. But I think taking this expansion away limits the ability to expand. And the truth is that if everybody that was in private schools in Little Rock, you wouldn't have enough capacity in the public schools. Most of our public schools in Little Rock and Pulaski County are already over capacity. The performing ones definitely, and even the underperforming ones are. You don't have enough capacity. And what I'm telling you is, if you look at the demographics and the growth, we're 16 years behind if you go from 2000 to today. And all we're asking for is to keep building capacity, keep building all of the above. I know Superintendent Curris is doing a wonderful job at Little Rock School District, and we're going to get there, but it's not going to happen overnight. He's turning a huge battleship. Same deal at Pulaski County. It's gotten better. They're about to be turned back over to self-autonomy. So we support you. It's working, but we have to have an all-above approach, and I would appreciate y'all's support on the expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. The board prior to the meeting were presented with a group of letters from different legislators. I'd like to acknowledge this group of letters and say that they all indicate they are in favor of expansion of the charters, and they are Jack Files, Senator Jane English, Representative Andy Davis, Representative David Meeks, Representative Bob Ballinger, Representative Charlene Fite, State Representative Marcus Richmond, State Representative Bruce Cozart, State Representative Ken Bragg, State Representative Mickey Gates, State Senator Ronald Caldwell. Those are the letters that were presented to the board in favor of the expansion. We're going to move on into our hearing of the schools, the three schools that have business before us. Before that, I'd just like to say that there's nothing more clear to me tonight that there are strong opinions about this matter on both sides. At the end of business tonight, one group will be pleased and one group will be displeased. I think it is incumbent upon us as adults, leaders, legislators, the State Board of Education and the staff, is to set an example of how adults can come together irrespective of dissension and work for what is better for the students and the families and the communities of the Little Rock School District. I think that doing anything else or showing any other spirit speaks the wrong message. I think that as we are watching, others are watching also, but primarily, we will give a voice of community, a voice of cooperation to our communities based on how we leave this meeting. So I think that that's the way I feel. I hope that everyone realizes that the impact isn't just with the charter, isn't just with the Little Rock School District, but it's the impact, either negative or positive, will be to the community, the families, and the children, and those people that don't have a voice here. However we leave and how we take our spirit back into our community, in large part dictates whether there will be a level of cooperation or a level of continued divisiveness. So again, I ask you, as parties that have come together to resolve through a democratic process, that you will realize that someone will not be pleased with the outcome, but we still have a responsibility as citizens to do the best that we can do for the citizens of our state and ultimately for the families in Little Rock. Before we begin with our agenda, I'm sorry, let me go back just a little bit further. Before we begin with our agenda, operating procedures require us to vote on whether or not we will allow public comment on today's agenda items. I will entertain a motion from the board on whether or not we will hear public comment.
I move that we hear public comment.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Cook and second by Ms. Rife that we hear public comment. All in favor or any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We will do our best to accommodate as many public comments as we can, but please know that due to time restraints, everyone who signed up may not be able to speak. If you get an opportunity to speak, please be respectful, relevant, not redundant, and aid us in our decision making, which ultimately will be to do what is the best for kids. If you hear someone make the same comments that you're going to make, there's no need to repeat the same comment. What we decided to do, because we will at any cost maintain order and decorum in the room. So what we've decided to do is that we will issue cards. People will stand outside in a line and come in speaking pro and con for whatever the agenda item is. We will issue cards. So we'll likely start with 3 in favor or opposed with no particular order. So we will have a balance because it may become necessary to stop public comment at some point on an item when all things or all matters have been addressed. So that's the way we'll get started. So if you haven't already, please make your way to the desk to sign the sheet for public comment and to get a slip of paper that will indicate whether you are in favor of or against the particular charter that comes up. Okay, unless there are questions from the board, any member of the board have any question about procedures, we'll get started. Action item A is hearing an open enrollment priority status and renewal application for Covenant Keepers College Preparatory School. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I'm going to read the item, and then Jennifer Davis is going to come before you to remind you of the procedures for this particular item. Hearing on open enrollment, priority status, and renewal application for Covenant Keepers College Preparatory School. On February 17, 2016, representatives of Covenant Keepers appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting a renewal of their charter and to address the charter's priority status. By a 6-2 vote, the panel approved the request, granting the charter a 3-year renewal. On March 10, 2016, the State Board of Education voted to review the decision of the charter authorizing panel. I would also like to state that the 2 votes that were not in favor of the motion were made so because they wanted a longer time period, so they weren't necessarily negative on the renewal. I just want to make that known.
Good evening, Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department. I'm going to go over the procedures before each school just because there's going to be a lot of people coming and going, and just to refresh everybody. The procedures that you're going to follow for this agenda item are going to be slightly different because they're being heard for 2 different issues, and they did agree before the charter authorizing panel to these combined procedures. So all persons with the exception of attorneys will need to be sworn in. The department will have up to 20 minutes to present the agenda item, including the history of the charter, what work has been being done with the charter, and things like that. After that, the charter will have 20 minutes to make its presentation to you. Parties opposed will also have 20 minutes after that, with preference giving to the affected school district. If the affected school district doesn't use their 20 minutes, then you can go ahead and take opposition until such time the 20 minutes has expired. The charter school will have an additional 5 minutes of rebuttal, and then at that time, before you undertake your discussion and your deliberations, that's when you may entertain public comment. Those speaking in public comment will have 3 minutes, with the exception of the chair offering more time or extending at what point in time to cut the public comment period down. At the end of your deliberations, you may take, by majority of vote, you may affirm the decision of the charter authorizing panel. You can take other lawful action, or you can request additional information. If you request additional information, then we'll need to have another meeting subsequent to this at the regularly scheduled board meeting or a special board meeting called by you guys. Because a charter is a contract, this opportunity will be a contract negotiation, so anything that differs from the written materials that you have that's already in the charter, or any verbal amendments made by the charter today, would become part of any charter or amendment that you do grant. Are there any questions?
No. Ms. Boyd, will you come forward and remind or state for the record what the recommendation of the charter authorizing panel was, please?
The charter authorizing panel, in a 6-2 vote, approved the renewal of the charter for 3 years.
Okay. All those that intend to offer information or testimony in regard to covenant keepers, would you please stand? Okay. Raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Have a seat. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be sharing my 20 minutes with the school improvement staff as well. I'm going to give you a brief background of Covenant Keepers. Covenant Keepers was first authorized by the State Board of Education to operate in January of 2008 to serve grades 6 through 12. In April 2013, the charter received a 3-year renewal. During the renewal process, the location of the charter was changed and grade levels reduced from 6 to 12 to 6 to 8. The school has a history of academic distress, being designated both in 2013 and 2014 as an academic distress school. More recently, the school has been classified as a priority school. The contract is scheduled to expire on June 30th, 2016. In my site visit to the campus and in conversations with school leadership, I have noticed that the school has recently come under the leadership of a new principal, Mr. Leonard Blocker. Under the direction of Mr. Blocker, the school seems to be building a stronger sense of community between the staff and students. I will defer the rest of my time to school improvement.
Okay. Covenant Keepers. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Wild.
Richard Wild, Program Coordinator for School Improvement Unit. As indicated, Covenant Keepers is currently classified as a priority school under the ESEA Federal Accountability System. They are classified under the state system as in academic distress. The school has less than 200 students in grades 6 through 8. They're predominantly a minority population. The majority of the students that attend the school, live in the surrounding area of Geyer Springs. As you review their presentation, you will note that they report that the majority of the students applying for enrollment and selected to attend enter at a level that is less than proficient. This has been confirmed by the school improvement unit, that the majority of students enter already less than proficient. We have also noted that the school more closely resembles an alternative learning environment than it does your typical open enrollment heterogeneous school setting. That said, the core of the school's leadership team has been stable for the past 2 years and are maturing. So they are embracing more accountability for the students in the school setting. And we have observed that over the past 3 years. The school has fully embraced the ACCEP, or the School Improvement Planning process, and they have become collaborative with ADE units, and in particular the School Improvement Unit. They have also employed one of the most experienced external provider systems in the state of Arkansas. And when I say that they have become more collaborative, in December they requested assistance in planning support systems specific to students that were unable to comply with school rules, or students that we would say had been had experienced childhood trauma. So they know that they have a number of students that come to them, and that entertained the discussion then, and they'll talk about their wraparound concept. And that was a joint planning session, multiple sessions that we had with them. Following the review by the Charter Authorizing Panel, they contacted their ADE-SIS School Improvement Specialist, who is Dr. Robert Toney, and requested, again, support in developing a plan by which they could track their students using Aspire, and to be able to report out not just with their growth systems, but how can we show how students are improving on the state assessment system. In addition to working with them on this, we're also assisting them in reviewing the transition activity for students that are leaving the school, or in essence matriculating up to the high school level. That concludes my comments in terms of their progress within school improvement. Dr. Toney and I will both be here after testimony is provided if there are any questions by the board. Thank you.
Madam Chair, to start the presentation for Covenant Keepers, we have Dr. Valerie Tatum.
Okay. Dr. Tatum, say your name for record, please.
I'm Valerie Tatum. I'm the Executive Director of Covenant Keepers Charter School. And first, to you, Chairman Newton, and all of the members of the board, Mr. Key, thanks so much for having it in the afternoon, because it says so much for our community, our parents, and our students. It's quite a few that are here to speak and just show you their support within for Covenant Keepers. So, as we move forward, I guess the PowerPoint is ready to go. You know you got to do the clicker. Who we are filling a niche. 55% African American, 45% Hispanic, 96% free and reduced lunch, 31% ELL students. And the way the presentation will go, each one from our leadership team, staff, or children may participate in this presentation.
Hello, I'm Jenna Jones, the data coordinator for Covenant Keepers. These results show the first test students take upon entering Covenant Keepers. It's an NWEA assessment. The green highlighted section shows students who enter on grade level. 90% of our students enter below grade level in math, with 20% entering 3 grade levels behind. In reading, 78% of our students enter below grade level, with only 9% entering on grade level, and 19% and 18% entering 2 and 4 grade levels behind, respectively. Many of our students come to us from difficult situations, but we are turning these obstacles into opportunities for growth for our students. I am pleased to introduce Dr. Sarah McKenzie from the Office for Educational Policy, and she will be speaking to Covenant Keepers' academic performance.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Sarah McKenzie from the Office for Education Policy at the University of Arkansas. I'm the Executive Director of that department, and I'm going to speak about Covenant Keepers data. So our key question is, how does attending Covenant Keepers impact students' academic performance? That's what we all want to know. How does the experience of going to Covenant Keepers change a kid's educational trajectory? You need to do a student level comparison. You cannot get that information looking at school level data. You need to examine growth, because we just saw all those students come in, almost all of them well below grade level. You cannot look at proficiency rates to determine the impact. And you need to compare to similar students, students that have the same background in terms of socioeconomic status, race, as much as you can, limited English proficiency, and special education. And we need to examine across time. You can't just look at 1 year's worth of data. I've spoken with you before about NWA MAP data, which is the annual growth compared to national norms. And surprise, today I'm going to talk about Arkansas State assessment data, benchmark and PARC. I'm going to talk about annual improvement compared to virtual or matched twins. So just to review, summary of what we've talked about before with the NWA findings, Covenant Keepers is increasing the percentages of students meeting or exceeding national growth in both math and reading. A high percentage of students who are very low performing, which is the majority of students at Covenant Keepers, are experiencing more than 1.5 years growth in 1 year's time. Students are demonstrating more growth in reading than in math, and more students are below grade level in math. It's a very weak area for the students coming in. Let me explain for a minute what virtual twins are. So I identified all the students who were in a Covenant Keepers cohort. They entered in 6th grade. They stayed 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at the school. This is any student that started 6th, 7th, and 8th grade that continuously enrolled from 2009 to 2015. So I had 4 different groups of students that were cohorts. I created a pool of non-Covenant Keepers students from the same districts, ideally the same schools that those students had been at when they were in 5th grade. Okay, so that little image there, it shows there's a blue student that's going to Covenant Keepers, and I find 2 other students, the light blue students, that are maybe in Little Rock or other regional districts. I find 2 students who are a virtual match for that one Covenant Keepers student in terms of the same end of 5th grade performance on the state assessment. I do separate for literacy and for math, the same free reduced lunch status, the same race, and in almost every case, the same gender. This shows you how comparable the samples are. There's Covenant Keepers and there's the twins. There were 48 Covenant Keepers students, 96 twins, because I do a 2-for-1 match. You can see the free reduced lunch and the ethnicities and the male are all not statistically different in any way. I put LEP and SPED in there too, even though I didn't directly match on that. I did as well as I could. And you can see their 5th grade math percentile. When these kids leave 5th grade, both the Covenant Keepers and the comparison students are at the 24th percentile on their statewide tests. Same thing for literacy, no difference in the baseline performance. So let's see how they do. Math performance. Virtual twins are the blue line, Covenant Keepers are the green line. They both start at the 24th percentile in 5th grade and they end at the 24th percentile in 8th grade. These are the same kids tracking over time. There's no difference and it's not statistically significant, obviously. Literacy performance, they both start at the 26th percentile. By the end of 8th grade, Covenant Keeper students have increased to the 40th percentile, while virtual twins are still at the 26th percentile. The difference is statistically significant at the .02 level. So, Covenant Keeper students start well behind average state performance. They demonstrate similar performance in math compared to their virtual twins, but statistically significantly better performance in literacy compared to those twins. And that's the same thing that we saw with the NWA growth findings, that we're having stronger increases in literacy, but typical increases in math. Thank you for your time.
I would now like to present data comparing the past 2 years of student growth goal achievement on the NWEA math assessments. Keep in mind that according to NWEA's data team, 50% of students nationwide meet or exceed their annual growth goal, only 50%. In 2014, 41.63% of our students met their growth goal for reading, but in 2015, 67.3% of our students met their growth goal. In 2014 in math, 38.4% of our students met their growth goal, but in math in 2015, 58.9% of our students met or exceeded their growth goal. In language, 2014, 48.33% of our students met their growth goal, but in 2015, 74.7% of our students met their growth goal for language. I think it matters that we present our most recent test cycle, fall 15 to winter 16, and this data shows that our most recent testing cycle, we're already on our way to exceeding typical growth nationally, with 57% of our students meeting their mid-year growth goal for reading and 64% of our students meeting their mid-year growth goal for math. Now, Lorette Whips is going to speak to you about our path to proficiency as it relates to academics.
Good evening. My name is Lorette Whips, and I'm a teacher at Covenant Keepers, and I also head our ELA program. With the 3 years we've been given, we plan to analyze our ACT results for the 2015-2016 school year and disaggregate annually thereafter as we have in the past for benchmark. One of the most innovative items we as teachers are planning and implementing right now is the use of ACT Aspire classroom interim assessments. These assessments will be one of our formative assessments we will use to track our students' path to proficiency going into the 2016-2017 school year. After discussions amongst my fellow teachers, we've all decided to continue the innovative things that we're already doing right now, such as Show What You Knows, which are daily formative assessments for math and literacy, GNAG lesson planning, interactive notebooks, PLC data meetings, teacher support cycles, and after-school tutoring for math and literacy. Now, our literacy culture does operate at a higher capacity than our math culture, mostly because we have lead teachers for literacy who push out innovative and engaging teaching strategies for our teachers and students. This includes studying and restructuring Engage New York to appeal to our student population. We've tried a different approach with math, though. We use computer programs, and we even have an external math coach who comes in weekly. But we notice our math scores are not progressing as fast as our literacy, and we want them to match literacy. Though we have highly qualified math teachers on board, we are pushing to hire an internal math coach and an interventionist that can lead our math teachers toward the same success that we're experiencing for literacy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. As mentioned, I'm Leonard Blocker, the principal at Covenant Keepers Charter School, and we embrace the journey as we travel the path to proficiency. As we travel, it's imperative that we focus on culture and building a team environment. Our team has collaborated to initiate a motto or mindset called the Mind of a Champion. This mindset can be seen through visuals throughout the school created by the students through just reminding them that a champion when they fall, they get back up. A champion believes in themselves when no one else does. And these things can be seen throughout the school to remind them of that. The Mind of a Champion was initiated to help our students to self-discover and to help them to maximize their potential, to remind them of the greatness that's on the inside of them. We've adopted the Susan Kruger SOAR curriculum to help guide us. This helps teach the students learning skills, but also soft skills to help them to be productive students and productive citizens as well. Through our cultural sensitivity training with our teachers and also with our students, we begin to have a better understanding of what it means to work with and communicate with a population labeled at risk, but we label at promise. If you have never slept with 3 siblings in the bed and woke up smelling like urine, you wouldn't understand. Or you haven't had roaches crawling in your home, you wouldn't understand. So with the training, our teachers are becoming more patient and understanding and able to communicate, to reach and connect these students, to educate them, and also to create the reform that we're looking for. We've adopted the restorative justice concept. It emphasizes repairing relationships and emphasizing forgiveness and reconciliation. And one way that we're executing this concept is through our one-on-ones with the teachers and the students. We've witnessed a transformational power of getting a student and a teacher in a room together and allow them to communicate freely, to discuss their expectations, and we realized that it was just a misunderstanding. And after those sessions, we see great results. We've employed and deployed our leadership council called the CHAMPS, cultivating and helping achieving motivating positive students. So we realize that our students are closer to the students. They're our best ally, and they're closer to the situation. So we're also using the CHAMPS to foster peer-to-peer mentoring and leadership. Now I'll let Ms. Rosalind Washington, she'll come forward to speak on behalf of what we're doing as it relates to the wraparound model.
Dr. Tatum, we've got a little bit over 6 minutes left, so I don't know if you might want to make an adjustment.
Thank you very much. My name is Rosalind Washington. As Principal Blocker said, we're try to be very brief so we can get through this, but we do want to talk to you a little bit about the path to proficiency through the wraparound model. The wraparound model, as you can see, is comprised of 4 integral parts. The objective of the wraparound model is to build a constructive relationship and support network for our families, building the family voice in mind, also looking at our partnership agreements and working with various partners to ensure that we have that relational niche with one another. Covenant Keepers' vision, as we have stated before, is to change the trajectory and to move our pendulum of academic success with our students by creating a positive environment where we look holistically at the students and approach their behavior needs and foster teamwork with the families. Our mission is to work with our behavior health. As it was stated, we do have our kids that come with various behavior issues and emotional disturbance, and also lots of disparities. We're working with various vendors and our partners, such as the Rice Depot, which furnish us food packs for our students on the weekend, and we're also working closely with Salvation Army and other individuals like the University of Arkansas Cooperative Extension. I do want to get in an opportunity for Dr. Torlett, who's with the Salvation Army, one of our partners, and you'll also be hearing hopefully today from others as well. Dr. Torlett will come up, and after he's done, Dr. Guerrero.
I'm William Tollin. I'm the Director of Community Relations and Development for the Salvation Army. We have been serving Central Arkansas in 4 counties for 129 years without discrimination. In our relationship with Covenant Keepers, we will seek to establish a social service strategic plan for Southwest Little Rock. In that collaboration, we will seek to promote an economic, health, and social well-being of individuals, families, and communities, to promote healthy development and readiness for children, especially those in low-income families, to promote safety and well-being for children, youth, and families, to support the underserved and the underrepresented populations, and to upgrade the capacity that the Salvation Army has to make a difference in families and communities in working through a continuum of care.
Members of the State Board, and also good afternoon to distinguished members of the concerned public that are here. It's so wonderful to see this. If a third of the enrollment at Covenant Keepers is Latino, and of those, half are English language learners, and of those, a majority are recent arrivals in this country. When these students arrive to take their placement or initial math, looking at the data that was up there on math and reading, and taking a look at their achievement data as measured by NWEA Park and Benchmark, you have to remember that many of these students are taking exams in a language that they are not yet proficient in. It'd be as if you all had gone to France and had to take your exams in French in the public schools there or in your schools. That is something to take into consideration when you do this matching. I'm not even sure if the excellent work of Dr. McKenzie exactly pinpoints that. All the required components of an English as a second language program, a good program, are to be found at Covenant Keepers. I know because I used to monitor their program and others for the state through ADE. They have a trained ESL coordinator. They do initial assessments of their language proficiency. They use ESL curricular strategies. They have in place a language placement committee. That's a requirement of Title VI, and their supplemental instructional programs includes assistance, which is impressive, from former Latino students who have graduated out. So they're having kids come back and help the kids that are enrolled. They can relate to them by age. Participation in community outreach is impressive. They participate in organizations that do outreach with Latinos. The Salvation Army, you just heard from them. They work with Arkansas United Community Coalition, working with our Dreamer Latinos. They work with Lifeline Church, and as mentioned, they're now working with the Salvation Army with their wraparound services. Covenant Keepers offers, in conclusion, Covenant Keepers offers educational choice for our Latino community. And choice is one of the rationales for public support of charter schools. It takes in and works with Latino students of a demographic and educational profile that is very challenging, if you've heard, often from referrals from the public and private schools to Covenant Keepers. Mobility is a major factor with this Latino population. 80% of all Covenant Keepers students return academic year. There's not a lot of turnover that way. I recently visited Covenant Keepers again. I used to visit them in the past, and what I saw going on with parents who were being greeted in Spanish, administrators having conversation with students that were getting ready to matriculate to another school. They were already initiating discussions about going to college and continuing their conclusion. In conclusion here, it has taken larger districts and larger schools years to develop their ESL programs, and Covenant Keeper has had to do this in a very short time. We need to continue to support their covenant with this community, and I urge you to renew their charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Guerrero. That is the end of your time, the 20-minute time.
Yes, ma'am.
But I want to assess now, is there anyone in the audience that wants to speak in opposition to renewal of this charter? Okay, if not, then that can give you some additional time, Dr. Tatum, to 20 minutes. You don't have to take it, but you can.
I do have other, I don't know how we're going to actually do the public comment, but
what we'll do with that 20-minute period, if you have someone here for public comment, we'll hear their comment at 3-minute intervals to the extent of the 20 minutes, if that's what you'd like to do.
Yes, what if they have been in overflow and they didn't get sworn in, so how do we do it?
We'll swear them in as they come.
Okay. Now you'll hear from Mr. Sherman Tate.
Just before Mr. Tate, we have one person that wants to speak in opposition, and we give that person the opportunity, and then we'll have the other public comments. Would you please state your name for the record? You have 3 minutes for comment.
Okay, my name is Brant Collins, and I'm from Little Rock here, and I'm in opposition for, I'm actually more to talk for public schools. I've heard a lot of people talk about choice. We chose to live here in Little Rock, and we've chosen to send all of our kids to public schools. We chose those schools for the diversity and the richness that they bring. What upsets us is when we hear a rumor that our school, Gibbs Magnet, and my daughter goes to Man Magnet, but Gibbs Magnet being maybe on a list to close because short funding. I worry that the expansion of charter schools is at the expense of public schools and the communities that those schools serve. We love our public school just like everyone loves their charter school. So I would love to have, my choice is to keep my kids in public school, and the choice to have funding for our schools to make them better. Sometimes I feel like a lot of the statistics showing the bad of public schools. I have a daughter that graduated from Arkansas Tech University, full scholarship, public school. Another daughter is going to A-State right now, full scholarship, public school. My son just got a 36 on his ACT. Sorry, 32. I wish it was a 36. Public school, and is going to be going to governor's school this year. All from public schools. My wife is a graduate from Central High School, went to University of Arkansas on a scholarship, a public school. I also went to a public school and chose to join the Navy and pay my way through school and graduate from Arkansas Tech University, a public university. So public schools are important to us and our family, and all we're asking is that we have the choice to stay in our school. We have the choice to have the funding and the attention that our schools need. Also, as a business owner in Little Rock, a lot of the goals that we want to do is to attract more business. We want to keep more talent, and we're not going to do that if our schools aren't right. And I'm going to start expecting more out of you guys on the board and my public officials, because we need, it's shameful that in the capital of this great state that we have to worry about where we send our kids to school. Every school should be the best school for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Key, members of the board. I will be brief.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Sherman Tate. I stand before you representing the Board of Directors of the Urban League of the State of Arkansas. I also stand before you as a business owner in the state of Arkansas, and one who has a long history of being involved in schools, public and otherwise, across the state of Arkansas. My purpose specifically is to ask that you not rule against Covenant Keepers Preparatory School. I'm reminded when I think about and when I know what's going on at Covenant Keepers of what I heard Dr. George McKenna say years ago when he said, children don't care how much you know, but they always know how much you care. And when they care, everything changes. That's exactly what's going on at Covenant School, Preparatory School. They are making progress because that faculty, the staff, and everybody involved out there cares. You cannot fool students. They know it. It's very orderly. It's very behavioral sensitive, and you see no problems. And I've been through public schools, and I'm not talking against public schools. I am a product of public schools, but indeed it was a different era than it is today. So I ask you, and I want to tell you that the Urban League in its 100+ years has always been a proponent of education. That's one of our founding pillars. Through the Urban League, we are committed to partnering with the Covenant School and providing mentors and being supportive and having people in that school doing what we can do to be of aid and assistance to the faculty and to the principal and the people, and certainly to those students.
I appreciate your attention. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. And again, as I take my seat, please favorably consider accepting this school and accepting the initial recommendation that was made and let them go forward. This is not a derogatory situation. It will not, contrary to what you've been told or heard, it will not adversely impact any other schools. It will only positively impact Covenant Keepers. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an extensive list of people who have signed to speak in public comment. I'm sorry, Ms. Adcock, would you come forward, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Joan Adcock. I'm a Little Rock City Director. I represent the city at large, but I live in Southwest Little Rock. I've lived in Southwest in the same home for 57 years. Covenant Keepers is just less proper than a mile from my home. But as Mr. Tate talked, he talked about the caring of the teachers and the caring of the faculty and the caring, but I want to talk about the caring of the community. Recently, I went to a program that Covenant Keepers had, except it wasn't by the staff, it was a program by the students. And now we've all gone to the student, programs that's been planned by the staff, everybody marches up in line and everything is perfect. I want to tell you, this was put on by the students, and they were so proud of themselves. They had smiles from one side to the other. A young man wrote a poem about a relative of his who was a young lady who died holding a child just a few days before, and he stood and wrote a poem about that lady. Other children wrote songs, other students, and they just were so full of life and excitement and everything. And you should have seen the beaming faces of not only the parents. We can all tell a parent at a program like that, but you could tell the teachers. You could tell Mr. Blocker, he was so proud of those kids that night. They did an outstanding job. And a few days later, I sat down with 8 of those kids and talked to them about their community, about the city. Some of those kids had no idea about programs the city had, PIT programs, after-school programs, summer programs, and other things. They saw that their city really cared about them. We was talking about summer jobs. The one thing that all 7 of those kids wanted, now these were kids, I think one boy was 16, the others was all like 13 and 14. The one thing they wanted was a job, a summer job. Why? So that they could earn some money, so they could have some things that other young people had. And as I talked with them and everything, they had such plans for the future. But the one thing that most of them said was, this is the first school that ever cared about me. And that was so sad to think that these young people had gone to middle school and could sit and say, this is the first group of teachers, the first group of other students that cared about me. Southwest community has embraced this school. They have been in the middle of our school. Most of these kids, I would just about tell you, without Covenant Keepers, they would be the kids that we see walking the streets in Southwest Little Rock, getting into trouble, getting into some mischief. But they are in a school that loves them and cares for them. And when you go in the school, you don't hear the noise and the clamor of the lockers and everything. You hear young people going from one class to another class in an orderly manner, and with adults that really cares for them. Please let this school have 3 more years with these young people. They don't start where our young people start in lots of our schools. They start way behind. I work with a group called Working Together in the Community, and the group I work with is working with the Latinos in our community. And we invited the Covenant Keepers, one of their classes, to come to our meeting where we was discussing. Other organizations in Southwest Little Rock have invited Mrs. Tatum to bring the young people. Lifeline has helped to teach them manners at the table and how to set a table properly. The elderly ladies of Lifeline are having a ball with these students. So please allow our community to further let these young people how we care. Let our city further show them that the city that they live in that cares, as well as the student, the city, the church, not the church, but the school, the staff, and the other people as that Covenant Keepers.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, because we have a time limitation and because there are a lot of people signed up, wanted to invite a student to speak. And the first student that is signed is, I think this is Scarver.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Larry Scarver, and I've been at Covenant Keepers for 3 years now. Ain't that great? Oh. Oh, mother.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. 3 minutes, please.
Oh, I'm in 8th grade now, and it's been so wonderful at Covenant Keepers. I've learned so much. When I first came to Covenant Keepers, I was on a 4th grade level. Now I'm on 11th grade, and that's just so good to me. When I came from elementary, I had a bad attitude, and now Mr. Tatum and Ms. Whoops and Blocker and my mentors, they're just helping me and it's getting so better. And if Dr. Tatum had a high school, I'll be back.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from the board president, James Jones. Mr. Jones, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is James E. Jones, and I am the board president. Didn't really realize I was going to be speaking this evening, but as everyone has stated, Covenant Keepers is definitely becoming a pillar in the Southwest Little Rock community. And I started as a board member probably about 4 years ago, and was recently elected board president. And in that time frame, I have seen Covenant Keepers make some tremendous growth in relation to the academics and also as it relates to the actual caring of the individual, the students. As Mr. Blocker stated, when he came on, he has instituted an atmosphere showing the students just how much we care. It's not one person. And that's, in a lot of schools, we may see you got 1 or 2 individuals that actually care, but I'm talking about the staff, the leadership team, the board, anyone who comes in contact with Covenant Keepers has a heart to actually care for these students. And as we've heard some of the other representatives state earlier, it takes the involvement of the parents to actually develop a school that is going to produce students who will be productive not only in the classroom but as members of their communities and society as a whole. I'm very proud to serve on the board as Covenant Keepers president, and I know that when you guys vote to do this renewal this evening, that we're going to make you guys proud of the things that will transpire in the next 3 years. I know we've transitioned from doing different tests over the last number of years, but once we get the ACT down, once we get that down and show the results for 3 years, I don't have a doubt in my mind that those results will be positive to where we won't be back in this situation ever again. I have the utmost confidence in Dr. Tatum and the leadership team, and as it relates to the staff, we've transitioned a couple of individuals into key places, and they are doing what they were hired to do. They're doing what they're there for. They put in the extra time. It's normal for them to work at 7 to 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, sometimes 12 o'clock. That's the kind of commitment that they give towards these things. It's not because anybody could come to a job. It's not just a job for them. And I know you guys know, some people, when you find your purpose in life, that thing that you know that you were created to do, you don't have a problem in staying the extra hours, because you know that if I can't speak for my coworker, I can't speak for them, but I can speak for myself. Did I do my best effort, not yesterday, but today? And that's what we strive to do. We strive to put that best foot forward every single day, so that when these students leave, if they come for the 3 years, when they leave after those 3 years, they will look back, as some of these students say, they'll look back and say, man, those 3 years were the most impactful that I have ever had. But that's my time, so I thank you guys for
When you hear that little beep, that's your time. Carolyn Hill is a parent, and if Ms. Hill would come and speak as a parent, please. Okay. If she's not, oh, you're waiting for her daughter to come with her, but you need to come on because you're speaking, Ms. Hill. Your daughter can come later. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam and the board. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak. As a parent, I want to just speak on behalf of Covenant Keepers. When my daughter went there, I guess a little over, maybe about a year and a half ago, it wasn't because of academics, it was just her attitude. And it was lack of trust. You know, I had little issues with where she came from. When I first went to Covenant Keepers and I met with the staff, I was like, wow, these people really care about the students here. So with that being said, I trusted the staff with my daughter. And therefore, I could leave her there with her little bad attitude. And I knew that she would get a quality education because they love the children. They pour in. And the grades, you know, with the children speak for itself. I went to the award ceremony a couple of months ago. And it seemed like over half of the students there, 6th through 8th grade, were in the AB honor roll ceremony, and that was just so impressive to me. So with that being said, the teachers are doing a wonderful job. And this is my daughter Alexis. She's 8th grade now, very exceptional student, and we are having a good time. And I do want Covenant, even though she'll be in high school, you know, when school start back, that place is a wonderful place for kids of all creeds, colors, shapes, and sizes. I love the staff. Again, they care about the students. I trust the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we're inviting another student, Amel Hernandez. And I'm sorry if I messed your name up. Would you come and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Amel Hernandez, and I'm from Covenant Keepers Charter School. Currently, I'm in 8th grade. I'm here to tell you guys about a little story about me a little bit. I grew up in California. Most of the schools there were not good. And a couple of years ago, after, I came here and I found Covenant Keepers. Now, at first I thought, you know, Covenant Keepers is just a normal school I'm just going to be in trouble with again. Or maybe I'm going to get expelled again. But then when I first started 6th grade, 2 years ago, I never actually understood what trust was. And, you know, teachers used to actually look at me with a very, very weird face because they were actually getting worried about me. And when I finished 6th grade, I actually thought I would be better in Covenant Keepers, so I decided to go back again. Now, in 7th grade, that's where everything changed for me. Now, all the students helped me out a lot. The staff, the teachers, they actually connect with me. In class, they always ask me if I need help or if I need support or anything, and they actually really want me to learn. They want me to succeed in life. I really do need a lot of help still, but I'm still pushing my way to the future, and I'm really thankful for everything they've done for me. The staff, I can really trust them because they can actually take care of my own life because they helped me through so much these past 3 years, and I'm really thankful for all the help, the support they actually gave me. And this year, well, I'm kind of surprised because, you know, I'm with my mom going to high school, and it's kind of new, but I'm still gonna miss my second family, and they're really special. One of a kind school I ever went to. Thank you, Covenant Keepers, for saving my life going through hell. Thank you.
Thank you for telling us your story. Dr. Tatum, could you help me on this? I know that you have a large portion of your school that are Latino students. So
Yes.
if they're a parent here that we could hear from.
And I want Paola to come and translate, so if Paola would bring them in, and our students are with them as well. So, Bonnie, if you all would move over and let Paola come in.
And while they're coming, do you think, will this be a fair representation of the voices? I don't want to stop short, but at the same time, if we have a fair representation of the sentiments about the school, that would be helpful.
Yes, I feel confident, and then if other parents, and they'll be around too, if you have
And then
questions.
after this, then we'll give you 5 minutes if you need it.
Yes. Okay, Paola.
So we don't need the 5 minutes, okay.
¿Ya empiezo? Mi nombre es Guadalupe Nápoles. Buenas tardes a todos.
Her name is Guadalupe Nápoles, and good afternoon to everyone.
Solo vengo a hablarles y a pedirles, ya he venido una vez anterior, pero sigo en la lucha. Quiero que Kevin y Keeper siga abierto por todas las ayudas que hemos tenido los latinos. Especialmente vengo a hablar por ellos. Yo sé que todos somos iguales, pero los latinos necesitamos mucho a Kevin y Keeper para que vayan a mejores escuelas. Y nuestros hijos, yo quiero tener que mis 3 hijos sean doctores, licenciados, de todo, porque los quiero para arriba.
She said that she comes and begs for Covenant Keepers to still come and continue their opening because as a Hispanic community, we all need them. She knows that every race is important, but as the Hispanic community, they support, unconditionally support, and that's what parents are proud of.
Y si hay hermanos de ustedes, todos los que están ahí enfrente, se los agradezco, los quiero mucho y necesitamos a Covenant Keeper abierto.
She needs Covenant Keepers open, and thank you to all of y'all.
Thank you.
Please, thank you.
We get the message. We get the message.
She loves all of us and she's trusting us with this.
Okay, Dr. Tatum, are you got other students? If we could add, for one student to speak for all, is that okay?
I do want Paola to speak, and she can talk about the parent that just left. Her child went into Lisa Academy, and one of the principals just said that he was 85th taking the AP, and they really believe that he's going to be 10th when he takes this national AP test. So kudos to Covenant Keepers. Bam. Okay. Paola's going to talk about her experience as a middle school and then a college student. And then we have one staff person, Miss Patricia.
I had a position for staff person.
Okay, my name is Paula Rodriguez, and I arrived to Covenant Keepers as a 6th grader all the way back to 2008. I came to the United States without knowing one word in English, and here I am speaking to all of y'all. I am a former employee at Covenant Keepers, and like the parents say, it is an amazing school. The Hispanic community especially need it. They like the high communication skills that they have. They constantly calling them for any issues in anything. And in my experience, I came really with a fear of what was I going to do in a new country, in a new environment. But with the support of Covenant Keepers and other members, I can truly say that they have unconditionally helped me to succeed in the future. And like I say again, it's phenomenal if you can go and see the things that they're doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now the staff person.
Staff.
Good evening, I'm Patrice Womack, a teacher at Covenant Keepers Charter School. I am a product of public school. I've taught at public school as well as teaching at Covenant Keepers now. I just want to say that right now I'm honestly thinking and wondering why wasn't Oscar at school today? I don't know if I can say his brother's name, but his brother was there. And when I get in the car, I plan to text mom and just make sure everything's okay. I can never ever imagine any teacher that I've had growing up having that care for me. And I really say to myself, that's what makes the difference. That's what makes the difference for me. That's what makes me not mind staying at work till 8:30. That's what makes me say, okay, I can get up that extra hour or not put on that makeup that day because my students need me. And it's something that I am thankful for, and it's just an environment I appreciate. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your comments. At this time, as the board, starting Ms. Chambers, any questions relative to this charter review? Ms. Williamson, Ms. Savers, Ms. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your cap is 380, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you have fewer than that, so you don't have a waiting list, is that correct?
We do have a waiting list for our building capacity.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, is now time to also appropriate to ask the department staff questions? So I think I'll, thank you, Dr. Tatum, so much for being here. And I may have a question for you as well, but Dr. Wild is on his way. I'm sorry.
In the meantime, Ms. Dean, do you have a question?
I do not, thank you.
I do have a question for them as well, so I could do that and then come back if that. So Dr. Tatum, you may want one of your data folks to answer. I've visited your school and I appreciate you having me out, and I clearly saw the supportive, caring environment that we've seen exhibited today. I did have a couple of concerns on that visit, as good as it felt and
Yes.
culturally, and I know that you are really doing a lot of work around disciplinary literacy, right? In terms of incorporating literacy work into non-literacy courses, and I've had some concern. I had some concern on that visit about maybe some watering down of the subject matter of the discipline. And related to that, I've had some concerns in particular about your science scores,
Yes.
test scores, which is, I believe you are doing disciplinary literacy there, but we see low scores. And so I would like somebody to speak to both the sciences and social sciences, which are one of which is tested, just to see where y'all are and how you are actually carrying out disciplinary literacy.
I can speak to it. I know you said in my classroom, and one thing that we do, especially with Engage New York, I do have to bring it to the kids' level. You know, I know my students. I know when they're coming in. If I say something, it's going to go over their heads. So one thing that I do like to do is bring it down in a way that they can understand it, so I can get the appropriate responses from them. The great thing about our curriculum is that it's cross-curricular. So I want to say when you came in there, I probably was teaching some social studies within my literacy curriculum. And the thing about science is that it's built in my curriculum as well. So not only are they getting it in the science class, they're also getting it in the literacy class as well.
Okay. Could maybe a data person talk about your science scores and progress there? Because what is a little troubling about this case, obviously we're seeing significant advances on literacy front, but we're not seeing it on math, and that's kind of been a story across the years of Covenant Keepers, and I'm also a little worried about the science scores as well.
Well, and Dr. Barth, we have those same concerns, and we're on top of it and have looked at those things as well. We now, after looking at the data and as an instructional leader, I wanted to make sure with benchmark, park, all of those things together that we were going and moving in the right direction. However, making sure that with the science and you talked about the math, that is our focus in moving forward next year. Through the presentation, you heard a math interventionist. You also talked about, or we talked about another math highly qualified. as Ms. Wibb said, she wants to bring that same math standard, and it replicates over in the literacy piece. So our needs are so great. We know the challenges are there, but guess what? We're on the ground and we're already thinking about it. And that's where we have certain partners and things coming in, even through the wraparound services. So we look for that to go up as well. We do have a highly qualified science teacher there, so we just look for math and the science to really stabilize and go up as well.
Do you want to talk about
I wanted to speak that yes, in the past with the Arkansas benchmark, with the science, our scores had been very low. We have had years that we have had 0%. However, this year we are taking the ACT Aspire classroom assessments. We have those scheduled, and into the next school year, we will be using the ACT Aspire classroom and interim assessments so that we can track our students' progress through the year in science and as well as literacy and math. So we will be able to see where those areas are where students need additional support and incorporate that into our curriculum.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Wild.
Dr. Wild. So I think it was 10 months ago when we heard we considered their academic distress situation last year. We had a presentation that was primarily about NWEA data. And out of that was some promise that that was going to begin to translate in terms of state assessments. And we continue to see challenges there. We see a story of what appears to be some significant progress on interim assessments, but not yet kind of coming over with end of court with state assessments. What could you can you work through that apparent disconnect with me?
Okay. And in truth, we're switching tests. Okay, so that has been part of the challenge in the process. The positive about moving to Aspire is that there are interim assessments that go with Aspire so that you have ongoing assessment as you go through the year. The other piece is that at the end of this year, all the students that will be there will be assessed under the same assessment. And that would be the baseline. And then so we would have the interims and we would have the annual. And we agree that NWEA might be wonderful for them to use in terms of growth. It still is not a communicable discussion when you come to say, where are we in terms of proficient students? Dr. Saunders at the authorizing panel said at some point growth has got to translate into performance. And that's absolutely correct. Okay? But we also have to have the common measures over a period of time for that to happen. And they're embracing it. So it's not that they want to stay with just the conversation about NWEA. They're willing to embrace the conversation about state assessment.
Thank you.
Ms. Savers has a question.
For Dr. Wild, is the NWEA aligned to ACT Aspire? You know?
Well, there's a correlation, and I think that they could probably better speak to that. In my mind, they have two different purposes.
Right.
Okay.
Well, and the growth, what we're seeing in growth isn't translating, so that is problematic.
And for us, keep in mind that if we were discussing scaled scores and looking at the scaled score in the state assessment and taking a look at individuals, students, and then averaging the growth in the scaled scores, we could probably have a better conversation. But in truth, when we're moving from one instrument to performance, growth to performance, it doesn't come across in a very easy to understand method. So that's what we're moving them towards.
Any other questions?
Oh, I have one more.
Okay.
And you may be able to answer this. Who's the external provider?
I'm so glad you asked.
Barbara Hunter Cox with the Arkansas Public School Resource Center, and I was going to respond to your NWEA question first. NWEA, of course, is a national standardized assessment, and they have done a linking study to the ACT Aspire. We're very interested in examining the ACT Aspire interim and how closely related it will be to NWEA's interim assessments. So there are 84 school districts in the state utilizing NWEA, and as you all know, with the ESSA changes, there is going to be some room for multiple indicators, and so we're hoping NWEA can also be acknowledged in that way. What Dr. Wild said is absolutely true. We need to have some stability of assessment over time to allow looking at in-depth student growth at Covenant Keepers and how it should relate to proficiency on the state accountability. We do serve as the external provider, and we have been there 2 years. We've seen dramatic changes with Covenant Keepers. We have a curriculum coach who is on campus 1 day a week, who has been working with the literacy areas, but one of the things I would have said about the questions about science and social studies is we did implement this year a study of specific vocabulary in those content areas. You know that ELL populations have difficulty in assessment when they do not have strong vocabulary backgrounds to take to that assessment question. We also have had a leadership coach who has been assigned to Covenant Keepers to work with developing a strong leadership team. And we've seen major changes in that area also. So we've been very pleased with how the external provider services from APSRC has been complementary of the School Improvement Office, and we believe that the two working together have led to some significant changes. It's not as dramatic as we would like to see, but we know that this year's ACT Aspire scores, we anticipate that they will be competitive. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. If not, I think we're at a place we'll ask what is the pleasure of the board relative to Covenant Keepers. Dr. Barth? I'm sorry, who?
I was going to come and explain where the...
Ms. Tatum, Ms. Davis is coming.
I just wanted to remind you that your choices of what you can do at this time is you can either affirm the decision of the charter authorizing panel, which was to grant them a 3-year renewal and take no action on anything else. You can take other lawful action, which may mean lessening the time or granting additional time for a renewal. You may grant it longer than the 3 years or less than, or you can request additional information.
Okay. You've heard Ms. Davis's explanation about what the actions are, what the opportunities for action of the board are. What is the board's pleasure? Dr. Barr?
We're, as Ms. Davis said, we're very limited in terms of what our options are in terms of, at this stage, in terms of charter renewal. I think we also should be aware that obviously this school is still in academic distress, and we will, I believe it's correct, next month consider academic distress designations for next year, and we know that academic distress, when we have a hearing there, does provide more alternatives in terms of options, and I believe, Ms. Clay, is that correct? Yes. And I really love a lot of things about this school. I love the people involved in it. I love the heart that is present here. It's a real community, and it feels good. I'm still struggling with the absence of achievement, and I really would like us, when we to look at the school as an academic distress school and try to figure out if there's a creative way to maintain that community, but try to begin to turn that community into real academic achievement. So I'm going to support this today, but I need another conversation when we get to academic distress and this board ends up with more options on the table about how to turn what's going right into true achievement. And so that's my I will let others speak, but I do have a motion if.
I agree with Dr. Barth, so.
Then we are ready for a motion.
I move to accept the, I may need some help. I need some, okay. I move to affirm the panel's recommendation of a 3-year extension on the charter, on the Covenant Keepers Charter.
Okay. It's Dr. Barth's motion to affirm the decision of the Charter Authorizing Panel as it relates to Covenant Keepers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Savers. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to take, before the applause, before the movement, excuse me, one moment. We're going to ask, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Going to ask all the folks with Covenant Keepers to exit the room by this door. And then we're welcoming the next group, which is Lisa Academy, into the room. So, 15-minute break.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
I think it's an additional public comment that was uploaded after they did the last upload online. Right.
Whatever that is. Did you read that?
Yeah, and there's some.
Yeah.
Amelia. Yes. What's your favorite flavor? Toronja. Toronja?
Corona? Is that Corona?
Tea. I like that too.
Just a minute or so to get seated, and so we can call the meeting back to order, please. Ms. Boyd, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're down to our next agenda item, action agenda item A2, hearing on open enrollment amendment request, Lisa Academy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'll read the item and then Jennifer Davis will come before you to remind you of the procedures. On February 19, 2016, representatives of LISA appeared before the charter authorizing panel requesting an amendment to their charter. By a 7-to-1 vote, the panel approved the request contingent upon availability of the proposed location. On March 10, 2016, the State Board of Education voted to review the decision of the charter authorizing panel. Also, I'd like to include, I believe you received correspondence that showed that the building that the proposed location is indeed available to them.
The procedures that you're going to follow are going to be similar to that of the last action item. All persons, with the exceptions of attorneys, will need to be sworn in. The charter school will have 20 minutes to make their presentation. After that, parties opposed will have 20 minutes to present their opposition with preference given to any affected school districts. After that, with the remaining 20 minutes, those opposed will be taken with public comment in a manner determined by the chair. After the end of the 20-minute opposition period, the charter school will have an additional 5 minutes rebuttal time. And then before you do your deliberations and undertake your discussions, public comments can be received, and you can take them in an order that the chair determines, and they will be limited to 3 minutes per individual unless you grant time, and at that point, public comment period may be ended at any point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All those individuals that are intending to speak on behalf of Lisa Academy, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Madam Chair, starting off the presentation for Lisa Academy will be the Superintendent, Adnan Aiken.
Madam Chair and board members, I am Adnan Aiken, the Superintendent of Lisa Academy. I thank you for holding the hearing for the Lisa Academy application. Now I invite Lisa Academy School Principal, Ms. Ram, to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, Commissioner Key. We appreciate this opportunity to tell our story to you guys tonight so that you can see the picture of who Lisa Academy is and what we're requesting. My name is Luann Baroni, and I am the middle school principal at Lisa Academy West on Corporate Hill Drive. I guess this is the clicker, right? The request that is before you tonight and the one that was approved by the charter authorizing panel has 4 parts to it. The first part of that is that we're requesting at a new elementary campus in West Little Rock serving grades K-6 at 12200 West Haven Drive. The charter authorizing panel approved that contingent upon the location being available, which you've heard is now available. We would still like the flexibility to open either this fall or next fall because we're under time constraints now to pull it off. The second item is we would like to change the grade levels at the Lisa West campus from 612 to 712. We would retain the same current LEAs. We're requesting to increase the enrollment cap of Lisa Academy from 1,500 students to 2,100 students, and to simply retain the current waivers. We're asking for no new waivers. The current configuration of Lisa Academy includes 2 campuses, a total of 1,500 students. We have 1 campus in Sherwood, which is we refer to as our Lisa North campus. There's 700 students there, grades K through 12 currently. Our Lisa West campus serves 800 students in grades 6 through 12 currently. So as you can see, our school is kind of in 2 different places, both within the Little Rock School District footprint and in North Little Rock. The location that we're looking at, we've selected because it's close to our current campus. It provides proximity of about 7-minute travel time, 1.7 miles from our current campus, which would be convenient for our parents who have siblings in both the elementary, middle, and high school level. As you can see, the location is close to I-630 and I-430, which provides access to the greater Little Rock area. It's accessible to main thoroughfares and also by public transportation, which, by the way, we offer free public transportation to all of our students. What I'd like to present to you is some of the benefits and rationale for why we're asking for this request. We want to offer a complete K-12 system for our students to meet the demand of both current families and the community. We want to offer the STEM program for elementary students that we're already implementing on our current campuses. We plan to continue the proven strategies that I'm going to review with you using data-driven instruction. We offer enhanced learning opportunities for our students in a culturally and ethnically diverse environment. We also plan to continue the innovative programs for our student success that we have found to be effective. First, looking at the demand, the non-public school data shows us that there are 20 private schools in Pulaski County with an enrollment of over 8,000 students. 18 of those schools have elementary schools. 1,924 students are classified as homeschool in the same area. A public school option in this area seems inevitable to offer parents a choice. Taking a look at the demand among parents who have specifically requested to be in our school, this is our current waiting list with a total of 2,957 students. As you can see from the breakout on this, the largest area of demand is with our Lisa West Middle School and with our Lisa North Elementary School. And by the way, we purge this annually by contacting parents and guardians to determine if they want to stay on the list. And I believe you've been provided with some data about how long students have been on the wait list. We also identified a demand among our current parents, which was really the impetus for beginning this. We heard from parents that they wanted a K-5 piece of our system for the Little Rock campus. When we surveyed our parents, we found that over 80% of current parents indicated they would be likely to enroll siblings in Lisa Elementary if the school is offered. The numbers that we had in that survey showed 271 who were likely to enroll siblings in the K-5 piece if we were allowed to open that. Another piece of the demand that we see is that on our current campus, we need some more space. We have a cap of 800 students currently. Moving our 6th grade students from the Lisa West campus to the new campus will allow the campus to enroll more 7th through 12th grade students who are currently on our waiting list. We also can offer more space to expand our middle school and high school programs, including expanding our AP offerings for our high school students. We can also offer broader extracurricular and sports programs for middle school and high school. And I think very importantly, our teachers, who currently, some of our teachers teach both middle and high school, so we would be able to target that better so that teachers could focus either on high school teaching or middle school teaching, which we believe would make them more effective. Also, we determined that there's a demand. Many of you have had sixth grade students or been around them. It's a difficult time. Sixth grade is a transitional period where students not only are growing developmentally, but they're trying to manage the transition to middle school. And we want to incorporate a sixth grade academy as part of our new campus so that the sixth grade students are the big dogs on campus, but they also would have some safeguards built in to help them with that transitional period. It's difficult for them to assimilate into the rigor of our college preparatory curriculum quite often, and we feel like this will help bridge that gap for them. We'll continue with our accelerated academic program for students. We will continue the same academic intervention programs that have been effective currently for our middle school students. We also offer character education. We will offer STEM and project-based learning for those students, as well as study skills preparation to help them prepare for middle school and beyond. Some of our success, I'd like to share with you, revolves around our STEM focus. We've had a STEM focus since the beginning. We've always had a math, science, and technology focus at our school. We recently sponsored the second STEM festival, Arkansas STEM Festival, in cooperation with UALR, had over 3,000 participants there. The first one was last year. We didn't have as many, but it was still a big event the year before. But this year, we felt like it was a great success, with kids getting their hands on STEM activities and getting engaged in STEM-type learning. And this is just a list of some of the Arkansas public schools that participated in that. We want to share these activities across the state. We don't want to keep them to ourselves, but we want to reach out and share what we're doing with other schools. Our elementary STEM program at Lisa North, we would want to implement at the West Campus as well. Lisa North Elementary was one of the first schools to implement the Project Lead the Way launch program, which is an elementary-based program. They offer after-school programs beginning with kindergarten, including coding, robotics, and engineering. They also have STEM applications with real-life experience for the students in the classroom. We bring STEM professionals to the campus to interact with the students. We have technology integrated throughout the day with Chromebooks available for students to use across the curriculum. And we have a dedicated STEM coordinator who works with both campuses at West and North to coordinate and really get in there and help teachers across the curriculum work with project-based learning activities in English, social studies, math, science, and just totally across the curriculum. Other proven strategies really stem from our use of data. That's something we've done for a number of years. Our data is analyzed by teachers, by our instructional coaches and administrators to improve classroom instruction. We take that and we use that data not just to create reports, but to actually differentiate instruction. We group students in learning teams to help them achieve and develop. We correlate that student achievement so that we can project where they need to be next, and then we provide targeted professional development for our teachers so that they can meet those students where they are and move them forward. We also are very committed to constantly providing administrative support for our teachers in helping them understand how to use that data with their individual classroom of students. Some of our proven intervention programs, I'll share with you. We use the NWE maps, as you've heard about earlier. We feel like that's been a constant through the changing climate with testing in the state. So NWEA gives us a straight line so that we can see how our students are actually doing. We use that to track their growth and identify needs. We have small group instruction built into the daily curriculum. We have pull-out tutoring, after-school tutoring. We offer Saturday camps, which are intensive camps for English or math that are day-long activities where students come, do fun activities, but learn, and they're targeted based on where those students are. We also provide vacation practice packets to keep the cobwebs out of their brains over the long breaks. We have levelized curriculum to meet the students where they are, and we use online programs like ALEX, MathSpace, iReady, and multiple other programs so students can practice at home and outside of the classroom. We also teach our parents how to do that. Our proven strategies you can see in our test results. Our test results have been very strong. We're very proud of our PARCC results and feel like they represent very good progress for our students. We compare very favorably to neighboring districts. Not only are our overall PARCC scores strong, but our tag group population scores are very strong as well, and we're very proud of that work. We're always working to improve those groups. We're very proud of the way we manage the funds that we have. As you can see, we've been very frugal with the way we spend our money, spending around $7,000 in our per pupil funding. We also are not only proud of our academic results, but we're also proud of the diversity that's on our campus. Lisa Academy has been nationally recognized as the most diverse school in the state by Public School Review. Including English, there are 29 different languages spoken by families at Lisa Academy. Some of the things we embrace and celebrate with our diversity are Native American presentations, Hispanic family nights, Black History Month celebrations. We have an annual language festival where our students perform and compete, multicultural festival. We provide international trips for students, parents, and staff. Some of the meat of our demographics are shown here. If you can see, over the last 6 years, as our school has grown, our free and reduced and minority populations have also grown. So we're not drawing more students of majority, but we're actually increasing our percentages as our student enrollment has increased. We did some targeted recruitment to try to build our pool. As you know, we're blind lottery, so we can't pick our students, but we can try to get more people to apply. And we've done that south of where we're located in areas where we feel like we'll have a larger population, and it has had an ongoing impact on our student population. Some of the innovative programs we have go beyond the classroom. Our students have competed well in state and national competitions. We hold Math Counts Quiz Bowl, Science Quiz Bowl, 30 awards at the CARSIF. You can read these. Our students have done great, and we celebrate what our students are doing. We go beyond just where they are with us. We work with our students, our guidance counselors work with students on an individual basis to get them into college, and we monitor them after they're in college through interns who work with them to build our alumni programs. So you can see our success has been very good with college admission and retention as well. We work with other schools to share and collaborate. These are some visiting teachers from the Helena West Helena School District who came to Lisa North to look at some of their elementary programs. We also hosted a math tournament February of this year where over 800 attendees from across the state came. Fifth grade students competed in math. These are some of the schools that were there that day. We also were selected by the Department of Education to host a conference to share best practices, and we invited other schools from around the state to participate and share practices that are working. Another area that I want to highlight is our special education services. We're doing some innovative things there that I think a lot of folks don't know about. We're one of 2 pilot schools who participate in the Circles project to help students in transition. We participate in UCA's College Bound program. We offer all of the student services that special education students need on our campus. We also offer behavioral counseling on our campus, free to students. We have a transitions program that has received recognition from the Arkansas Federation Council for Exceptional Children. We host a transition fair on our campus biannually and invite other schools to come. We've even participated in the Little Rock Transition Fair to help our students with that transition. You can see there are a lot of things that are special about Lisa Academy that I'm very proud to be a part of, and one of them is a student that I'd like to recognize now. You'll come. One of my 8th grade students is going to share his story about Lisa Academy.
Hello.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
I was about it. Hello, my name is Omar Salas. I was born in Chicago, Illinois on January 23rd, 2001. I am 15 years old and I attend Lisa Academy West Middle School. Before my mother and 2 little brothers and I moved to Little Rock, Arkansas, and I attended Lisa Academy, I went to Talcott Elementary in Chicago, Illinois. The neighborhoods I grew up around were the Ukrainian, Wicker Park, Bucktown, and Humboldt Park area. The history of the area where I grew up in is mostly known for gang-related activities. My family is very well known around Chicago, so when people see me or any of my younger relatives, people assume that we will grow up to become just like our fathers and become gangbangers, drug dealers, hoodlums, and children up to no good. A lot of children where I'm from get doubted and their dreams crushed because of where we come from, what we look like, who our family is, and if we're rich or poor. Most children do follow their father's footsteps, but it's not because of what people say about us. It's to support our families. Most children are growing up without fathers, so have to become the man of their house, raise their siblings, work to help put food on their table, and hope to do good in school to go to a college that will get them far in life and help them be successful. But most children drop out of school because schools show children that there is no hope. And in most schools, teachers don't connect with the students or teach us what we need to be taught or show us that we have a future. I've witnessed and seen teachers and adults tell children that they won't succeed or be anybody in life. They give little effort to teach and then hand us packets and expect us to know what they give us. They don't take the time to teach us yet judge us. I am grateful to go to Lisa Academy. Teachers here not only connect with the students, but take the time out of their days to get our youth to where we need to be. Lisa Academy has shown me that there is no such thing as giving up. That if you keep on trying, you will succeed. That I don't need to be rich, wealthy, or from a good background to make it. That no matter where you are or where you're from, there is always hope. I hope to go back to Chicago and teach what I was taught and guide those who are misguided. I hope that my two little brothers get the opportunity by attending Lisa Academy Elementary School. Please don't take that chance away from them. Allow them a chance to see hope and learn from teachers and staff who really care. Thank you.
Students like Omar are the reason I've been showing up at Lisa Academy for 11 years. The success stories that we see in students every day are important to be heard, I think, by the public. In conclusion, can I have there we go. I think, in conclusion, I'd like to just reiterate that we believe the demand is evident for what we're asking for. We're asking for an elementary school to complete our K-12 system in Little Rock. We all believe, I think, that STEM education is important to prepare our students for the future, for the world they're going to walk into when they finish. We have proven strategies for our intervention and for excellence, and we believe that we can replicate those and continue offering those to more students, like Omar's siblings. Our cultural and ethnic diversity are reflective of our community, very reflective of our community. The innovative programs that we offer enrich math and science education, which we in Arkansas know is important for our students. And with that proven track record, we ask that you approve our request to agree with the Charter Authorizing Panel to allow us the opportunity to complete our K-12 vision and to better serve all Central Arkansas families. Thank you for your time and your attention this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Baroni. Is there anyone, excuse me.
Yes, we have, I guess, a couple more minutes. I would like to invite Victor Jonathan from Nixon Consulate as a representative of the Hispanic community.
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Good evening, board members. I just want to be very brief. My name is Victor Valtierra, Consul of Protection and Legal Affairs in the Mexican Consulate in Little Rock, Arkansas. The Mexican Consulate in Little Rock, Arkansas covers 3 full states. Our jurisdiction is here in the state of Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, and we have worked very hard with so many schools in all around these states. But even though we have done so many things everywhere, and academies in all these 3 states, I want to thank and recognize all the work that Lisa Academy has done for the benefit of the community, and of course for all the benefits the Academy has brought to the Hispanic community in particular. So because of all the cultural, academic, and sport activities they have organized to integrate the community in this the Hispanic community in this society. The experience with of the consulate has had with the consulate has had with academic has strengthened our relations with the Hispanic community. So we stand for support to the work of Lisa Academy as a charter school for the benefit of the student community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. If there is anyone else, you'll have to hold your comment until your recommendation or input till public comment times comes. So now we have the next section of time. Okay, I'm sorry. With the exception of Representative Tucker and Senator Elliott, I think. Tucker, Blake, and Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, State Board, for having me here tonight. My name is Clark Tucker. I represent nearly 30,000 residents of the city of Little Rock. My family's been involved in public education in Little Rock for a long time. My grandfather served on the school board, my great-grandfather served on the school board in the 30s. My grandfather also served on the school board. He was president during the 1958-59 school year, which was otherwise known as the lost year when Governor Orville Faubus closed all public high schools in Little Rock. And he worked with two other school board members that year to reintegrate the schools and reopen the public high schools in Little Rock. My mother-in-law is principal at Terry Elementary School, which is in Little Rock School District and received an A grade on its state school report card. My father-in-law is a head football coach at Little Rock Central High School. They both spent the bulk of their careers in Little Rock School District. Both my parents and my sister and myself all graduated from Little Rock High Schools. I graduated from Little Rock Central High. And I think it's because my family has a multi-generational investment in public education in Little Rock that has caused me to take a broad view of this situation, the 100,000-foot view, if you will. And I'm going to invite you tonight to join me in that 100,000-foot view. Madam Chair suggested earlier that there are two possible outcomes tonight for the crowd. One would be for people to be upset, and one would be for people to be happy. And I'm going to respectfully submit that there's a third choice, and that is to do something that's never been done before in the history of the state. And that is for this organization, which is the leading policymaking body for public education in Arkansas, to create an opportunity for a city that has both charter schools and traditional public schools to come up with a plan and work together for the betterment of the public education of the entire city. Now, I stood before you last month and asked you to review the decision of the Charter Panel's Review Committee, and I'm grateful to you for doing so. But it's impossible for you to obtain the amount of information in one meeting tonight that you need in order to make an informed decision on this issue. The questions are too complex. You need quantitative analysis. You need discussion and collaboration between the education stakeholders in this city. I said this last month, and I want to be clear again tonight. I'm not here to speak against Lisa Academy or East Stem School. I know Lou Amberoni and John Bacon are good, smart people. Their hearts are in the right place. They do good work. I visited Lisa Academy and had a great visit. I work across the street from East Stem, and I see the kids on the playground every day. I know the kids in those schools are getting a good education, and that sincerely makes me happy. But the merits of those schools is not the question for this body. It's not the whole question. It was the whole question for the Charter Panel Review Committee. But the whole question for this board is the mission and direction of public education in Little Rock. And make no mistake, the decisions you make on these charter expansion applications will affect all 30 to 35,000 students who obtain a public education in Little Rock, not just the 3,000 students who would or would not be eligible to attend one of these two institutions. How exactly would it affect all 35,000 of those kids? I honestly don't know. I cannot tell you. But therein lies the point. Nobody knows. And you have to know the impact before you can make a decision of this magnitude. I know I don't have to remind you that you're responsible for the quality of the education of all 35,000 kids that attend public schools in Little Rock, not just the kids who would attend these schools. And that is a serious responsibility. I know you know this. But it's not an exaggeration to say that because you hold the future of public education in Little Rock in your hands, you hold the future of the city of Little Rock as a whole. And all I'm asking is to take the time to make sure you have the information to make the right decision. If I were in your seat, that is the approach that I would want to take. And I want to respond to one other point that was made earlier by some of my other colleagues in the legislature about more time and more time. I'm not asking for 5 years. I'm not asking for 10 years. And part of the discussion on this issue in the community has been that the expansion of these programs is drawn out over a multi-year period. And so if you took 6 or 8 months, or however long you need to take to study this issue in the way that it deserves to be studied, then it would not impact the point was made that parents need to have the right to make this decision now. Well, they're not going to have that right even if you grant this application because the programs are drawn out over a multi-year period. And I would contend that the proper way to go about making a decision is to get the information before you make the decision one way or another. I'm not asking you to deny the applications because I don't know that they should be denied. But I'm just asking you to obtain the information before you do so. And this, while it would be unprecedented in education, it is by no means unprecedented in state government. We see it all the time, especially under Governor Hutchinson's leadership. And I'll just cite the most obvious example right now, and that is traditional Medicaid reform and Medicaid expansion in Arkansas. The legislature created a task force. The task force hired a consultant to perform quantitative analysis. The consultant provided that analysis to the policymakers, and next week we're having a special session to determine the future of Medicaid expansion and traditional Medicaid reform in Arkansas. And I'm just asking for a similar process for this decision, which also has a huge impact on Little Rock and education in Central Arkansas. I also believe any business would take the same approach. And I don't think cars or another product or property is a proper analogy for human students, but since the car example has been used before, I'll just stick with that. If GM wanted to put in a new dealership in the Central Arkansas area, I can guarantee you they would have a conversation based on where the other GM dealerships are, whether there could be a collaborative agreement for marketing, whether instead of putting it on Highway 10, they should go to Maumelle because there's already a dealership on Chenal or whatever the case might be. And they might go ahead and put it on Highway 10. And you might grant these expansion applications. But I can guarantee you that GM would have that conversation and study the issue before they made that decision. And that, to bring it back to education, the types of conversations that we could have are, should there just be one district south of the river in Pulaski County? Could there be a transportation agreement between the school district and some of these charter organizations so that they can serve the kids that they aim to serve? An outside-the-box question. Could Hall High School be a STEM school that's jointly managed between eSTEM, for example, and the Little Rock School District, in collaboration between the Hall High campus and ULR? Are these viable questions? I don't know, but they deserve to be explored, in my judgment, before you make this decision. Because Mr. Curris cannot make a plan. It's impossible for him to make a plan for an effective public education for the students in the school district if the only view that this board takes when charter applications come before it are the merits of the charter school alone and without looking at the impact on the districts that the charter schools draw from. And so I'll close, I've gone on too long already, but one point I want to make is, regardless of whether you agree that the Little Rock School District should have been taken over or not, I think everyone agrees that the school district had its share of issues. And over the course of many decades, those developed, and there were a bunch of causes, but I think two of the main causes were, number one, a lack of stability at the top, and also when decisions were made, a lot of times they were made based on the narrow interest in front of the decision maker at the time the decision was made. No one ever had an opportunity to create a broad vision for public education in Little Rock and carry it out. We have that opportunity now for the first time in decades, not only because of Mr. Curris, but also because of his relationship with Commissioner Key and with this department. And if you take the time I'm asking you to take, even if you don't change your mind, even if you have the exact same opinion in 6 or 8 months that you do today, I have to believe you will not regret learning more about the issue in the process and creating an opportunity for dialogue in a community that up until now has not had a chance to exist. So what I'm asking you to do is create that opportunity for collaboration between open enrollment charter schools and traditional public schools. I'm asking you to create an opportunity for a broad vision for the future of public education in Little Rock. I'm asking you to be deliberate, thoughtful, to do your due diligence, and to be the visionary leaders that the children of this city and this state so desperately need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Senator Elliott.
I'm not as good looking as Senator Elliott, but I'm Representative Charles Blake, and I represent District 36, which is in East Little Rock. And I like to think that I have a very unique experience with public education here in our city. Like Representative Tucker, I graduated from Little Rock Central High School. I have kids at Gibbs Elementary. I have kids at Rockefeller Elementary. But I have been here before in front of the State Board of Education because I helped start a charter school. And I helped run a charter school for a couple of years here in Little Rock. So when I speak about concerns, I'm speaking about personal experience and knowledge about the charter schools within the city of Little Rock and the school district of Little Rock. I have a couple concerns. I have a serious concern with essentially establishing 2 new charter school districts within the boundaries of the Little Rock School District. Before I joined the charter school, I was a banker with Regions Trust Department. And I have a concern because it seems like there's been a lack of long-term planning and a risk analysis a lack of a risk analysis that has been done in this process. No entity would move forward in expansion without looking at the total ramifications and consequences for every child that's involved in this city. So I would like this board, as Representative Tucker said, to press pause, to wait just a minute and think about all the 35,000 kids that are within the city boundaries of Little Rock. Another concern I have is the district that I represent in East Little Rock. We have Booker Arts Magnet. We have Washington Elementary. As I said, my kids, I have a couple kids who attend Gibbs. I have a kid who attends Rockefeller. Yes, I have a lot of kids. And Bacon, I'm laughing at that. And I'm missing one. Carver, A+ school. All these schools are located within a mile of one of these proposed sites for these charter schools. And there are thousands of empty seats within that zoning district. So, and I want to say, this is not an indictment on ESTEM or on Lisa. It's a request. It's a plea to take time and consider a plan that involves all 35,000 students within the school district. As I said, I am no way am I anti-charter. I believe in the mission of public education, period. And I think there is a place for everybody. But we have to have some form of long-term planning and a thought about everybody. Because school choice is just not for the kids who are in charter schools. Choice has to be for every single parent and every single student. And we have to consider what happens to everybody else, what happens to the mass population of students. Now, I do respect all of my colleagues. I even like some of them who spoke earlier. But I just want to bring up that not one of them represented the families or students of anybody within Little Rock. The three people the three of us here who are going to speak right now, we have a vested interest. I've told you my vested interest. I'm a product of the Little Rock School District. I have kids, a lot of kids in the Little Rock School District. So this is a serious concern for all of us. So the request that I'm asking you today is let's just press pause. Let's evaluate the data. Let's think about all of the children. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Joyce Elliott, and I'm the state senator from District 31, the grandmother of Athena Jolie Barnes, who is an attendant at Rockefeller Elementary, and I'm going to talk to you about numbers, but she is the number one. And one of the missions her parents and I have is that she will be educated in the Little Rock Public Schools. If they remain where they are, it is our intent that she will indeed attend Fair High School, which is why we're absolutely committed to Fair being as great as any other school and that all schools will be equally great. I want to just kind of remind us also too that, or this is how I feel. That young girl I talked about, that 4-year-old, I love more than anything. But I do not see it as a sacrifice of her if I am here to advocate for every other child. It's just bothersome to me sometimes when we think about the best interests of our kids. And we talk about it, either you have the best interest of my child in mind, or you're asking me to make my child some kind of sacrifice. I simply don't see it that way. And my comments are informed too. I think I'm probably the only legislator who will talk to you who has chosen to spend her life's work in the classroom. And I don't know a lot about everything, but I know some stuff about education, people. And, you know, and I know some things also too about the other side of being a legislator. So my comments are informed by those things. The numbers I want to talk to you about, though, are these, other than my number one. On January 28th, 2015, this board really created a waiting list. We hear a lot about the 6,000 waiting list, and that's big. But this board created a verifiable waiting list that has all of us hanging to this day. 197,706 people in Little Rock are waiting for a decision, for a plan to decide what we're going to do. 83,000 people in my Senate district don't know what we're going to do, and when they ask me, I cannot respond to 83,000 people. 48 schools are involved in the Little Rock School District. 6 of them were taken over, and 42 schools are left wondering why they were taken over. This is a waiting list of large proportions. In my district alone, I represent 14 elementary schools to whom I cannot give answers. 2 middle schools, Mableville and Cloverdale. 5 high schools in my district, if we include Metro. And by the way, except for Hall High School, every high school is in my district. And I can't give that waiting list any answers. Many of the people have lost hope and believe it doesn't even matter that I'm here. So they didn't even bother to come today, but many did. They believe that minds are already made up because they look at the order of events and have come to that conclusion. On January 28th, that was a takeover. Before the school district could barely get its breath, after Baker had been appointed, then we had this issue of expansion. That has left people very jaded, thinking there is something more than what I know you have in mind for this district that's good. In case you think I'm just a knee-jerk anti-charter school person, let me remind you of something. When I was chair of the Education Committee in 2005, I was the lead House sponsor, and you can look this up, on Senate Bill 1130, or Act 2005. And what that bill did was made some additions to the charter school law, and here are some of them. One of them was to make sure that charter schools would not have a negative effect on desegregation efforts. Another provided guidance for conversion charters. Another phased in the 24 charter number that would have them equally divided among the congressional districts. That's changed now. But all of this was in an effort to work together to figure out how charter schools could be a part of our system and yet not put the traditional schools at any kind of disadvantage. And by the way, it was not all about choice and competition. Because you think about what you're saying when you think about schools just in terms of competition. That's almost a point of privilege when you can stand up and say, my kids are in a great school, and let's have competition for everybody else without recognizing that competition means you are by definition saying you're willing for some kids to be losers by policy. I don't think that's what we mean to do. Another thing this bill did was provided for non-replication of successful traditional programs. And what that meant was that if there were traditional schools who were already implementing successful programs, they would not be replicated by charter schools. That has not been held to, and part of that is why we are here today. And then it also changed the approval from 3 years for charters to 5 years approval. This is not a person who thinks that charter schools are all wrong to have helped head up this effort. And the last thing I'll say about this bill, and I suggest you take a look at it, is that we provided for there to be public and private collaborations between charters, between traditional public schools, in the sense of innovation. So I would just echo, without repeating everything everybody said, my other colleagues. And speaking of my colleagues, it is unprecedented that you would find me, Ms. Chambers, in your district telling you what to do about your schools, or in your district, Mr. Williamson, telling you what you should do about your schools. That's unprecedented among legislators that we would do that. And I want to be careful about it because I don't want to cut off anybody's First Amendment right. But I hope you will recognize that this is not something that we have traditionally done, and take it for what it is, and the three of us who are here representing this area will be here the whole time because we are committed to what we are doing and what we're talking about. And I want to close on why it matters so much to have a plan. All of us can name these high-performing countries that are doing very well, and then say we should be like Finland, we should be like Singapore, we should be like Canada, and God forbid these days even Poland, Vietnam, Estonia. But you know how they got there? They got there because they did the thing all of us are pleading for you to do today. They decided to sit down and have a coherent 20 to 30-year plan. And not one bit of that plan calls for pulling the schools apart and picking here and picking there. That is not how they did it. The way they did it was following the research and the expertise right here in the United States. And they are astounded and confounded that we don't do the same thing in our country. They learn from us. And you want to talk about competition? If we want to compete with those countries, we could best learn from the educational experts in our own country. And I ask us to do that. Every single one starts with a long-range plan, not for some, but for all kids. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I appreciate your job, and God bless you.
Thank you. And as Tiny Tim would say, God bless us all. Is there anyone speaking opposition? Mr. Curtis.
Good evening. Pleasure to be with you, and I appreciate very much your service, having sat through many a long school board meeting with rooms full of people who disagreed. And the chair's admonition about working together is something that rings true to me. No matter what happens tomorrow morning, I will get out of bed, I will do my work as best as I possibly can. And I want to change the dynamic a little bit with respect to the discussion of Lisa Academy, because everything they're doing sounds good to me. I don't think that's the question. Everything they're doing sounds familiar to me, because we have so many schools that are doing those same very things. We have, and I could bring kids down here. Actually, I could. I mean, we have 16 National Merit finalists this year. 16 have Hispanic scholars. We have National Achievement Scholars, which aren't called National Achievement anymore. We have hundreds and hundreds of kids achieving at the highest level, but that's really not helpful to me at this point. I hope you enjoyed, or at least had the time to get acquainted with much of the data that we presented to you. It was a lot of effort on the parts of people in this room, and I want to thank the LRSD people who pulled most of that together, because I think it's a big step in the right direction when you make data-driven decisions. I think that's what we're here to do today. And the arc of education is lengthy. It's not like opening up a lemonade stand. We're going to spend $100 million in the next 5 years in Little Rock on 2 different schools. That's a lot of money to spend. As I try to plan what we need to do, I need to have some comprehensive understanding of what's going on around me and in our school district, in our community, because what we're talking about here are not charter schools that are small and innovative. These are charter districts. And they're huge by Arkansas standards. 2,100 students in Lisa will be a very large school district. Eastham will actually be in the top 20 if they expand as they've decided to do. But in the context of history and of trying to plan and trying to figure out how do we make good decisions, sometimes it's helpful to look backward and see how we got to where we are. So I saved a newspaper. It was January 13th, 2004's newspaper. And I don't know why I saved it. I don't normally do that, but I did save this one because I think it's important to see where we are today versus where we thought we were when we made a decision. This very board made a decision the day before that, and what they decided was to grant a charter to Lisa Academy. And they were confronted that day, on the day before this newspaper came out, with a decision to either grant Lisa a charter or to grant a charter in the county to a group called LAFUL, L-A-F-U-L. And they decided to grant the charter to Lisa. And the reason that they did is because they wanted to grant the charter as the statute required to a district like Little Rock that had a high percentage of students on free and reduced lunch. And that's what the article says. The board unanimously rejected LAFUL's petition, most board members citing Arkansas Code annotated 623-304. That statute gives the education board, says the education board must give preference to chartering schools and districts where the percentage of students who qualify for the federal free or reduced cost lunch program stands higher than the state average. The board went on and very interesting to look back. History is so instructive. What the Lisa Academy said at that time in 2004 is the Lisa Academy will serve between 200 and 400 students in grades 6 through 12 in space that previously housed the Children's Museum of Arkansas. That's right over here at the train station, as you recall. And the people who were behind the school, who were petitioning for the school, a man, Mr. Dogtus, and another man named Duyar, forgive me if I've mispronounced those names, they said this: Dogtus told the board he predicts a 61% black population in the school. He and Duyar said after the meeting that they feel certain their school will attract a large population of black and low-income students. Reaching high achievement is not a challenging task, Dagtos said. What really makes a good school a great school is, of course, to do that with the less fortunate, still very talented kids. I'll admit a few things here that are out of context, but then he finally said the demand will be from the low-income students. Well, that's where we started, okay? Yet we stand here today with an application that for a school that will have 2,100 students, be one of the largest school districts in the state. And this amendment, I'm quoting, this amendment will complete the missing piece in a unified school system for K-12 education in West Little Rock. Wow. We started with a small school to serve poverty kids in East Little Rock, and now we're talking about a K-12 school and a unified system of schools headquartered primarily in West Little Rock, still in North Little Rock or Sherwood as well. But doesn't that instruct us a great deal that when we step in a direction, we need to have the goal in mind. We need to understand what we're doing in the context of how it affects everyone else. And that's the same is true with Lisa. Could we go to the slide, please, Barbara? Because I want to deal with a couple of facts. These are data-driven decisions that you're making, and they are difficult because they involve people. But the fact of the matter that needs to be understood very clearly, and I'm sorry that's so small, is that Eastham and Lisa do not enroll poor children by and large. That's just not the fact, and I'll show you that on the slide in a moment. In any kind of percentage that's relative to Little Rocks, and we'll talk about that. But the other thing I want to do is dispel something that was very troubling to me to hear it, and I wrote the quotes down. We need to have these charters to get, so kids can get out of failing schools, get in successful schools. Someone said these kids are trapped in violence environments, no means to escape. The kids that go to East M and Lisa from Little Rock School District from 2008 through 2016, 81.9% of those kids were proficient and advanced in literacy. I have to say that again. 89.1% of the kids that left the Little Rock School District to go to Lisa and East M were proficient and advanced. These are not students who are trapped anywhere. These are successful students. These are students who go to those schools, and there's no doubt they want to. They leave by their own volition, but they're not trapped anywhere. They're highly successful. The same is true in math. 77% of the kids that during this period left Little Rock School District to go to East M and Lisa were proficient and advanced. Any school district in Arkansas would be pleased to have those kinds of numbers. So the kids that are leaving our school district are proficient and advanced in about 80%. Let's go to the next slide, because this is a very instructive slide and a management slide that I use. I put Lisa and East M on here because these numbers reflect a wide variety of things, but the affluence ranking is in the far left. Lisa Academy would be the fourth most affluent school if it were measured against, that's Lisa Academy Elementary North, would be the fourth most affluent school measured against all the elementary schools that are in your school district that you now manage indirectly through me. Actually quite close to Lieutenant Governor Griffin's school, if you want to know the truth. There's a big jump between a school with a poverty ranking of something in the 50s and one in the 80s. But I use this as a management tool all the way across, because it's clear that affluent students tend to score better. That's well known by any educator. And you can see that Forest Park is very affluent. It has a very high literacy and math rank, as Lieutenant Governor Griffin pointed out. Lisa Academy would be the fourth most affluent school with 34.54. I know Ms. Barone reflected on a different number now for their whole school district. This is from the ADE website. East M is the same. So when we talk about these poor people who are rushing out of schools to get to these sanctuary schools, the fact of the matter is about 80% of them are proficient and advanced, and they're very affluent by and large, either because these numbers are real. I didn't make these up. They're from your data. And the interesting thing to know, because we're in a group of people that are good at math, is every time a kid from Little Rock leaves who's proficient and advanced, it makes it that much harder for the Little Rock School District to exit academic distress. Every time students in these same affluence ranges leave in those same numbers, it makes it that much more difficult for Little Rock, because our percentage of poverty goes up. And we can go to another slide. Let's go to the next one. This is a slide that reflects a number of things, including the limited English proficiency students in 3 school districts: Little Rock School District, East M Public Charter School, and Lisa Academy. I want you to just look at that. I'm not going to bruise these up anymore, but we have Hispanic percentages that are shown there: 13.5, East M 5.7, Lisa 16.2. But what's the most important number on that page is the limited English proficiency. 12.3% of our students are limited English proficiency. They have a very low numbers of students who are limited English proficiency. So every time they grow, they enroll students who by and large are much more affluent. They're much more high scoring, the ones they take from us at least, and they have lower levels of limited English proficiency. They have much higher levels of disability. In Little Rock School District, we have much higher levels of students with disability. We also have, by your own reports, which I've included in the data that we provided you, our students of disability are much more likely to spend very little time in a regular classroom. As you can see, and I won't go through everything, if you look at the bottom half of that slide and go to the right where it says percentage sped in regular classrooms, we have 17.82% of our kids who never spend any time in a regular classroom. We want our kids in the least restrictive environment, but those kids are so disabled that they can't do so. Many of them are in wheelchairs. And in fact, if I were going to bring kids up here tonight, they wouldn't have been those national finalists. They would be kids of poverty, they would be special education kids, and kids with limited English proficiency. Because every time you grow school districts like these 2 that you're in the process of considering tonight, that under-enroll those students, it pushes more back to Little Rock and increases the the number of students and the percentages of students in Little Rock who aren't proficient in English, who are disabled, and who are special ed. So that's not a knock on Lisa or Eastham. I know they have these processes, open enrollment and all that sort of thing, that's interesting. That's helpful to know that they don't discriminate intentionally, but if the net result is what we've just seen, and this data is irrefutable, this nonsense about how students are escaping to go to charter schools out of violent environments where they're failing is simply not the case. That's not true, and we need to get rid of that idea effectively or disprove it by the data. I'd like for those that disagree with me on that to provide the data. But what is especially scary for me is I have no way to plan to do what you have tasked me to do, which is to build an effective community-based school district that enrolls students from a broad cross-section of our community and begins to look like our community again. That's what we're trying to do. We've made tremendous steps in that direction. We're building 2 new schools. We had the most exciting set of meetings on Southwest Little Rock in the last few days with architects and groups of people who are helping us do that. So I'm very excited about that. But if you don't provide me with a little more guidance, I don't know how we're going to get there. If every time we do something, we find that others are doing things that aren't coordinated with public money. It's not like these are private schools. This is public money that's being spent, and the public is entitled to get a lot of value for their dollar. I only bring forward the planning aspect of the initial LISA application to prove a point, which is, if we don't make a plan at some point, where will we be in 12 more years? Will we be spinning out of a different orbit than we thought we were in when we started down a track? Or will we have an integrated, collaborative, communicative process where we understand how to serve every child? And I would disagree very much with the gentleman who spoke earlier, one of the legislators, who said there's no problem legally with what we're considering to do. If you continue to move in a direction where you have public systems that overlay one another, literally 3 systems, one stacked on top of the other and another on top of that one, that serve vastly different demographics, we are very, very dangerous territory there. Because if you have one system that serves 80% poverty, one that's more like 40, one that serves 13.5% special ed, one that's more like 1.5 and 3. These are things that will not be ignored, and they're not fair, and they're not right. And we do spend a lot of money. I want to give you a couple more points, and then I think I'm going to yield the rest of my time. I want to say that we appreciate what LISA does, and we'd like to work with them. We appreciate East End. We'd like to work with them. Charters are here. They're a thing of the future, and we think if they're innovative and doing interesting and exciting things that we can use that transfer into the more broad applications that apply in a school district of 24,000 students with high levels of poverty, we support that. I will collaborate with them. And it's at your direction. It's completely within your power to ask me to do that, and I will do my best to do so. And we do have a chance to plan now. We do have a chance to plan now. Because the truth, and in fact, is kids aren't languishing in schools in Central Arkansas, certainly not in LRSD, that are on these waiting lists. Or if they are, they're not the ones that end up getting called and go to these schools, because the kids in these schools are highly, that they're taking from Little Rock, are succeeding at a very high level. I guess my last point to you, and I'm going to make remarks with respect to East End as well, is that you are uniquely positioned. This is a very odd moment in history, if you think about it. And my history goes back too, much like Representative Tucker. My mother was on the Women's Emergency Committee. I remember those meetings. I remember the things that my parents did to try to make things better for Little Rock. And it was a tough time, actually. I started school here in 1960, and all 3 of my kids came through this school district, and what they got out of it was not anything but goodness. I mean, they got a great education academically, but they also got a real feel for other people and how the world really works. That's what I want for our community. That's what we need for our community. I don't want this to be a divisive circumstance where people take sides and rush to their corners. I don't think that's helpful. That's certainly not what I want to do. I want to collaborate with East End and Lisa. If they have great ideas that we can use, I want to take the benefit of that. I want to coordinate the construction of facilities, and when we get the East End application in front of us, I will show you some of the the almost unbelievable, potentially wasteful things that are being considered with respect to simply facilities. That would be true in almost every other aspect. If we're going to have 3 large school districts in Little Rock, then they need to operate in a coordinated fashion. If we don't, I fear that very much that we'll fail. And I certainly know that we'll fail if we end up with 3 districts with very different demographics. So my suggestion very strongly to you is that I can help you better if you will give me an idea about what the future is going to look like. If you tell me that the future is going to be a future where each application is considered ad hoc on its own, never knowing where it might spring up, I think there's 6 letters of intent before you now. All of those letters together would probably take another 1,000 students. I can deal with that if that's what you tell me you're going to do. But I will tell you this, I don't see a bright future for the Little Rock School District if it continues to increase in terms of its levels of poverty because other kids are moving quickly into other environments where they're not so isolated. Let me tell you one last thing, just the data so you'll know. When Lisa filed its application, the Little Rock School District's percentage of free and reduced lunch was 55%. It's now over 80%. That's not a healthy thing for a school district, as I mentioned to you before. So I think we have a unique opportunity that's very important, and I would ask you to please consider the data. I'm very, very proud of the board and my staff indeed for bringing the level of discourse back down to the facts, and I think that's critical. And I hope you'll consider these facts and make a judgment that allows us to make some plans that will serve our city well for the next 50 years.
Thank you. Now, Lisa, 5 minutes. You got 2 minutes and 42 minutes and a half left. Ms. Curtis, do you have anyone?
We have a number of people who intend to speak.
Within your 20 minutes, do you have anyone? Okay, thank you. Then we'll have 5-minute rebuttal by Lisa, and then open for public comment. 5-minute rebuttal, yes.
First of all, I want to thank my neighbor, Baker Curris. We have 2 children who are the same age. By the way, I have 3 proud graduates of Central High School who live in my house. So it's not about, I'm against Little Rock. I'm not against the Little Rock School District. My daughters graduated from there. My oldest daughter and Baker's daughter went to elementary school together. We made some different choices at middle school. But I'm certainly not here to oppose Little Rock School District in anything that I do. One point that I would like to make is that it seems that every time anything's mentioned it's Lisa and ESTEM. As much as I respect ESTEM, we are not ESTEM. And what we're asking is a different thing from what ESTEM is asking. And I'd just like to kind of respectfully remind everyone of that. Another thing concerning the students that come from Little Rock School District, we do get some great students from Little Rock School District, but only, I think according to your data, 53% of our students come from that area. We draw from a broader area, so all of our students are not from the Little Rock School District. And an amazing phenomenon has happened is that Lisa Academy Middle School has served the role of being the West Little Rock Middle School for a number of students for years. We bring in a lot of students from great elementary schools, we give them a great middle school experience, and we hand them to Central and Parkview. And we do that without complaining, and I think if you look at the data, you can see that that's true. Last night I was having trouble sleeping, and can't imagine why. And I looked at my daughter's yearbook from last year, and I counted 45 faces in her class that I taught at Lisa Academy. So we're happy to do that. We're happy to fill that need if that's what it is. And quite frankly, I think we're all going to have some changes. If Baker does the great job that I hope he does with the West Little Rock School, it's going to change our demographics. We know that. And we embrace that, and we're ready to meet whatever the need is in our community. And I applaud him because I told him the other day that if he had done this, 12, 15 years ago, I'd be doing something different with my life now because I would have jumped into a school that I felt like was offering a good opportunity for my students. So I'm going to turn over the rest of my time to Dr. Kevin Durand, who has a few number of things he wanted to go over.
I'm Dr. Kevin Durand, the District Testing Coordinator and Data Analyst at Lisa Academy. Let me begin by reminding folks again that Lisa Academy and ESTEM are 2 different things. I know that we know that, but and while I'd like to respectfully disagree with some of the material that Mr. Curris has provided, for one thing, citing 2004, right?
and a 50% free or reduced lunch, going to 80% free and reduced lunch. Surely 1,400 students at Lisa Academy West did not make a 30% change in a school district that's got 35,000 students. We can do the math, right? There's, excuse me, 23,000 students. Still, presumably, we can do that math. As an open enrollment school, we don't know or have any control over who's going to enroll in our schools, and our schools actually reflect the demographics of the city of Little Rock and Pulaski County. The facts actually suggest that our proposed plans would result in a net increase in our TAG enrollment percentages, and our demographics are actually much more reflective of the makeup of the city of Little Rock than are the demographics of Little Rock School District, and research suggests that such diversity has a very positive effect on performance. Mr. Kerr suggests that the proposed expansions would have a negative financial impact on LRSD. Despite LRSD's assertions that these proposals would cost the district enormous losses of local revenue, the fact is not a single local dollar will go to the charters. The dollars will follow the students, the kids are the state dollars, and we saw that differential earlier, right? And the state's responsibility is to the students and not to the district. To claim that the expansions will cause enormous losses of local revenue is inaccurate at best. Indeed, I've learned that as a budgetary matter, I understand that LRSD has a $37 million fund balance that will in the next year be a $45 million fund balance in the coming year. So far from being a significant revenue hit, indeed far from being even revenue neutral, looks revenue positive. The calculations of any resultant financial impact are much more complicated than a simple student for dollar projection. In fact, all things considered, the district stands to improve its revenue margins in the first year and may ultimately end up with net positive revenue going forward. Further, the data provided by Mr. Kurz projects a zero growth rate going around for the city. This assumption isn't supported by the demographic trends in the city. I suppose that's it, but let me just say, if you say no and put a pause on this, 6 to 8 months puts a pause on Omar's siblings having an opportunity and a pause on Omar's parents having choice for their children in the fall.
Okay, now we're going into public comment. Public comment will be for 3 minutes each, and if it's if the board doesn't object, this is the process I want to recommend. I'd like to go down this list and invite a community member, parent, and student to respond, and I'd like to take it by sign-in. So the first, and using for and against. So the first person that signed is the Little Rock Public School Education Foundation. They are against granting the charters. So that person would come, and then next I'd have a parent that was against, student against, and then have 3 people speak that are for the expansion. So we start with Little Rock Public School Foundation, who wants to speak against the charter increase or charter expansion. Would you give your name, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Antoine Phillips, Little Rock resident, graduate of McClellan, class of 2002, Bowdoin College graduate, 2006, Bowen School of Law graduate, 2009. I'm a member of the Public Education Foundation of Little Rock, and we're here to ask the board to develop a strategic plan before we proceed with the charter school expansion. As a lawyer, when all the takeover started to happen, I thought to myself, I need to get more involved and understand what's going on. And then a light bulb went off and said, Antoine, you're a lawyer, read the law. So I read the law. This is what the law says. Arkansas Code annotated 623-703, as I understand it, at the conclusion of this special meeting, the State Board of Education may affirm the decision of the charter authorizing panel, take other lawful action on the public charter, or request additional information. I believe there are 4 additional statutes that are relevant to your decision tonight. First, Arkansas Code 611-105. The State Board of Education should have the general supervision of all public schools in the state. 2, Arkansas Code 611-105-88B states, the State Board of Education shall take any action necessary to promote the organization and efficiency of public schools in the state. Arkansas Code 611-105-A12A and B states that when the State Board of Education rules to take over a school district, it assumes all authority of the school district, or it can designate that authority to the commissioner. Under Arkansas Code 613-622, the board of directors for each school district is charged with the power to and required to determine the mission and direction of the school district. The charter authorizing panel had a different job than what you have. As I understand it, unlike the charter authorizing panel, this state board has the responsibility of general supervision of the schools, has the responsibility to promote the organization and efficiency of the schools, has a responsibility of all authority of the Little Rock School District, which also includes determining the mission and direction of the Little Rock School District. The Public Education Foundation Board does not believe that this can be accomplished, this being the mission and direction of the Little Rock School District, without first having an analysis of how these expansion proposals affects the Little Rock School District. So at this time, the Public Education Foundation implores that the State Board of Education exercise its second option under 623-703 to take other lawful action and vote no on the expansion proposals of Lisa Academy and East End. To be clear, like others have mentioned, this is not a blanket opposition against the charter school proposals, the future expansion, the future successes of the charter schools, but right now, without understanding how this affects the Little Rock School District as a whole, I don't think you can adequately determine the direction and mission of the Little Rock School District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And I have handouts. As a lawyer, I always bring exhibits. So I will pass these around and you can read what I just read.
Okay, we're going to ask Meredith Martin Moats. I think that's to come, please.
Hi. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm coming to you all as a parent of 2 children formerly enrolled in Rockbridge Montessori, a charter school in Little Rock. I know the school is not Lisa or East End, but I believe that our experience with the charter school speaks to larger problems within the charter school system that could play out in a large expansion situation. My sons attended Woodruff Pre-K, and we had great experiences with the LRSD. But for kindergarten, I heard about a charter Montessori opening up, and so I decided to enroll my children. I had reservations because I knew from my own research that charters as a whole are not systems that are I'm sorry, I'm so short, are not largely accessible to underserved communities. They often don't represent the full demographics of the larger region and can further exacerbate inequality, becoming a gathering space for affluence while depleting resources from already struggling public schools. But I'm also a parent who believes in the importance of innovation in education. So I decided to try the charter. And while I'm a very privileged person in terms of education and access to a lot of resources, as a family we are low income and I could never afford to pay for a private school of any kind. From the moment we began the school, I was concerned about the lack of accessibility, transparency, and oversight. There was no clear PTA or any way for parents to come together to really organize on behalf of students. The channels of communication were fuzzy, teachers kept coming and going. Hiring practices clearly showed a great deal of nepotism, and it was clear that money that should have been going into the low-income, largely black community where the school was located was instead legally siphoned into the already highly resourced coffers of Benton County, where most of the staff and administration lived. As I dug into the charter, I realized just how many standards the school had decided to waive, including a Fair Teacher Dismissal Act. Having been a parent in the LRSD previously, I knew that this lack of communication and accountability would never be acceptable. Ultimately, my decision came down to this. I couldn't in good conscience keep my sons and my resources in a school that I believe had little interest in serving the community where they were located and had a blatant disregard for its employees. They now attend Martin Luther King Elementary, our neighborhood school. The change in transparency and communication have been obvious to me from day one. I'm sharing this story because I want to see the state board get real about what innovation can really look like. Despite surface arguments, there's absolutely nothing innovative about taking public funding without full public accountability. As a parent who expects my children to do important work in the state, not just academically, but also socially, I want to talk about real innovation that is generations long. I want to talk about how we help students build stronger forms of education that bring justice and equality to our communities, the kind that build up all of our students, rural and urban, middle and low income, and create real community, not funnel resources into a system that often leaves behind special needs students, resegregates schools, and can leave teachers in precarious situations. If it's just innovation for some students, that is not innovation. It couldn't be more status quo. We could set a model here in Little Rock for a different way of handling public education, a true form of innovation for everyone. So I'm calling on you to make that happen. Develop a comprehensive plan for all of our students. Thank you.
Emily Pfeiffer.
What school was she talking about? What school?
Hello, I am Emily Pfeiffer, and I'm in 5th grade. I'm here to explain why I like Lisa Academy North. During my first year at Lisa Academy, I learned cursive. It's a second handwriting that I can use whenever I want. My first year at Lisa was in 3rd grade because I transferred schools. I've struggled with fractions throughout grade school. This year, we were introduced to math problems that dealt with fractions like 1/2 divided by 3 or 1/4 times 6/8. When I got stuck on a problem, instead of telling me what to do, my teacher told me why I have to do this to get this. That means she took me step by step to get the answer. When I got here, one of the first things I noticed was the difference in discipline. At my old school, we had suspension, expulsion, and the teacher's own way of discipline. At Lisa Academy, the discipline is strict but fair. There is also a way to reward good behavior. I like that I can work with peace and quiet. In 4th grade, we went on a field trip to the Pond Bluff Nature Center, and I got to see a snake, 3 alligators, and 2 eagles, and a lot of fish eat their lunch. Before we got to see the animals eating, we got to see different types of owls. At the Nature Center, you can walk around a little area and learn about different animals and watch small videos that tell you facts about different things. It was cool. And since I'm in 5th grade, I get to go to space camp. It should be fun other than getting up so early. The technology at Lisa Academy is great. Computers, Chromebooks, and iPads are available for students to use. For example, when my class goes to the library, we get to work on a PowerPoint, or when it's my class's turn to get the Chromebooks, we get to go to MobyMax. MobyMax is a website where you can learn about different subjects like ELA, math, reading, science, and social studies. This year I signed up for a club called Destination Imagination. I get to do different things, like think of different ways to make a face with certain materials, or have a time limit to make a story and present it. I learn different skills for different things. We also get to make props, clothes, and stories for a competition. If we pass, we will take everything to the next competition, like state or globals. I love how Lisa Academy has more conferences than my old school. This way I know how to pull up my grade before the last 9 weeks. I can learn what I'm doing wrong and why. My parents can help me because they know what I'm doing wrong and how to help me do it better. That's why I like Lisa Academy North. Thank you for letting me speak.
And thank you. Thank you for your comments. Emily. And I'm sorry, I took those out of order. Emily was, of course, for instead of against. There are no students that are in the category, so that will be our student voice. Now we'll move on to those that want to speak for the charter approval, including Emily, of Stephanie Fox.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Fox, and I am a proud parent of Lisa Academy. I have 2 children that have special needs, and so I specifically wanted to address that to you. I love the Little Rock School District. I'm a product of the Little Rock Schools District. But my children have really blossomed and thrived at Lisa Academy. And I was grateful that they were able to come and deal with them as individuals with flexibility in their programs, with dedicated teachers that care for them. I get texts in the evening, on the weekends. They're very, very dedicated. And I know that some people have contended that this isn't about whether or not Lisa Academy is a good school or has good results, because obviously it does. It's doing many, many things right, and I would encourage you to allow them to continue this and to expand this. I think that choice is kind of what our country's built on, and the ability to have that choice for our children, not based on your economic ability to pay. We did not have the resources or desire to take our children to private schools. We want our children to be in a diverse environment. And at Lisa Academy, with the staff that are so dedicated to the children, all children, the results have been magnificent. When my son started in the Little Rock School District, he tested in the first percentile in every category. And I think each of you know what that means. Well, they saw John Fox as an individual, and everybody at Lisa Academy knows who John Fox is. And John Fox is going to UALR, and with the help of Lisa Academy, he has gotten help with transition and going into independent adulthood. And John really wanted to be here tonight. He's autistic, and this would have just been too much for him. But he wanted me to share his words with you. He's 18. This was starting off in the first percentile in every developmental category, and this is where he is today. My name is John Fox. The reason I support Lisa Academy Public Charter Schools is because of my personal experiences at Lisa Academy West High School. Some people have criticized Lisa Academy because they felt it does not have a proper program for children with special needs. But the reality is that Lisa Academy does have a program, and it offers quite a few necessities. I know this because I myself am a person with special needs. I have autism. Lisa Academy's special needs program has helped me throughout high school from my first year to now as a senior, and this program that has helped me be very successful at school. Is it perfect? No. But does it help kids with special needs become successful? Absolutely. The teachers helped me make sense of a very confusing world and helped me become a strong, confident, independent adult. And if I could start it all over, there's no doubt that I would choose Lisa Academy. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next, Cindy Dawson. Cindy Dawson.
Chairman Newton, members of the board, Commissioner Key. Thank you. My name is Cindy Dawson, and I strongly back the public schools, regular and charter. I have volunteered at Forest Heights Middle School as a mentor through the Volunteers in Public Schools program. It is my honor to now serve on the governing board of the Lisa Academy. I have often visited the Lisa schools, talked to students and teachers, and attended their language festivals and the amazing STEM festival that they have had and organized across the state. I have heard from parents who, without exception, are satisfied with the academic rigor at Lisa. I have not only read details of Lisa's consistently high academic results, but have seen the results personified in the students who are motivated, enthusiastic, articulate, who are knowledgeable and motivated. What this proposal now boils down to is for Lisa to be allowed to have one elementary school in Little Rock. Lisa Academy currently has not one elementary school anywhere in the city. One elementary school is not too much to ask. Lisa Academy's only elementary students are in the one school it has in Sherwood, which consists of one building for elementary, middle, and high school students. There's a reason school systems have moved over time to have separate middle schools, high schools, and elementary schools. Elementary students have different academic, social, and physical education needs than high school students, and it's far easier to provide for them on a separate campus. As an attorney, I used to work on land use and development issues. I can tell you that finding an appropriate and affordable location for a school is extremely difficult and time-consuming. Over many months, Lisa investigated a great many potential sites, both in Little Rock and North Little Rock. Considerations of space, safety, parking, internal and external traffic patterns, zoning, building configuration, neighboring uses, gym and exercise space, repair needs, availability, and affordability, all those factors must align. Lisa Academy has finally secured a proper location and building for the elementary school that solidly meets their criteria at a lease price that it can afford. Could the location be nitpicked as not being perfect in every respect? Few of our state's existing school buildings would meet that standard. The only remaining hurdle to implementing these well-thought-out plans is your approval. We do not want to lose this excellent location. Please support, don't punish, Lisa Academy for being successful at attracting and educating young people. Lisa is worthy of your trust. It reliably provides a fine education, especially with special emphasis on the much-needed STEM subjects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next person we're going to ask to hear from is Maria Riscano. On the way, okay.
Good evening. My name is Mariah Risano. My son Julian currently attends Fair Park Early Childhood Center, and next year he will attend Booker Arts Magnet Elementary. Both are schools in the Little Rock School District. I am here today to share how strongly I feel about traditional public education. But first, please join me in a short visualization. Imagine a classroom full of chairs. In one chair, picture a child that is close to your heart. Perhaps it is your own child or grandchild, your niece or nephew, or a student you have taught. Think about what type of school and classroom you would most want for that child. What words and phrases would you use to describe that ideal school or classroom? Safe, valued, creative, engaging, nurturing, academically challenging and supportive, colorful, organized. Keeping that child in mind, one of the things that makes Arkansas so incredible is that we have constitutionally taken on our nation's challenge of providing a free, quality education to every child. Equal and equitable education is a monumental task, and one that we are still struggling to do well. But it's a marvelous goal, and it is fundamental to our democracy. When we use education to lift up those who have the least, we all rise as a result. Siphoning away resources from our traditional public schools to create and expand charter schools while granting them pages of exemptions from state regulations creates separate and inherently unequal systems. Unlike traditional public schools, enrollment in a charter school requires initiative on the part of the parent, as well as the ability to make arrangements to get the student to and from the charter school. So if the student doesn't have a motivated parent or a car, they are essentially excluded from attending a charter school. Student discipline and parental involvement skews the environmental and academic achievement of charter schools versus traditional public schools. Using public school funds to serve only a select segment of our citizenry leaves out the most vulnerable. This is in direct conflict with our state's constitutional goal of serving every child, regardless of their background or financial circumstances. If you would, return in your mind to that perfect classroom where your special child is sitting in that special chair, where they are safe and nurtured while growing academically, socially, and emotionally every day. Unlike your special child, there are so many children in our community who have no one outside of their school to speak up for them and advocate on their behalf, whose family's main concern is trying to put food on the table. Stripping away the resources from the institutions that are fighting to help those children live up to their potential is contrary to our constitutional mandate for equal and equitable education. You have assumed control of the Little Rock School District. You are therefore charged with ensuring that the district has the resources it needs to serve all our children. I ask that you take a stand and protect those who are the most vulnerable.
Thank you. In an effort, board members, to make sure we try to touch every category of individuals that have listed their names as people that want to make public comment, but also recognizing the fact that we have over 60 names, I've selected 4 more individuals to speak in this order, and then we'll be finished with public comment. John William Hall, Greg Adams, Maricela Valadez, and Sam Ledbetter. In that order, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is John William Hall, and I am a class of 2015 graduate of Lisa Academy. I'm speaking here today in favor of Lisa Academy because I was recently asked by a former teacher and mentor of mine to come and support my alma mater.
Could you speak a little bit louder and into the mic, please?
I accepted his invitation to come speak here because I believe I serve as a testament to the quality of education and experience that Lisa Academy provides. I graduated from Lisa Academy 3rd in my class with a 4.56 GPA, a 32 on my ACT, and a recipient of the Arkansas Governor's Distinguished Scholarship, a prestigious scholarship only awarded to 300 high school students statewide. I'm currently a freshman at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock on a full scholarship. I actually received so many scholarships that I get paid to attend UALR from refund checks. I'm on track to graduate a year early with a double major in international business and marketing. Lisa Academy prepared me tremendously for the higher education which I am currently pursuing at UALR. From the AP classes that allowed me to gain college credit while still in high school, to the close-knit community that fostered communication, Lisa Academy prepared me to be a well-rounded college student. My time at Lisa Academy allowed me to develop into a hard-working, dedicated student, and these qualities have transferred over into my college career. I currently serve as the Rush Chair for the Theta Eta chapter of the Kappa Sigma fraternity. I hold a leadership position in the Maroon Mob, the UALR's student supporter organization for athletics. I'm a member of Circle K International, the collegiate level of Key Club, and I am the mascot for the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. During the fall semester, I achieved the highest GPA of all members of my fraternity while being an active member of the UALR campus. I think it is safe to say that none of this would have been possible without Lisa Academy. Thank you.
Greg Adams, I'm sorry.
Thank you. My name is Greg Adams. I'm the co-chair of the Civic Advisory Committee for the LRSD, and I'm here with my partner, co-chair, but I'll be the speaker for today. Thank you for coming and for letting us be here and for making the decision to have this hearing. And we think it's a very wise decision to look because this is a very complex situation. And I want to echo in some ways the comments from Mr. Tucker, Clark Tucker. Because I think that there's a temptation that tonight we can look at in terms of winners and losers. And I would encourage you to not do that. I think we can rise above the idea of winners and losers. If somebody has to get what they want, somebody has to get what they don't. We don't have to choose between a student who wants to go to this school and the students who remain in the other school. And I'd encourage you to have compassion for all the students. Have compassion for the students who would like to have another choice, and there's a waiting list, but have compassion for the over 20,000 students who will be left in Little Rock, even if all these spots are opened up. And those are the students who would choose to stay there. So your job really in this particular unique situation is to look at the whole big picture. That's not really the job in some ways for the Little Rock School District or for Lisa or for later on for Eastham, because those are different schools. And to be quite frank, it would be easier for LRSD, I think everybody knows, if we didn't have to worry about any more charter school expansions, wouldn't it? And wouldn't it be easier for Lisa if they didn't have to worry about justifying themselves with objections from the Little Rock School District, and if everybody just did their own thing? But that's not the world we live in. We live in a world where we're connected in a community, and whether we like it or not, that's the way it is. And you are in a very unique position where you are accountable for all of us. And that's a very unique window that's happening just right now. It won't always be there. For a few years, you have control of the Little Rock School District, and you have the the charter schools reporting to you. So there's an opportunity to look at how all the pieces fit together. So I would ask you to take a decision that's not going to satisfy anybody a whole bunch. And that is to say, take the compromise decision and delay, come back to this. It means you may approve it later, but don't do it now. Instead, delay it, think about it, study it, treat every kid just as important as any other kid, see how they fit together just as much as one of my kids came to me and made a proposal and said, Dad, it'd be great if you'd send me on this trip and buy me a car and all that. And I said, oh, that'd be great, son. And then my daughter says, but what about me? Well, I'm sorry, I approved over here. I can do what you take care of you too. Wouldn't that be a silly thing to do? Wouldn't I need to look at the whole picture and see how it fits together and the ramifications, and not just for a few days? If it's something so complicated as the thousands of children that you have in your responsibility and the long-term consequences that are going to be there, there's not a lot that would be lost by taking the time, and we ask you to take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Valadez?
Hi, I'm Marcella Valadez. I started my experience with Lisa Academy in middle school. Now I am a senior. Lisa opened me up to so many things. I learned through the diversity there to embrace everyone's differences as we are all the same. It taught me to appreciate my teachers as all of them went above and beyond to help me answer all of the questions I had and to accomplish my goals. It taught me to dream bigger as all of my teachers pushed me to do better. Although we are a small school, we are a very strong student body thanks to them. The standards held there have helped me prepare myself for the next step in my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more parent. We have 3 students spoke, so one more parent. Okay, Mr. Jumper.
Okay. We're going to ask you to go after Mr. Ledbetter what's your name?
Mr. Jumper. I'll wait, Mr. Jumper. I'll wait.
I didn't hear the last name.
Randy Jumper.
Jumper.
Mr. Jumper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, members of the board. First off, I want to apologize to Ms. Savers. She thought she had seen the last of me in this room, and so now I'm back. I'm here, of course, speaking for what I view as a more thoughtful approach, what I think this board should really consider doing in this situation, with all due respect to everyone's point of view. 4 of us in this room voted for state takeover on January 28, 2015, because we had hoped that would start the Little Rock School District in a new direction. And I think it has. And I think it's been tenuous, it's been fragile, but we're seeing a new direction, and we're seeing the community come together, we're seeing healing, and we're seeing the right things happen. And then this comes along, and it has potential to take us in a different direction. And so the more I've thought about it, the more I've listened to Mr. Barone, Mr. Bacon, Mr. Curris, and others, it's occurred to me that looking at the law is helpful. So something that is used in the law, the term that's used in the law over and over is efficient. The Constitution says the state of Arkansas shall forever maintain a general, suitable, and efficient system of public education. The law that establishes this board says that it is your duty to do everything necessary to promote the organization and efficiency of the public schools of the state of Arkansas. And you now run, whether we like it or not, through Commissioner Key and Mr. Curris, you run the Little Rock School District and these charter schools. But the law tells us something else. It says with charters in particular, you are prohibited from taking any action that would hamper, delay, or in any manner negatively affect the desegregation efforts of a public school district. Our district, the community I've lived in for 37 years, has been in various forms of trying to work through our desegregation issue for 70 years. And the numbers are the numbers. The facts are the facts. We can have our opinions, but the facts are the facts. And the Little Rock district is more segregated by race, income, special needs, and English learners, immigrant children, than the charters. And if we take action that exacerbates that problem, then we're going to have to deal with that, and we're going to have to deal with it where there are no solutions, in my opinion. So we need to make sure, and I'm convinced in reading the law that there is a way to make sure, and Ms. Barone and Mr. Bacon have both said they are willing to help the Little Rock School District do some of the heavy lifting with a more diverse population, and there is a way in the law to do it. And so we need to take our time and see how we can do that, and then we need to do what I think is answer these other questions. What is the enrollment? What is the demographic the Little Rock School District is going to serve? How many students? What's the makeup going to be? How will the potential loss of $8 million in funding, along with the $37 million in DSEG funding, affect the efficiency, your ability to make this district operate adequately and efficiently? Adequacy matters. Listen to Lakeview. What's the future of education south of the river? Are we going to do it in a haphazard manner? No business would do that. We shouldn't do that because we're constitutionally charged with efficiency. Are the charter schools fulfilling the legislator's intent of providing expanding learning experiences for students who are identified as low achieving? The data suggests otherwise. We need to stop and make sure that we're doing what the charter law was set up to do. So all I'm asking you to do is that we have made decisions in the past that the consequences have haunted us. Lakeviews, $1 billion in additional tax revenue to fund throughout Arkansas. The DSEG litigation, $1 billion in Central Arkansas that really hasn't changed a whole lot. So I'm saying let's not make another decision that we'll come to regret. Let's make the right decision, the smart decision, the decision that will help all of these schools in our community, and everyone in our community come together around these schools. These are good schools. Lisa and Eastham are good schools. Let's make them better schools and give them the mission to do better work, just as Little Rock is trying to do better work itself. Superintendent Kirsch got this job, and it was the toughest job I can ever imagine. And he said, we have a fighting chance, and we do have a fighting chance, and we're all seeing positive signs. But what we need to do is give that fighting chance a chance to work. And we all want to get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Gave you a little bit of leeway because of your ex-association and your being ex-legislator. So,
beard.
No, it was not the beard. Mr. Jumper, before you come forward, I'd like to ask you: is it anything new you have to offer in your presentation? Because if not, we're going to have to limit it now to just what's been said. So unless you have something additional to offer or new information, you just be repeating. If you're going to be repeating what everyone else has said, we're going to ask you if you'll just allow us to move on.
I'm sorry. You were talking, two people were talking to me.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm asking you that unless you have something new or additional or something that we haven't heard, that you'll relinquish your position of comment. Then that's my request. And my question and my request is if you don't have anything new to add, if you'll just allow us to move forward.
I could add just one comment, take about 30 or 40 seconds, that would be new.
All right.
To address the issue, my name is Randy Jumper. I'm the president of the LISA Academy Advisory Board. In my work in the community, I've been able to work with many of the low-income students at LISA North. Personally, help assisted several students who were homeless who attended the school. I can't explain all the different numbers and advantages because I don't know every student, but I can tell you this. The faculty and staff at LISA Academy purposely sought out ways to help students since because of their charter status weren't able to do it through other means. Earlier it was stated that LISA Academy takes students from other schools. I wholesale reject that idea. They're an operation, an organization that creates opportunity alone. They don't take students. Parents make the choice of where they want their students to go. In 1982, my parents signed me up for a lottery in the Little Rock School District to attend Williams Magnet School. I remember the day my family celebrated when I was allowed to attend via lottery the Magnet School in Little Rock. that school district made a great decision to create opportunity, which I think is afforded today for Lisa Academy. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there's a community member here that...
I think we're going to have to stop. We've heard from a community member, and it's just gotten to the point where we're just going to have to say, unless the board decides otherwise.
He's a leader in the medical community, and I think has a different perspective that we thought was important for the board to hear.
What is the board's pleasure?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, one more.
Okay. Dr. Patel?
Good evening. I won't take much time. Appreciate all your time. I speak for many parents here, and I'm not against any organization, and if I had an opportunity to send my child to high school, I would send to Central. So I've been in Arkansas for 16 years. I've made many friends, but I've seen many leave also. And the main reason they quote is lack of educational opportunities for our children. The state has lost a great deal of physicians, scientists, educators. These people would have served the state and our citizens. Please do not take this opportunity away from our children. To restrict choices and to say having competition is going to harm other institutions or organizations is a lame excuse. It's just like pushing the can down the road several years. We have competition in the medical community. A few years ago, we had a heart hospital in the city. Other institutions in the city took it as a challenge, excelled and innovated. So now we have a thriving cardiology program in all the hospitals of the city. You have choices. So it lets excellence and innovation is what competition does. And that is what we need. And I would like to request the board members to please vote for a bright and challenging future for our young citizens. Please do not take this chance away from them and throw the can down the lane for a few more years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to ask if any board members if any one of the board members have questions for either the staff at Lisa Academy or the opposing side, Little Rock School District. Do you, or don't you?
I think we need to have a conversation.
Yeah. Start it.
Can we do it?
Well, that's what I was asking for.
I think we need to address the idea of a plan. I think we need to talk about it.
Speak.
Well,
let me ask for a point of order, and this might be for Ms. Davis or for Ms. Clay. As I understand it, this meeting was scheduled to hear public comment on the Charter Authorizing Committee's recommendation to the board. Now, is it open for any other, before she starts down that road?
Well, I mean, of course, you are free to talk about whatever it is you want to talk about, but the ultimate decision is if you are going to have to either decide to affirm the Charter Authorizing Panel's decision, take other action, which,
okay,
that's lawful under the rules of the Arkansas Code, or you can request additional information.
Okay.
I mean, like I say, your conversations can be at whatever length, but ultimately it needs to probably go towards what you're going to do.
Absolutely. Okay. Ms. Savers?
when I made my statement at the last board meeting, that is truly what I had in mind, the collaboration from both sides, so that we do have a win-win situation. And the thing that's disconcerting about this is the dissonance that I'm hearing, and the information that we've received from the two sides, it just doesn't add up. And we have all spent a ridiculous amount of time hours upon hours looking at all of this information. So don't ever imagine that this is the first time we're hearing this information. We've all spent hours, and actually it's been weeks, concerned and heard from tons of folks. So I feel like we're at a pretty good place to understand what's going on. So there's that one thing, I feel like we're getting two sets of information. And secondly, the constant refrain from folks that it's our job to create a plan. And I think my question for Mr. Key is it our job, the State Board of Education's job, to create a plan for Little Rock School District or a plan for Pulaski County at large? And is this something you've broached with Mr. Curris and the charter school organizers? We just need to figure out how to get to where we need to be.
I think this board has already recognized that it has a responsibility with regards to Central Arkansas as a whole and the work that the Boundaries Subcommittee did and recommendations that were set forth. As we all know, the talk of a south of the river, north of the river, and that sort of thing, we don't know how long it's going to be before we can take action on that. It could be a year, it could be another 5 years. As far as a plan and as far as work that's been done, Mr. Curtis and I have been working pretty hard to correct organizational issues that have manifested themselves, we think, and he and I definitely agree on this, that have manifested themselves as making it difficult for educators to do their job. And he has done great work, and his team has done great work in correcting those organizational issues. And still to this day, he would admit, I don't have to speak for him, he said it, he still has a lot of work to do. But last summer, I started exploring the thought of this collaboration, this working together, these, how do charters and traditional public schools work together in a major urban setting like this? And there are many communities around the country that have done it. And I cite Indianapolis as one of those. Washington, D.C. had great strife between charters and the traditional public schools. And some of my conversations with some of the folks involved there, they're working on getting it together. They're not there yet, but they're working much better together. And that needs to happen regardless of what happens tonight. That has to happen. I've had Mr. Curris and Mr. Bacon in the same room talking about, let's think about how we can make this work. The thought process of the wheels are turning on what that looks like. Center for Reinventing Public Education is an organization that wrote an article that Mr. Curris has cited about Detroit, identifying the problems in Detroit. And they have 102 charter schools. They have multiple authorizers, so it's a little different environment, but the basic premise is the same. They need someone to step up and say, how do we make this working all together? I think it can happen. It has to happen. I know it can happen. And the reason that it has to happen is for those parents that sometimes get overlooked in this. We talk about systems. We talk about districts, entities that are performing these very important duties. But if I could find that, I did bring it with me. I brought it so in case someone asked about it, and this certainly makes the summarization of this Detroit article real. And I think you could take the word Detroit and replace it with Little Rock, and it's relevant. Detroit parents made it clear to us that they don't care whether their child's school is called a charter school, district, EAA, or private school. What they want and need is for someone to take responsibility for making sure that when their child heads to school each day, he or she will be safe, cared for, and well educated so that Detroit and I'll scratch Detroit, put Little Rock in there, can rise again. There are a lot of smart people in this room, in this community, that want to make this work. Those that are out there that say, well, you're on one side or the other. I think you made that point perfectly clear in your statement the last time we were here. The us versus them, the winners, the losers. We have to stop doing that. And I think between Mr. Ecking and his team, Mr. Bacon and his team, Dr. Tatum and her team, the others that aren't here tonight that are part of the charters, and Baker and his team, and at some point in time when PCSSD has that opportunity to get released from federal court, Dr. Guess or the leaders of that district, it's going to be, we have to be all in. If you want us to create a plan that has this uncertainty of that south of the river thing, you know, the concept of what do we do because we're going to have two middle schools on Highway 10, just a few miles apart. You know, those are some plans that we just can't really give you. You know, because there are too many contingencies there. But until that happens, we can certainly make that effort with Little Rock and with the charters. But I would ask this, in the meantime, what are we going to do? If we say delay tonight, if we say, well, let's wait, we need more time, how much time is that? Is that something that this board, are you going to give us guidance as a department on what is your time frame? We also have statutory provisions. I think Mr. Curtis mentioned you have 6 letters of intent for charters. What is the message we're sending to other potential charter operators that are looking to come in here? And in the statutory provisions that are separate and apart from this conversation, that those letters have already come in. March 1st was that deadline. So this cycle of charter review has already started for the next term. There are things we can't change without statutory changes. So that has to be considered in the context of this strategic plan, this Central Arkansas plan. And you can't waive that as a board. We can't waive it because that's in statute.
What's that timeline?
It starts March 1, and as these are here tonight, their applications or letters of intent were filed last March 1, 2015. So you see the runway doesn't really, it's hard to make those timelines line up with some of the timelines we're dealing with here and the imperative nature of what Baker's trying to do with Little Rock. All that to say is we're going to work together. I'm going to try to bring these folks together. I've been in conversations with SREB, Southern Regional Education Board. They have a new program where they are identifying middle schools and high schools, districts with middle schools and high schools that are identified as being in need of improvement. And they are asking to come here and work with us. And they asked last year. I had to say, no, it's not time, because of the work that Mr. Curris was needing to do with the organization pieces. But maybe it is time. So next month they're going to come here and we're going to have a conversation about that. So pieces are coming together on what that looks like, and other folks are looking to say, we want to come help Arkansas. So we're not in this alone. You all will decide tonight which direction we go as far as these two particular applications. But I'll tell you that we're going to work together to create that plan. I don't know that waiting and delaying helps or hurts. I don't think it hurts. We're going to do it anyway. I don't know that it helps, one way or the other. That's just a decision you're going to have to make. Baker and I, we disagree on some of the numbers. I asked our team to pull together numbers, I think y'all have it in front of you, of the percentage of kids that come from. So you cited the fact that different sets of numbers don't connect. So you make your decision based on some of those numbers or based on other issues, but I'm telling you that, as I told Mr. Curris the day he came on board, I keep telling my team, Dr. Wild, Ms. Barnes, all the ACs, Dr. Gocher, everybody, so we're all in this together. And we're going to work to make that happen.
Okay, Dr. R.
But, you know, in terms of responding to this and what this board will be looking at a year from now with 6 more proposals, or however many make it that far, you know, I think we all feel like we're, if not flying a little blind, flying with some obstructed vision on these 2 cases. And I feel like we're going to be, unless we move forward with a planning process, I think we're going to be even more frustrated, you know, a year from now with even grander implications for public education in Central Arkansas with additional proposals that are moving forward. So I do think it's crucial that it not be strung out. I think it's crucial that it be done with a very clear date certain. I do have a motion to propose at some point, but my view is to do it with a very tight timeline so that we can move forward with making good decisions by the time that we're here again in a year.
Ms. Chambers.
So my apologies to Lisa Academy because my comments apply to both, I think, Lisa and ESTEM. But I'm compelled by the arguments on both sides of this. I certainly have an even deeper sense of the immediacy, the opportunity that our families are asking for relative to choice. I'm equally compelled by the argument that's made for a long-term plan. I feel like one of the things that we might want to take a step back and think about is, are we seeing this in terms of or? Because it feels like we've made it a zero-sum game. Yes, you can do the charter approval, but to the peril of Little Rock School District, which I don't believe is true. I think this is an opportunity, maybe a very unique opportunity for and. Schools, businesses, families oftentimes have short-term needs that need to be attended to and long-term needs. And they don't have to, and in many cases they should not be sequential. So one of the things I'm very interested in is how we move both of these forward at the same time. However we vote as a board, I completely agree, and I think you're hearing from the board, we need a plan. But I don't think we should allow the planning process, however much time that's going to take, prevent us from moving forward short-term on things that the community is telling us they need and want. So I would suggest that we need to think about how we do more than one good thing at a time.
Okay. Ms. Ryan?
No, I would concur with everyone's comments around a plan and share common concerns around the data not aligning. I guess, you know, in response to your comments, Ms. Chambers, so doing multiple good things at the same time, what concerns me is there should be some certainty, I guess, about that and about impact of both things if we are going to do both things at the same time. And the fact that things still don't align, and that's agreed on all levels, concerns me in saying that we can say with certainty we're moving forward with 2 good processes at the same time. And I think that's what remains with my hesitation. And to say, and I do want to clarify, just like so many of my other colleagues have, I've had the opportunity to visit Lisa Academy and been very impressed by the school, the community, the leaders there, the diversity that's encompassed, and regret that this conversation can't be just about one good proposal. But it is because, and I'm compelled by the arguments that have been made thus far, that we have Little Rock School District under our control. We have charter schools under control. We still have Pulaski County School District under our control. And so all of these, right, put us in a unique place that isn't in the same situation with other charter schools. And I guess I just want to add one other thing, you know, to this. Well, maybe 2 other things. One more on the plan and then one other consideration as we look at this. On the plan, I know there's been that question of whether who owns the plan, right? Is it ours? Who writes it, who drafts it? I'm comforted by the commissioner's comments about efforts already of involvement from the ADE and other members of the community. And I do think that the plans that are best are those that are owned by multiple stakeholders. But we are one of those stakeholders. And at the end of the day, we still do have this constitutional mandate around the process. We can inform it. And I think we did a huge step in having this public hearing, right? In informing the process and saying the community's voice does matter from all perspectives, and we will hear it out. And even, and I have to thank the ADE and the staff and all. I mean, they're here not getting any overtime pay. A lot of individuals in leadership positions did were parking attendants and handling security. I mean, it really was an all hands on deck. And that wasn't something that we were forced to do. We made the decision that we wanted this to be a good process. And so we did that. And I just feel like to follow through on our commitment to that good process, right? To not doing things just because they're easy or this is how it was done before, but to do things because we can do it better and we have an obligation to Central Arkansas to do it better. I just feel like we need more time to make sure that whatever processes are moving forward, and if it is going to be an and, that both of them are good, that both of them are sound, and that they're coming from a place of alignment, and especially when it comes to data and especially comes to numbers. And then the final thing I want to add, because I'm actually going to disagree with my former colleague Sam Ledbetter, which happened before, so this probably won't be new to him. Again, coming back to the process, and I feel this, I guess, as a community organizer. That's what I'm bringing to the table here. And actually, as somebody who's a community organizer here in Little Rock as well, and with our Latino and immigrant community here. I don't feel we did enough on the healing and unity and setting a stage for that. What we did was we created a civic advisory council that entailed all the people that were against takeover to feel like they had a voice in this process. And I applaud that, and I applaud all the healing that happened around that. But the civic advisory council and the broader process does not include the broader cross-section of Little Rock. Individuals that asked us for takeover are now the ones asking us for choice. And I'm concerned by the fact that we haven't done that broader healing. That includes the business community, that includes people from West Arkansas, that includes really the full diversity of everybody around the table. And I think we are back here today because we didn't do that. We did not include the full cross-section in a collaborative process. And healing needs to happen for all the reasons that everybody has cited. Healing needs to happen, and the only way we can do that is, again, by being intentional in how we build that into the process. And we do have the opportunity here. I think it is our obligation, constitutional and moral as a state board, to be able to set the stage for that. And again, I think it's going to take some time, and I agree with Dr. Barth, and we can be intentional in how we set that time frame, so it's not this limitless time, but I do think that we can give some more time to be intentional in that and to bring this broader cross-section together and really do something that exceeds Detroit, that exceeds Indianapolis. I believe in Arkansas. I believe we can be leaders in things that aren't even being done in other places. We're doing it already in places. I mean, coming from Northwest Arkansas, Ms. Chambers, I know you will agree with me there. It's not a feeling of the business community against public education. Actually, we celebrate and invest, and Walmart is one of the biggest investors in public education in Northwest Arkansas and in our school system. And we celebrate that, and it's possible. But I think it comes from a level of trust, and you can't do that again until you build in some process and some intentionality into that. And so I want to offer that as a consideration of the colleagues. I think we owe it to what we've started, as has been alluded here, and I know some of you weren't part of that, but in the time that I've been with you all, and I do want to clarify this for everybody, because I think seeing from last time, there was a lot of suppositions around maybe things happening behind the scenes or different intentions coming here. In the time that I've had to serve with each of you all, I have come to respect you, and I do not doubt with a single glimpse of my being that each of you all are here for kids, just like I know I am. We have different life experiences that inform our decisions, but I do believe with all of my heart, all of us are here because we do believe in the kids. And so I'm just trying to appeal to that in all of you, and asking for some additional time so we can do things better and offer a better process that's not just for Little Rock, but let's set the stage for the nation on this. So.
Ms. Zook?
Yes, as far as the plan, it's my understanding that the school improvement unit have plans that are actively working in all of the academic distressed schools. And it's my understanding from Mr. Curris, when he gives his monthly reports, that he thinks the systems, the finances, and really focusing on the elementaries, the feeder schools. So there is a plan. Now, whether or not we have done a good job or they have done a good job of communicating that, that remains to be seen. I know I've worked in districts that go to each elementary school and inform all the parents who will show up of what's going on in the process, and perhaps that in fact needs to be done. I appreciate Ms. Saber's comments in response to Representative Tucker. This decision is not being made solely on what's being heard and said tonight. And to Senator Elliott, when Governor Beebe appointed me, he said, "I'm appointing you from the first congressional district, but the day today that I have called you, then you will be representing the best interest of kids all over the state of Arkansas." So just as representatives are elected in certain districts, they vote on laws that affect everyone. I have a prepared statement. I've listened to families, read every email, and studied data for weeks. I have weighed pros and cons as presented. I have done research on my own and engaged educators, parents, students, and patrons. And finally, in the midst, it dawned on me, based on my 47 years of experience, that I had allowed myself to get caught up in the rhetoric that presented a false premise. The question I needed to focus on is what is the best interest of students, regardless of where their parents or guardians choose for them to attend school. The question is what do students need and want when they attend school, the public schools, traditional, homeschools, conversion charters, or open enrollment charters? They need 10 things. 1, they need security, a safe territory and an environment which allows them to develop fully. They need attention, which is the form of nutrition to our mental health like food is to our physical health. They need a sense of autonomy and control to make responsible choices. They need an environment where they can develop emotional connections. They need a well-prepared teacher who understands that teaching only happens once learning has taken place, a teacher who sticks with that kid until he has learned. They need acceptance as they are and having a helping hand to become all they can and want to become. We aren't here to decide whether or not there will be choice. Those decisions have already been made and decided by the 3 branches of government. The legislature decided we would have choice, traditional, open enrollment, and conversion charters. The executive branch and the administrators have decided that we would have homeschooling and monitors all public schools. And the courts have allowed magnets, M-to-M transfers, and just last week they ruled that a new Little Rock School District middle school was the mosaic tapestry we all strive for. That will have 40% white, 40% black, and 20% other. Therefore, our decision should be to support the charter panel's decision, thus allowing thousands of parents to exercise the choices they have made. Because the research consistently for 60 years has been that the largest and primary main thing that influences the success of a child in his life is how involved his parents are in the decisions that he makes. For those children who don't have parents who exercise that responsibility, I encourage the schools, whether it's a charter, a conversion, a traditional, or someone in the homeschool, to make sure that there is an adult that will be that advocate for that child, because we want him to be successful in life.
Any other comments? Okay.
I'm ready with a motion if you...
No, not yet.
No, not yet.
Ms. Davis. Excuse me?
I'm just waiting on you.
To give us instructions, like you did before, what it is that we're looking at, what actions are available to us.
At this time, you can either vote to affirm the decision of the Charter Authorizing Panel, which was to approve the amendments requested. Do you need me to read what the amendments were, or?
I don't think so.
Okay. Or you can take other lawful action, or you may request additional information, which at such point you'll need to either get that information and hear it at the next regularly scheduled board meeting, or set up a special board meeting like today.
Okay, okay. Then those are our options. Ms. Zook, you say you have a motion?
I move that we accept the Charter Panel's recommendation to allow the expansion of Lisa Charter School.
Second.
Second, moved by Ms. Zook, second by Mr. Williamson, and I think we need a roll
No,
call.
I have a substitute motion.
A substitute motion.
Substitutes in order. Substitute motion.
If the maker of the motion chooses to rescind hers or accept the substitute.
Well, this would be this would be an alternative.
Well, then you'll need to vote on the other motion unless Ms. Zook is willing to take it back.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So you'll need to vote on.
Second.
Excuse me?
You'll need to vote on this motion first, and then if that motion does not pass, then a substitute motion can be brought to the floor.
Ma'am.
Question? Do you have a
Well,
question?
can I make a comment on
Comment.
discussion on this? And the nature of my substitute is to along the lines of the conversation earlier, which is to pause on this proposal in accordance with the statutory possibility of taking other lawful action related to the public charter, and have a very clearly defined and very clear timeline on a strategic planning process that's comprehensive in nature. And so I do have a motion along those lines. If this motion fails, and I'll vote against this motion so that the opportunity of this motion coming forward would be available.
Further discussion, Ms. Savers.
So, are you talking about a plan for how charters and traditional public schools will coexist? And would you be open to bringing in the group that Mr. Key suggested? And are you thinking 3 months?
The deadline in my proposal was by the time of the December 2016 State Board meeting, which would be by the end of the calendar year, which would allow us to have that information as we make decisions related to not only these charters, these proposals, of course, could come back, but these future charters that are on their way.
Does that seem long to you?
December 2016? I mean, it doesn't feel particularly long. It would not interrupt a second timeline of charter proposals.
But we would have 2 new board members who would not have had benefit of any of this conversation and presentation.
Well, I mean, clearly the process would need to start anew. It would not, but it would at least create more information as we made as the board made that next round of decisions, including assuming these proposals were to return in their present form or a very similar one, and then the additional proposals that would be working their way through the process by that point.
And those parents and those students lose an entire year.
Actually, Ms. Zook, I think they lose more than that,
Right.
because the resubmission couldn't happen until the next cycle of letters of intent, which would be due March 1 of 2017.
Right. And one thing I would just want to point out, that while you could have a motion to have a plan separate from your approval or, denial of the charter panel's decision. One thing to point out, though, is a delay is essentially a denial because there are property interests that the Lisa Academy has in their building. And, you know, when you come back in December, their building may not be available. And I think, you know, there may be monetary issues of deposits and things like that that they may have lost. So I just want you to be aware that a delay is essentially a denial.
I am conscious of that, but also my vision is it's a denial without prejudice in the form that it's not a real judgment on this proposal and its quality, but really to make a decision in the future within the context of a broader understanding of how traditional and charter public education can operate in south of the river.
Right, and then let me just clarify, there are some dates. I know that we had discussed, you guys had talked about the application cycle. The letters of intent for new open enrollment and district conversion charters has already passed. And in fact, deadline for open enrollment charters is the end of April. So there are already charters, potential charters that are in the works. Now, amendment requests can be heard in, you know, February and October. So, but a delay does potentially affect people who have already submitted applications for new charters.
But amendments as in these two, they could be heard in February, correct?
They could be heard in February, but again, keep in mind, I mean, I'm not sure necessarily about EastM, but the buildings, the locations, things like that may or may not be available, so it would essentially be a denial.
But I'm conscious of that. I'm very clear on the denial at this point, but I was purposefully trying to time it so that it would limit the impact on these proposals to the greatest degree possible and limit the harm to the hard work that's been put into these proposals already.
Sure.
And I think to address further, Mr. Curtis's concerns are not that unusual for a first-year superintendent. And if you will notice, the North Little Rock and the Pulaski County superintendents are not here objecting. And also, which most of the board members know, but maybe the public doesn't, there are districts all over the state who have higher free and reduced lunch percentages, who have higher special ed, who have fewer students, who have less money per student, and they all have figured out how to educate kids every day and remain the choice of the parents. So I have every confidence that with Mr. Curtis and the people who are working with him that we can get to where we need to be with all of these things to be considered.
And while we're talking about that, I do want to say, when I was going through all this information and thinking about this, I got so excited about the Little Rock School District. I mean, the truth is, if I were a charter school looking to expand it, I'd be nervous because they're going to have a rock star middle school in West Little Rock. There'll be an unbelievable high school in Southwest Little Rock. There's so many tremendous opportunities and things going on in Little Rock School District for kids that I see the district not only retaining students, but being able to recruit students back to the district.
Competition is not a bad thing.
Well, I think we've had good leadership in the district, and for that I'm very grateful. So I wanted to make sure that Mr. Curtis heard that and everybody that's worked so hard.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Ms. Dean.
Just want to add, I want to echo what Ms. Chambers said. I believe we do need a plan. I believe we do need to work together. I think this pitting against each other needs to stop. But I don't believe denying the students, the children, the parents, their God-given right and responsibility of making sure that their child gets the best education that they want them to have. I don't think impeding that will stop the forward progress of collaboration and planning and making sure that we're making the best plan for all students here in the state of Arkansas. I think we can move forward with allowing this expansion, and I think we can move forward with a plan as well. As Mr. Key said before, there are already plans in work, as Ms. Zook has said before, there are already plans in action. I think we can still keep moving forward and respect the responsibility and the right of the parents and the students, because we've got to remember, this is about the children. This is about the children, and it's obvious that and we're talking about Lisa, it's obvious that Lisa Academy is doing some great things with students. So my point is to say, let's move forward. Let's move forward on both avenues, though.
Unless there is something different the board members have to add, I'd ask that we stop now in consideration of our conversation and start with the voice vote.
But her
motion
doesn't say anything about a plan.
That can be his next motion, he said, Jennifer said.
Yeah, you can make that a separate motion.
Commissioner Key.
Okay, voting on the motion to affirm the decision of the charter panel. Ms. Reith?
No.
Ms. Sabers?
No.
Dr. Barth?
No.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
5 votes in the affirmative, 3 noes.
May I offer an additional motion related to a plan? Is that, would that be in order?
So we had 5, so that motion passed.
Okay.
Making sure.
I have some language here, which you're going to have to, of course, ignore part of it. But it hopefully is at least a starting point for a conversation about what a plan might look like. So my motion would be, it's coming around, the language is coming around. So my motion would be in accordance with Section 623-703 of the Arkansas Code, which allows the State Board of Education to take other lawful action on the public charter, offer the following motion, and I would skip down to number 2, working with an outside consulting firm, the affected school districts and the open enrollment charter schools in the area, the ADE shall provide to the State Board of Education a strategic plan for public education, traditional and charter schools south of the Arkansas River in Pulaski County to guide the evaluation of future charter proposals. This comprehensive plan should be provided by the time of the December 2016 regular state board meeting. Among other items, such a plan should consider, first, how every student can have access to a school that is achieving. Second, how schools can best meet the educational needs of a student population markedly diverse in terms of income levels, achievement levels, English language learners, and students with disabilities. How to be most cost-effective and fiscally efficient in the delivery of this education. How to respond to the patterns that students with certain characteristics in terms of achievement levels, demographics, etc., are more likely at present to seek out open enrollment charter options. Next, how facilities should be modernized and spread across the area with an eye to future demographic patterns. And finally, how collaboration between traditional and charter educational offerings can maximize the achievement of students and fiscal efficiency of the system of public education south of the river.
So you've heard Dr. Barth's motion. Is there a second?
Before we have a second, or if we get a second, would you be willing for us to look at this and vote on it in the April meeting? Because, you know, there's a lot of things going on tonight, and this is long, and on the surface, I think that I will be able to support it, but I'm not one to want to make a quick decision, and although I do trust you and your heart for children, I would personally feel more comfortable if we could take this up at the April board meeting.
I would prefer to, so that we can have some resolution to this issue tonight, I would prefer to move forward, obviously, a motion to table. If this motion goes along, I assume a motion to table would be in order, but my preference would be to proceed tonight.
Okay. And I would second that preference as well. I think that we all knew that whatever, and our Madam
So
Chair.
you're seconding the motion?
Don't we have to approve another action item on the agenda
Yes.
before we can accept the motion?
That would be a question for Ms.
No.
Clay. No.
No, you don't have to.
Can we at least have a break now to read it quietly and before we come back and vote? Can we do that?
Madam Chair, if I may ask for a question for clarification, because this discusses some things that I mentioned before that we really don't have any options on. When you talk about south of the river, you're talking about PCSSD. I'm not sure exactly what you all would intend for us to bring you by December of 2016. That's just one. The other component is the ADE leadership sits in the role of charter authorizer panel. So while this work's going on, you have charter proposals coming through being considered by the same folks who have a statutory obligation to do that component, and then trying to meet your request. There are some things that are at odds. So I'm not against the concept. I would like for our legal folks to have an opportunity to review and maybe help guide an appropriate motion in this regard.
And just to quickly respond, I recognize very clearly the charter, the staff members who are a member of the charter authorizing panel, and I really see the ADE's role is working with an outside firm, and SREB would certainly be appropriate in my eyes if that made sense, and that the ADE would then bring that back to the state board. But the ADE is really the liaison to the process, because you are obviously in a distinctive position as a member of the state board and as commissioner. That's my understanding here, is that the ADE would not be doing this study. Instead, the emphasis is on an outside consulting firm who really is driving the process, obviously bringing lots of other folks to the table who have different sources of data and information that could be really important to having a successful process.
Does this in any way supersede what we're doing with the Forward Group and that MOU? Because we're already under one MOU.
Well, in fact, I envision this very much as a more focused version of what happened with Forward in half of the county. That's exactly what I think. That was a very good process. I think we were very committed to that process. That is exactly the kind of thing I would like to see. But we know that the issues facing this part of the state are different than the state as a whole. And this is coming down to a much lower level and getting much more in the weeds of what public education is going to look like in this county.
So given the commissioner's concern, it still is not open for you to consider bringing this before the April meeting?
I mean, I think my preference is to bring it tonight, but it is the will of this board if the board would like to table it. So I won't offer that, but if the board would like to table it for return at the April meeting, that's fine. I would like to have some closure on this issue tonight as a result of the events of the evening.
I think my hesitation is similar to my hesitation when we intervened in the Little Rock School District, is that we hastily made a decision about a committee that didn't turn out to be representative. There was no Hispanic representation. There was no Asian representation. The people that are on that committee have worked hard and are getting out now into the schools, but that didn't turn out just exactly like what, at least in my mind, the intent of that was. So I would not necessarily be against what your proposal, other than the reservation the commissioner did, but I would probably vote to table it at least until April, so that you and legal can work through this and be sure that we're not duplicating and causing more problems than we're solving.
So my preference would be to vote out tonight, but
since I seconded, should we at least
Well, I didn't
take a
acknowledge
vote?
your second.
But I
still want to make clear on what you want to do, and we'll take it through the process.
Well, my preference would be to vote on it tonight, but I also am, if there's a motion to table, I am certainly
There can't be a motion to table while you still have a motion pending, so.
There could be a motion.
You'd have to withdraw your motion.
For a motion to table?
Well, if you, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily have to withdraw your motion, but you could take an amendment to say, we want to present this motion to be tabled until the next meeting.
But if there's a second to his motion, then we have to vote.
But we haven't got the second yet.
Knowledge.
Well,
Yeah, okay.
that is my role, right?
Okay, so if there's a second, you have to vote on it unless both of you are willing to say. we
Okay,
will
Ms.
amend
Wright
the
is
table.
second.
So it's
We'll
up to
have a
you
roll
guys.
call and let's further discuss. Your motion.
I would like some guidance from the rest of my board members. That's
Well, I think we're
my.
gonna give it to you.
I'm really hearing what Mr. Curris said. I mean, Mr. Curris, that one.
I've got hair.
Yeah. I mean, he's asking for some time.
There's and one more thing too, if when the motion says working with an outside consulting firm, Representative Tucker talked about what the legislature did with the Stephen Group. They have a little bit more flexibility in selecting consulting groups with speed than what we as state agencies have with the state procurement process. So that's another consideration that I think we'll want legal to look at before we worded the motion this way.
All right. I will voice my desire that this be on the agenda as an action item at the April meeting. Are we all right on timelines for that, Ms. Kaufman? Okay.
So you're withdrawing, your motion has been seconded. Are you withdrawing your motion?
I am.
I'm amending.
No, I'm not hearing.
I don't know if I'm withdrawing my motion because I want the motion, I want the topic to certainly be on the agenda for
I would
the,
just amend it, and if the second agrees to that amendment, then you would continue on with it, amended under that you would have the motion presented at an action item in April.
and by that time, I may come with an amendment to it based on conversations with the commissioner and other folks in legal. Is that right? You good with that?
I'm good with that. Yes, sir.
And is the second okay with that?
I'm okay with that. Okay.
Ms. Kaufman, are you clear? You're clear?
Let's say I am, and go ahead.
You are, okay.
It's 9:45 at night. Is anybody clear?
Okay, roll call.
You want to call a roll on that one? Okay. All right, Ms. Reith.
What is the motion?
The motion is to place this motion on the April action agenda.
Right.
Okay.
And yes.
Okay. Ms. Savers?
Yes.
Dr. Barth?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean? Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Motion carries. Okay, we're going to take a 15-minute break to allow for transition in the room and any other need.
Beyond our students, we also have some amazing things going on with our faculty. This is Dennis Peavy. He's one of our science teachers who's now actually serving as our science specialist. He was a National Science Teacher Association Award winner last year. Actually spent time on a research vessel studying the scientific things in the ocean on the Nautilus research expedition. Christy Kidd was with us as a Presidential Award finalist for math and science. We had an Arkansas Eco Hero. Our own coach, Denisha Howard, was an Arkansas Life Arkansan of the Year. She's the basketball coach that won the championship in 2014. We've also had some National Board Certified teachers who are currently on our staff. We're always recognized throughout the community, whether it's through the Arkansas Democrat Gazette, Best of the Best, the Arkansas Times, Best of Arkansas, Little Rock Family, Kids' Choice. We're pleased that the community definitely has responded to our efforts over the last 8 years and hope to continue to build on that success. But at the end of the day, for us, it's all about making sure that our students are prepared for the next step in life when they graduate. So of the 436 graduates we've had, this is probably my favorite statistic to report. They've accepted almost $15 million in scholarships over the last 4 years. That's an average of just over $34,000 per student that they're putting toward their college education. You can see here the 4 classes, how we started with a smaller class of 84. They've grown to that, the largest class was last year, 125. One of the neat things we like is in that first class, 90% of our students were accepted to at least one college, and that percentage has actually gone up every year to where we got to 98% last year. And we are hopeful that this year, if not this year, by next year, we'll be at 100% of our students being accepted to at least one college. Here's just a list. We have students currently attending 77 different colleges and universities in 28 states across this nation. Many of them do stay in the state of Arkansas. We're very proud of that. Our students are committed to their community and their state, but we have students in universities all over the country. And here's just a piece of our class of 2016 proudly displaying some of their college notifications and scholarship acceptances. So we believe that we're well on pace to continue seeing that type of success. This is an important thing to me. I know I was listening earlier, and this is something that comes up frequently. The role of charters and being innovative and doing something different, and then not only doing something different, but sharing those ideas with others. There's so much talk of collaboration, cooperation, and I really feel like this is something that we've been working very hard at, and we'll obviously continue to work hard at. But I just want to hit on a few of the things that we do that are innovative. In terms of the way that we maximize our resources, we've always done an extended day and an extended year. We do faculty performance awards, and we have an innovative grant program that are all funded for our teachers to support innovation and new ideas. From a curriculum perspective, we expect our students to complete at least 2 units of foreign language. I know that's not in SMART Core. We wish it were and hope it will be. Math and science every year, and 1 full unit of economics. When we opened our doors, the little e in our name obviously being standing for economics, we required all of our students to take at least a semester of economics to graduate. The following year, Economics Arkansas, working with the legislature, were able to make that a requirement for all students in the state, and we're so proud that that is a requirement. I'm going to tell you about that Noble Impact Program in a second. Other things we do, we start hands-on science in kindergarten. Not only do our students get science instruction in the regular classroom, but they go to science lab and science and engineering lab, frankly, every week. We do economics starting in kindergarten, and we infuse that across the curriculum. And then finally, one of the things I'm most proud of that we're trying to do in an innovative way that we think has potential to help beyond just our environment. We noticed the problem everyone has with math and science, finding high quality math and science teachers, particularly at the secondary level. So we started a program which we call the STEM Residency Program, where we hire 2, 3, 4 math and science college graduates who have content knowledge, a passion to learn about working with kids, and want to teach but have never been through teacher training. We hire them, we pay them a salary, they work for a year in an immersion experience, starting with learning the basics of how to teach all the way up to taking over a classroom, so that those people are now ready to become math and science teachers at the end of that year. The great thing about this is we have, working with the ADE, with Ivy Pfeffer and her department, this is now an alternative licensure pathway, so that these teachers can get their provisional license just like any other alternative pathway. So this is something we feel like we're seeing great results from, and we'd like to work with other districts and share this approach, because we all face the same fight to find quality math and science teachers. told you I would mention this Noble Impact Program. This is something we've done from a curriculum perspective, which right now is kind of a cottage thing, an organic thing at eSTEM, but we're working to make this something that can impact people on a greater scale. This is very student-driven. It's about where public service and entrepreneurship meet. So students have a lot of ownership in the learning. They have a lot of ownership in what they do. These students have participated and coordinated the first high school startup weekend in the state of Arkansas. They created and facilitated their own learning event called Innovate to Educate. They felt like we needed to hear from students about how to improve our schools, how to improve education in our state, in our nation. So they created an event, identified problems, and pitched their solutions. And some of them are pretty good, and we've actually started implementing some of their ideas because they're very powerful when we listen to our students and their ideas. These students are participating in internship experiences. They're serving as mentors. It's the greatest thing to watch these high school students reaching down and mentoring the students in our K-8 building on a regular basis. And some of them have even started their own business. This is Sydney Brazel. Sydney has a business called The Whole Thing, where she's actually created a business through Noble and is out there, working on behalf of her business. And as I told you, we don't believe that it stops when we come up with an idea that serves our students. We believe these ideas have to extend to other schools. So we've been working with the people at ACE for the last few months, and we're getting close to getting this approved as a program of study, kind of the way East grew out of Greenbrier High School and became this international program that students are benefiting from. We hope that Noble will be an approved program soon so that then we can work with other high schools in the area who may want to also have their students engaged in this way. We regularly work with people from all across the state. We've had teachers from Fayetteville visit us to learn about how we use our MAP testing data, the NWEA testing data. We were one of the first charter schools or districts in the state to We worked with a team from Lone Oak who was interested in how we did the Daily 5 curriculum in our classroom. So those are teachers there visiting with our teachers. We've met with people from other districts, including Hamburg, who just want to know, how do you go about applying for a charter? What does it mean? What do the waivers mean? And we've hosted teams of administrators from local school districts as well. And recently had the opportunity to host the governor and some of his staff and some of the people from around the state to kick off his computer science initiative. Beyond that, we're working with the City of Little Rock and the Arkansas Natural Resources Commission on a Main Street environmental project. I told you our schools are at the corner of 3rd and Louisiana. We're a block from Main Street. It's been amazing to watch the development on Main Street since we've been there for 8 years. And this is a neat thing where our students have been working with the city. That's the EPA administrator there when she came to Little Rock, visiting with some of our students about the projects they're doing, learning about how to make Main Street more environmentally friendly. We've advocated for students, particularly minority students, on different television programs. This is a new one that we're working with the University of Arkansas on the redevelopment of their educational leadership training program for aspiring school principals. And this is, you talk collaboration, cooperation. The week before spring break, I had the opportunity to go to 5 Little Rock School District high schools, visit with teachers who have applied for this program, who want to be school leaders, meet with their principals to talk about their readiness, the school's readiness to support these people in becoming school leaders. I'm so excited to be associated through eSTEM with this U of A project, and I know we're going to be building some incredible aspiring leaders in the future. So we're already working on some of this collaboration and these efforts right here in our community. Our students are regular advocates. Here you see Jackson Fitzgibbon, who's here tonight, was one of our graduates. Jackson advocated on behalf of all the students in the state who had met the requirements for the Governor's Distinguished Scholarship. The funding wasn't there. The legislature was in session. They were discussing it. I know Senator Elliott's here. Senator Elliott was a champion for that. Thank you for that on behalf of students in our state. Jackson's there with her. They were successful in getting the funding. Mary Catherine Keller on the side is another one of our graduates. Mary Catherine is a student with dyslexia who decided that her efforts in school had been very difficult because of dyslexia and because of schools not really understanding what that meant. So she worked, again with Senator Elliott, I believe, and others, on making sure that the dyslexia initiative was passed into law so that we now are assessing, looking for those dyslexia traits early on and providing services for students. So our students are regularly advocating on behalf of the community and the state. But perhaps the biggest piece of information that people want to talk about when they talk about our readiness to expand or need to expand is this substantial applicant interest, or what we call our waiting list. And this is constantly changing. We're in the process of accepting students for the 16-17 school year, but as of March 28th, so earlier this week, we had just over 6,100 students who are in our applicant pool, and we've provided you some information at your request about the length of time these students have been on that list. The large majority of these students have only been on the list for about the last 3 to 4 years. After we made our announcement in August about the UALR partnership, we've had more than 1,800 applicants just from August to March of this year. So we know that these are people who are very interested in attending our schools. Just showing you where these students are located. That's our current location. Here's UALR, which is proposed for the high school. Here's Shal Street. And just pointing out some of the zip codes that surround these areas. They're the zip codes that surround UALR. Our biggest areas are 72204 and 72209, south and southwestern parts of the city. 72206 has almost a little over 450 students as well. Then we move more toward the downtown area, 72202, and across the river, because in North Little Rock probably accounts for easily 15 to 17% of our student population. Pulaski County School District area accounts for about 25 to 27% of our student population. So our students don't just come from Little Rock. They come from all over, but it just kind of gives you a picture of the fact that it's very widespread and there's plenty of interest across the area and in particular where we're trying to locate. Just to summarize for you our charter amendment request, we're asking to increase our enrollment capacity to 3,844 students. That'll be done over about an 8 to 10 year window of time. We're asking to relocate our high school to the UALR campus, serving grades 10 through 12 in 2017-18. It will slowly grow as we provide more students in our feeder pattern. When we move them, we would ask that you allow us to expand our elementary and junior high. At that time will be K-6 on one side of the street, 7 through 9 on the other. That will allow us to fill in the seats that are available. And then finally, the following year, in the 18-19 school year, we'd like to open new campuses at the 400 Shal Street location, which is under contract, well, I don't know contract. We have an agreement to purchase pending approval from this board, that we would open that the following year. So it's phased in over a couple of years, no new students until the 2017-18 school year, and then it'll take a while before we actually reach full capacity. Anticipated outcomes we see from this, we're looking to create a unique K-16 partnership between a public charter school, which serves K-12, and a public university, which serves higher ed, that will be unlike anything that existed in this state at this time. We think it'll have economic impacts. We think it'll provide quality training for STEM graduates. We'll be able to serve a portion of the students on our waiting list, but it's about 2,400 additional students over that window of time. So it's really not even half of the students that are on that list at this time that we'd be able to serve. But it does allow us to serve more of the students who are interested. UALR will have an opportunity to see some growth because these students will be not only taking concurrent classes, but will have opportunities to take UALR classes, and hopefully some of them will decide to matriculate since they're already on campus and become students, full-time students at UALR. These students will have an opportunity, if they choose, to not only graduate from high school, but also to perhaps achieve an associate's degree simultaneously. So when they walk out the door, they'll already have not only the high school diploma, but an associate degree. We know this will enhance the college-ready experience. When we talked about expansion, this waiting list has been here for years. We could have done this 4 or 5 years ago. We have been thoroughly discussing this for more than 2 years with our board, trying to figure out what is the proper way to grow, but to do it in a way that's something that's unique, something that isn't currently offered in our community. And this piece, the partnership with UALR, is really the linchpin that's allowed us to feel comfortable moving forward with a plan because it doesn't exist. This is something that we'll be able to create, but our students will have a true college-ready experience. By placing this campus at UALR, there will be some incredible efficiencies through shared personnel, shared facilities, other shared resources. We think we'll create a living laboratory where our students, not only at eSTEM, but the college students at UALR and faculty, can study what's going on, study and identify new practices, new best practices, and not only say this is great for eSTEM, but UALR will have the opportunity to be the vehicle to share those throughout the community. We also know that the STEM curriculum will be enhanced because UALR has worked so hard over the last few years to build up their College of Engineering and Information. They have such a great program, and you're going to hear more about that a little bit later on. But as I said, probably the best thing about this from what you're looking for, I hear what you're saying, collaboration, cooperation. How does this not only serve more students for eSTEM, but how does this provide a bigger solution? This dissemination of new ideas, new findings, we believe will have much power. And one last thing. So we're asking for this because we want to be able to serve students not only from kindergarten all the way through high school graduation, but on into their college experience.
Okay, thank you. Parties opposed will now have 20 minutes. Are there any representatives from any affected districts?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here to speak. I'm going to deviate from my normal remarks. A very nice presentation, and ESIM is a lovely school. Certainly is, and they serve, as I showed you before on some of those other slides, a very thin slice of the kids that go to public schools in Little Rock. Very thin slice indeed. So as wonderful as it is to help kids who don't need much help, as beautiful as that looks on paper, and as lovely as those slides are, the heavy lifting goes on in Southwest Little Rock. So and I know they have an open enrollment charter school, and it's just like odd that they don't get a lot of poverty kids relative to the students we serve, but that's the fact of the matter. And if anybody wants to learn how to do that, all you have to do is ask covenant keepers. You know, isn't it bizarre that we were here earlier tonight with the same group with an open enrollment process, and they serve essentially 99% free and reduced lunch kids. So what I really want to talk about, I know I hear a train coming. I'm not going to waste too much of your time. I don't think I'm going to get the votes I need to slow this train down. But the fact of the matter is, after you take action tonight, if you approve this, you will have allowed 9,366 charter school seats in Pulaski County. That's an astounding number. It's very troubling if that's what's going to happen, if we're going to continue to see this, and I know you're going to have some plans. We don't need plans to serve kids who are approximately 80% proficient in advanced. We're doing a great job of that in Little Rock already, okay? There's no need for us to collaborate with eSTEM or anyone else to serve the kids they currently serve. Where we need help is in Southwest and kids of poverty, kids who don't speak English, kids who are of special need, high needs kids. That's where the heavy lifting goes on. And we've given you the data, and I'm so pleased that we went through this exercise where you as a board made a data-driven decision. You actually delved into information as opposed to just sort of flip through this to see how it would come out based on these lovely presentations. I want to skip all the way to the slides and tell you again why we need a plan. I've seen these numbers. Those are our numbers. If they have different, can I go back to that one just to make my point? eSTEM is 5th in their elementary school in terms of their poverty ranking, 40.58, slightly ahead of Fulbright, where my kids in Pleasant Valley attended. They do a pretty good job. They're 7th in literacy. This is the last benchmark data. The way I score, that's really not what we're looking for, frankly. They're 4th in math, do quite well there, but they really should be doing a little bit better in literacy based on these numbers. I know they've got great kids, and they have a very high number of high-income students. And every time they continue to build their enrollment, they will drive up our percentage of poor students, they will drive up our percentage of kids with special need, and they will drive up our percentage of kids who don't speak English. That's the fact. You've got to confront that. If not here, somewhere, it will come up. It will be a part of what you have to deal with in the future if you continue to approve these charters that don't serve a broad range of our community. And let me just be sure that you understand something else that's critically important. It doesn't matter what the racial composition of our community is as a whole. That has nothing to do with any analysis that's going to take place with respect to multiple systems of public education that serve the same areas. The public schools themselves will be compared. Our percentages will be compared to LISA's and eSTEM's, and that's the comparison that will make the difference to determine whether we have a unitary system of public education that serves this community. It won't be how many kids are in private schools that are rich or white or non-white. That has nothing to do with it. It'll be, are you as a public entity funding a unitary system of public education? And those comparisons will be eSTEM and LISA's numbers with LRSDs. So that's critical for you to understand that. Let me get all the way to the end and make my point that I think really is a point to be made. This is our school district, okay? You know, you're familiar with this. It's not contiguous with the boundaries of Little Rock, and those are the zones that we used to elect board members from. eSTEM's flagship is the one that's just to the west of I-30. The other flag is where they intend to locate on Shall Street.
Mr. Bacon talked about buying land, and I'm not certain if that's what they're going to do, but I believe they're going to, the application I saw showed that they were going to rent the property from a partnership or an LLC. It'll be an LLC at a cost of about $1,600,000 a year. I'd be subject to correction on that, but I think it's $1,600,000 that's going to be spent every year, essentially in perpetuity, to construct a new building at that flag location just east of the interstate. Could we go to the next slide? This is the demographics of that area, okay? That's Zone 1. It has those population numbers that you see to your left. And the change in that area in terms of its demographics in the last 15 years has been 38.66% loss in population. That's an astounding place to put a school, especially if you want to serve poor kids or kids of great need, kids with disabilities, kids that don't speak English. But the most astounding thing is that we've got schools that are all around that. Those are circles, 1 mile circles around the old East End and the new East End. They even overlap. And they will have some of the kids I know that are different grades. That's a circle around Stevens Elementary. Let's layer these up. That's Washington. That's a 1 mile circle around one of our schools that exists. That's a circle around King. That's a circle around Gibbs. That's a circle around Rockefeller. It's a 1 mile circle around Booker, Carver, Dunbar. That's 2 miles around Dunbar. That's a middle school. 2 miles around Horace Mann. And that's the middle school at East End. So we're going to spend a couple of $1 million, or almost 1.6, I think is the actual number, a year, to build another school where there's a declining population, where we have literally thousands of seats without kids to fill them. We bus that's the numbers right here. Again, if you want to make a data-driven decision tonight and you want to understand why they're building the school where they're building it, you might ask the question, why don't you put it in Southwest where you can reach out and touch the kids of great need, the kids that aren't succeeding in the regular system, as is the second point in the charter authorization law. Why don't you put it in a place, if you're going to prefer a charter school in a district, and you're going to give preference to charter schools in districts with high percentages of kids on free and reduced lunch, and prefer charter schools in districts that are in academic distress, which is exactly what the law says you should prefer, then you should ask those charters to serve those students, because when they don't, it pushes the districts like Little Rock School District deeper into academic distress and increases the number of poor kids that we educate as a percentage of the whole. So you've got to deal with these things. That's your statute, and that's what's happening here. And we're making a decision now to build a school at great expense in an area where we have no need for a school, if we're going to serve the kids in this side of the river. So that's why you need a plan. You don't have one now. You've gotten to the point where you are now, apparently without a plan, to have almost 10,000 students in charter schools on top of a school district that's struggling and trying its best to pull itself up by its bootstraps. And I'm so proud of our teachers. We have certified teachers who do great work. We move the needle in our school district. And if you want to look at the Move the Needle report, it's in the package that I gave you. There was I guess I just have to tell you too, there are financial impacts of this. I'm not up here whining about it, but you know what they are. You can ask your own people. Dr. Saunders wrote the book on school finance. Ask him what the impacts will be to take another, say, 600 kids into the Lisa school at whatever percentage they tell you they take from us, and ask Mr. Bacon to tell you how many kids he thinks will enroll from Little Rock. And you can do that math and you can figure that out. And for a school district that's already trying to cut its budget, that's quite a challenge that you're putting on to our school district. And we'll do the best we can with that. Let me deal with this other subject that's sort of misunderstood about magnet schools. Several people talk about, and Mr. Bacon has said before, that, gosh, Little Rock's got magnet schools. Why can't we have magnet schools? Well, Little Rock's magnet schools were a function of a desegregation lawsuit and were directed as a part of a desegregation settlement to remedy wrongs that occurred over a long period of time. Magnet schools were initiated in Little Rock pursuant to an 8th Circuit Court decree that said magnet schools are a tool, and they're a tool for desegregation. They're not a tool to isolate kids of poverty. And so please watch out for that as you go along. And if you want to see that, you can see what the 8th Circuit said. It also said that they should be used in a very limited fashion. So the notion that we're creating choice where people who would prefer a different peer group, who are already achieving at, say, 80% proficient in advanced, but would prefer a different peer group, can then just go somewhere else without any risk to the system as a whole, is not quite true. And magnet schools are no excuse for that kind of behavior. Magnet schools, we had 6 of them in Little Rock that were court-ordered. 5 of them were in high poverty, one race areas, okay? So if we're going to put charter schools and treat them like magnet schools, then we need to seriously consider putting them where they can serve people of greatest need. That's my opinion, and that's what we need to do to help the district. If you want to help me and help yourself, then you will look to see where innovation is occurring to serve kids of great need, not where people are successfully serving kids who have a lot of advantage, which is frankly what's going on right now. That's your call tonight. It's one you've made already. I don't mean to be flippant about it. It's quite late. But I hope in the future, at least, you'll come up with a plan to serve kids of great need. You'll come up with a plan where Little Rock's percentage of kids in poverty doesn't continue to increase as a percentage of the whole, as the kids who are not in poverty go elsewhere. And these are public systems, keep in mind. The school districts and the state of Arkansas has no obligation to provide anyone with anything other than a free and efficient education. And a kid who's scoring at proficient advanced level is getting that such an education. You have no obligation to afford duplicate systems of school choice for people when they already have a choice that's working for them, even if they don't like their peer group. And unfortunately, that's going to be the subject of a great deal of discussion, and it already is in many parts of this country, where we begin to have dual systems again. I'd be happy. I know you have, you could certainly ask me questions if you want. Beyond that, I believe I'm going to take my seat.
Any questions, Ms. Curtis? Okay. Then now we'll start with public comment, starting with individuals that are for the expansion. And I have Roman Cressy, Karen Hayes, Captain Scott Pursley, and Jackson Fitzgibbon, in that order. I want to hold it.
Are we still in opposition time? Because this is.
It's how many minutes?
Was this opposition?
There's 8 minutes left.
Okay.
Because then they'll still get, if there's more opposition, but then there's still 5 minutes rebuttal for the
Is there
charter.
any
before public.
additional opposition? I'm sorry, getting ahead of myself. Okay, if not, we're ready.
And then the 5 minutes.
5. All right.
Right.
5 minute rebuttal.
Right. The charter has
comment.
5 minutes as rebuttal time before you go into public comment. I want to make sure. I know, I'm so sorry.
Oh, I added to, I started the confusion. I'm excited.
Although you probably learn a lot more from them than you will from me.
At this point, I don't
Just to hit on a couple of things, and then I'm going to introduce a representative from UALR to speak with you to kind of close this up for us. I think there are some important statistics people need to know. At present, 55% of the students in our schools live in the Little Rock School District zone. That doesn't mean they necessarily did attend or would have attended an LRSD school, and that is decreasing every year. We're actually seeing great increases from North Little Rock, from the Pulaski County Special School District areas. The question about why would we place the school where we did, because we know that those 6,100 people, 6,182 currently on that list, have expressed an interest in going to school in downtown Little Rock. And as I showed you on the waiting list map, they are from all aspects of our community. These are not people who are picking a school simply based on the fact that it is near where they want to be. The largest areas are in the south and southwest parts of the city. And we would be more than happy to come back and visit with you all in the near future as part of a plan to discuss moving into the southwest Little Rock area, if that's something that you all would like for us to discuss with you. I want to go back to the magnet point. The reason I made that point in a previous conversation was because while they were created, because the district was under a DSEG order, the district is no longer under a DSEG order and is unitary, and they are committed to continuing those programs. They're committed to continuing specialty programs. They're committed to continuing transfer programs, intra-district, transfers with no transportation. There are all sorts of ways the Little Rock School District is committed to choice, and we applaud that. I'm so proud that we have choice in this community. We want to be part of the solution, and we believe that choice is the solution. But finally, for me, Think about the 6,182 children. We've heard about it over and over again. I'm here on behalf of children. I'm not here on behalf of a system. I'm not here on behalf of what I think eSTEM needs to be. I'm here to advocate for children and families in our community who want a choice. They have told us they want a choice. You all wanted this meeting to discuss, we need public comment and public input. The public has spoken to us, and they have told us that you are full 8 years running, and you have more than 4 times as many people who have expressed an interest to come by filling out an application. So we believe the public has spoken to us, and that's why we've been working so hard the last 2 years. I'm going to introduce Dr. Toro, who is the provost for UALR, because I think it's important, as we spoke about this partnership being something very different than anything that exists, and I'm going to let her close for us with what she sees the impact of this on our community.
Thank you. Good evening. I serve as Provost and Executive Vice Chancellor of the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. And let me explain the type of institution we are. We are a metropolitan research, community engaged university, the only one of that kind in the state of Arkansas. We serve a student population that it's very characteristic of the city of Little Rock. That means that our students have not had the advantage of attending an institution where they have been able to be prepared for college. Therefore, we understand the need of the city in terms of education. Being a metropolitan community engaged university, we have been working closely with the Little Rock School District for years. Our collaborations with this school district includes programs for college readiness, include partnerships that allow our students to serve the schools and do the internships our education students need to get a degree, but also we have partnerships with the Little Rock School District that allows us to work in those schools and help them in the areas of math, science, literacy, and middle childhood education. So the fact of the matter is that we have tried very hard to implement different educational models with the Little Rock School District. And we have done our best. But we think we need something else. We need a model not only for the state of Arkansas, but a model for the nation. A model that will allow us to provide this state and the city of Little Rock the workforce in the STEM areas that is needed for us to grow and develop as a city. Unless we do that, let me tell you, we are going to continue to be 49th in the nation in terms of percentage of citizens with college degrees. We are not going to be able to attract the companies, the innovation that we need to attract to compete in the global economy. Therefore, we are here tonight advocating not only for opportunities for students in the high school. We are here advocating for a new economy for the city of Little Rock and the state of Arkansas. And I think that the partnership that we have put on the table could be a model for the nation. I have been in engineering education for almost 30 years. I have tried many models, and I think this is a very unique model. Let's take advantage of a very unique opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're down to the comments. Roman and Sydney, you guys want to come back up? Along with, after that, then Karen Hayes, Captain Scott Persley, and Jackson Fitzgibbon.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Oh,
Hi, my name is Roman Bucresi, and I'm a student from Easton Public Charter Schools in downtown Little Rock, and I'm going to talk to you a few things I love about Easton. First, I really love the teachers because they're highly educated, highly trained, and they'll help you every step of the way, and that's really nice because it's really helpful for the people who just got into school and they catch us up to speed. I also really like the school schedule because like the summer break is a little bit smaller, but we get a lot more breaks in between, so that's really nice for us. But I also really like being downtown because you're connected to the River Market, the Clinton Library, and the Museum of Discovery, and the good thing is you can just walk there. They're only like 4 blocks away, so that's really good for like financial. We don't have to buy a big 2 big buses for like the whole entire 5th grade to go. But I also really want to talk about Noble Impact, and it's an entrepreneur program where we get to make digital portfolios about ourselves, and we have like the biographies and what's your favorite color and all that stuff. But in 3rd grade, we actually did a thing where we had to pick out what was wrong with eSTEM and how to fix it. And our team came up with Bully Free Zone, and we went through and brainstormed, we mapped it out, we blueprinted, and then we went in a circle, fixing it back and forth as many times as we needed to make it perfect, and then we made like 50 copies and put them up in the hallways. So like any blank space that was one of those. And it really felt good because like it felt like I was making a difference in the school and I was solving a problem. And I really love Noble because like the children in charge, they're empowered, and it's really one of a kind thing that only eSTEM has. But I also want to talk about expansion because if we get the expansion, it's going to get us a lot more room for the 6,000 kids who want to get to eSTEM. 6,000 people. It's a lot of people. So if we get it, then we're going to have all that space for all those people, and they want to get into eSTEM and get the eSTEM experience. And that's one of a kind experience that only eSTEM can give. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sydney Massey. I know my time here is limited, so I'll be brief. Thank you for letting me the opportunity to speak here today. I am a 5th grade student at eSTEM Middle School. I've been going to eSTEM since I was in the 2nd grade, and I love it here. This is where I grow, and this is where I have grown. The teachers and staff make it a fun learning environment. We learn more, we do more, and we have more time to do it. We have an extended day, and that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing because it affords us the opportunity to get things done that a non-charter school would have difficulty doing. I'm not aware how other charter schools work, but at eSTEM, the extended day also helps parents financially because the parents don't have to pay for aftercare. As well as, due to the extended year, students don't lose as much ground and retain more knowledge than the average student over summer break. This also helps the teachers because they don't have to spend the first quarter reviewing on what we already should have learned. We have more than 6,000 students on eSTEM's waiting list. It would be truly unfair not to let these students grow and learn here as I have. At eSTEM, we have the opportunity to make a noble impact on our city, state, nation, and world. We have the will. All we need is your approval. Thank you.
Well, I think she said it all, didn't she? Good evening, Madam Chair, esteemed Board of Directors. I will try to be brief and deliberate. I know it's late, but our education is important, so thank you for giving us this opportunity. I am a former Arkansas Public School student, college graduate, and daughter of an educator from the Pulaski County.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Pulaski County Special School District with over 40 years.
Wait a minute, excuse me. They're correcting me. Go where? Name. I'm sorry, what's your name?
I'm sorry. I am Karen Hayes.
Karen Hayes, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. As I was saying, I am a daughter of a teacher. I am a graduate of Mills High School. I attended public schools. graduated in 1987. And as I became a mother and the world evolved, I wanted more educational institutions, selections for my children. The only other option for a classroom setting at that time when I was looking were private schools, and it wasn't a great culture fit, or it wasn't financially able to do that. I felt hopeless for many years, constantly searching for an answer until East End Public Charter School was born. After much research and countless visits, the idea of the charter school and its mission statement and purpose seemed to fit my family and my child's educational needs. I currently live in Maumelle, and my child did attend school there. But after not finding the correct fit or challenges that she needed in the classroom, and after, like I said, much research, we were able to come to East End Public Charter High School and find that niche of what we needed. I have 2 children that attend school there. I have one that's highly ranked. She is now going to attend at Bucknell University on a academic and also a Division I scholarship. She was fully prepared by East End Public Charter High School. She was able to attend Washington University of St. Louis this summer, and she mainstreamed with the culture there, with the students there, and earned 6 hours of college credits. I also have a younger daughter, and she's considered not the charter school fit. She has had many challenges. She's a middle school 6th grade student, and she is below academic level. When she was in kindergarten, they asked me to retain her. But EastM found a way through innovative teaching and methods and believing in parents and supporting me that now this student is at level. She struggled in school. She was not characterized, like I said, as the EastM charter school student. But they were attentive to her needs. They were attentive in helping her get proficient in her subjects and also bringing her test scores at level. She still faces challenges. She is a 504 student, so she's not that typical student like my oldest daughter is, but she has found success at EastM. We have a diverse group of students, parents, and teachers at EastM. They care about our children. They try to immerse critical thinking. They try to help each student feel like they have something to give. Our administrators, counselors, and teachers not only get to know each parent and student, but they form a relationship of positivity and culture-stimulating environment. Our EastM PCS administration strives to have a balance and diversity in our administration. Most students and most children don't want to be in school all year, but our children are here and they want to learn. Please ask me. I am that African American parent. I have African American students at EastM. They represent that diversity. I have 2 students that represent top ranking in school, as well as that challenging student. Please consider the expansion. It only serves to fit a whole culture of the students that are in Little Rock, Arkansas, and also in Pulaski County School District. And I am north of the river.
Thank you. Captain Fursley, is he here?
Yes. Oh, I'm just glad I didn't have to follow those 2 kids. I have 3 minutes, right? Okay. My name is Scott Pursley, and I'm a brand new school teacher. I've been doing this all of 9 months. So I have a little less experience than you do. I'm a retired Navy captain. I spent 30 years as a nuclear submariner and also as an engineering duty officer. I have a master's in, or a bachelor's of science in mechanical engineering, a master's in business, and in December I will have my master's in education at UALR. Go Trojans. My wife, Beth, and I raised our children here in Little Rock. We have 4 daughters. And I mentioned I started at EastM last summer in July, which was not when I was planning to. I didn't really understand this year-round thing was for real. But it's for real. And it is true, I didn't have to teach them anything about what they'd covered before. They already were ready, which also made lesson planning a lot easier. I've had the privilege to teach EastM students AP Calculus, AP Physics, advanced chemistry, and engineering robotics. I'd also say, most days my students teach me more than I teach them. It's really something. Teaching at ESTEM has been one of the great experiences of my life. Many days I find myself surprised I actually get paid to do this job. I shouldn't say this because I see that one's recording everything, but so I guess John Bacon can look this up later on, but I would do this job for free. I would do it for free. The students at our school are not much different from other students at other schools, I guess. What is special is the commitment that their parents have to their children's education. We teachers and the parents work as a team. I'm not exaggerating, though. There is a rare day that I don't have a communication with one of the parents from ESTEM. Sometimes it's bad news, like I discovered I was sitting next to a grandmother of one of my students that put on detention 2 weeks ago. It's nice to meet you. But these interactions are always very positive. It's a great experience. I think ESTEM is a very special place. The majority of my ESTEM science faculty colleagues are technical professionals like me. They have degrees in physics, biology, biochemistry, and engineering. We come to school each day with a bounce in our steps. We love it. I respectfully request that you approve ESTEM Public Charter Schools expansion request. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Fitzgibbon.
My name is Jackson Fitzgibbon. I'm an alumni of ESTEM High School. I graduated in 2013, so I'm the all grown up episode. Great job, kids. I grew up in LRSD schools, and for the most part, they were pretty good to me until middle school, which I think will come as no surprise to everyone, was tough. I think that's pretty common for a lot of people. But for me, it was particularly bad, and I fell through the cracks. I went from making a lot of A's and doing well on tests to when I left, making C's and D's. And I think part of that was not maybe getting the attention I needed, maybe being neglected, but I think another part of that was being bullied. I think another part of that was trying to fit into something that I wasn't fit for. And so I changed schools. I had the opportunity to do that. And at ESTEM, 4 years after, I guess, I graduated second in my class and as student body president. I now have a younger sister who's 16, and she's running for something. I'm not sure what ESTEM students are. Well, actually, I don't know. She said she's running for it. Never mind. She's in student council. We're proud of her. I don't want to blow her plans. But she's a disabled student. She no longer is able to walk. She rides around on a scooter. I think there's a perception that ESTEM takes good students and keeps them good, and then it's over. But really, it took a student who was having a hard time in school and gave him another chance. And I was able to earn a full ride to college. That scholarship statistic was very helpful. Thank you. And now my sister has an opportunity to flourish as well. I think earlier today I talked to Dr. Barth. We both are at Hendrix. We had a nice meeting. And he's a political scientist, for those who don't know, and part of that, I think, is trying to be informed. And so he reached out to me after I sent out something to the link we were all given, and he said he wanted to talk, and he had a few questions. And I think the biggest question he had for me, I think, is the fundamental question we're all asking tonight, which is, can ESTEM be as effective for everyone? Can it be effective at such a large scale, like it has been effective for people like me, and for these kids, and for other students out there? And that's a tough question. When he asked, I said, I don't know, because I was always raised to be honest, and truthfully, I didn't know. But I also, because of how I was raised, kept thinking about it. And we tried pinning down, when we were talking, what made ESTEM so special. And we've heard a lot of different things. It's going on longer, right? You stay in school longer. The teachers are great. You're in a great location. You have fall break, which is valuable, I agree. And there are a lot of positive things, but really I couldn't nail it down. I tried saying it was magic, which doesn't quite qualify. But thinking more about it, I think that's just right. Because I think when you talk about choice, which is what we've been doing a lot of tonight, you talk about why people choose the schools they do. Is it all right if I continue?
Well, that's the sign that time is up, so if you'll wrap it up, please.
I'll do my best. And a lot of people choose a school because it's close to where they live, or they choose a school because it's full of people who look like them or sound like them, or make the same money as them, or believe the same things as them. But everyone that comes to Eastham chose it because they wanted to be the best them they could be. School choice is important, and it's especially important when school is the first choice. And so when I look back on that question, which I didn't know the answer to earlier, it was, can Eastham still be effective if it expands? But I really think the bigger question, maybe the better way to ask it is, can Eastham still change lives if it has more lives to change? And I think the answer is absolutely. Thank you.
We're going to have some words from those in opposition, but before we do that, I understand Senator Elliott has something to add to the conversation.
Thank you. I'm Joyce Elliott, but I certainly won't repeat everything I've said, so we can relax. I'll just use 3 minutes like everybody else. What I think is really important for the board to know is just not having, I think, the on-the-ground granular understanding of the culture of the groups and neighborhoods that this is going to affect. It is, I think, admirable what Eastham is doing. It is admirable to hear from UALR. But what you also need to know is all of this happened without any discussion whatsoever with the same people that I've been telling you about, who feel as if there's no reason to even be here. I learned, just as everybody in my neighborhood, everybody in my district, everybody in Arkansas, and certainly everybody on the other side of the interstate, we learned about it in the newspaper. UALR is in my district. I represent them. I live a few blocks away from UALR. Every time something has been needed by the university, they've reached out to me, reached out to others, but I want you to have the full context of this. This is not against Eastham, but you need to know when we hear this is good for this set of folks, good for this set of folks, that's not all the folks. It's what I want you to continue to factor into what you're talking about. Because folks feel disenfranchised, marginalized, only because they are. And this is not something that is new, but it's something that continues. And so when I say to you, if we're going to do something that's great for some, and the some doesn't include all, that's a serious statement. It is not about a zero-sum game. I couldn't agree with you more about that, unless we make it so. But the folks who've been getting the zero continue to get the zero. Kudos to UALR. Kudos to Eastham. But you need to know you're leaving a big hole in this community. Thank you.
Ruth Bell, we're ready to hear from Ms. Bell.
I would like to request to speak, please.
Excuse me?
I would like to request to speak. I thought when I signed up for the first...
And your name, you were, and I have it here. Are you Ms. Adcock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, come on.
Good evening again. My name is Joan Adcock. I'm a Little Rock City Director. I have been a director in Little Rock for 24 years. I think that if we all had all the time in the world, that Mr. Kirsch would do a great job, and Mr. Keys, they're trying their best. But there's lots of children that don't have time, and I don't think Little Rock has time. We are looking at expanding I-30 to 10 lanes. Why? Because we have so many people that have moved to Benton, Cabot, out of Little Rock. And one of the main reasons that we hear every year at the Chamber of Commerce is because of the schools. So if we don't do this expansion, how many of those 8,000 are going to then start moving out of the city of Little Rock? We have 186 neighborhood associations in Little Rock, and we have a hard time with having young people, young families. And one of the reasons is because the young families are not concerned. They don't have a buy-in with their neighborhoods. And one reason is because of the school. We hear continuously the school, when the Chamber of Commerce is trying to bring in new business, the first thing people check are the schools. And when they hear our schools have been taken over by the state, we have so many distressed schools, they're not moving to Little Rock. They're coming here for the jobs. The companies are coming here, but the people are looking elsewhere. We had a department head recently that we was talking to the people who had applied for the job. And one of the women I talked to that was married to one of the finalists for it, she said that she went to North Little Rock and they had wonderful schools over there for their children. But she didn't look in Little Rock at housing. We have got to do something to keep people living in our capital city. And yes, Southwest Little Rock has lots of needs, but we have an elementary school in Southwest Little Rock, and it's growing, and I have visited it, and that's the Exalt School. And it has a very, very large population of Latino students. In fact, in the last year, I've been in 7 of the charter schools. And I can see great things, great benefits to the children and to the families. But, Mr. Kirsch, I was in a school the other day that I would put up against any charter school, even East End, and that's Baseline Elementary School. And if y'all have not visited Baseline Elementary School, you need to go, because it is so much like a charter school. The teachers, the principal, they will all tell you that they can have more input into what goes on in that school. They have lots of things going on with the parents. They have city year in that school. They start every morning with exercise. Parents can come and sit in the classrooms. Parents can talk to the teachers every day about their homework and everything. Baseline is a wonderful example, but I don't think we have time to put Baseline in every school in Little Rock. We need to do something now with those 8,000 children before their parents move out of this city and we have more empty houses. And I think it's great that we have in the middle of downtown Little Rock 2 large buildings that sat empty, and now they have children in them. If you all want to see a sight that is just really warming your hearts, go downtown in the mornings about 7:30 or 7:45 and see these daddies with 2 hands down like this walking 2 little kids to school and helping them across the streets. It's great. I'll go at 3 o'clock or 3:30 when children get out of school at the middle school and see them walking down the streets, just like the businessmen walk down the streets. So there's lots of advantage of those schools being downtown in our city. And yes, over in the east side of town, we've lost 7,000 people. But then start adding up with all the new loft apartments and all the other construction downtown, how many new young families are moving into downtown Little Rock in our apartments. And now we're seeing it expand over on the other side of the freeway. And we see some of the midtown area coming back and everything as we work on it. But please, let East End expand. I do have 2 grandchildren that attend East End. I have a senior that has a 4.8 average and a 32 on an ACT that will be going to Washita. I have a junior at the school and everything, and we just hope and pray that he is as good in getting into college as his sister is. But he is a typical young man. But they did not come out of the Little Rock School District. They came out of another district into East End. But please, I think this expansion would be good for our city, and I am going to work as much as I can with Mr. Kirsch on helping the school district come back, because we need it. We particularly need it in Southwest Little Rock, where we have the most distressed schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Ruth Bell, is Ms. Bell here? Just a moment, we have some people that we've written up. Okay. Bishop Kennebrew? Okay, thank you. And Amanda, I'm sorry. Oh, Austin Bailey.
Hi, thanks for staying so late.
What is your name?
My name is Austin Bailey. I have 2 boys at Jefferson. And I wanted to talk about something that really struck me earlier. I believe it was one of the board members who said, I think she was applauding the parents that are here in the scarves and the t-shirts and, really supportive of their schools. And she said, God, wouldn't it be great if, I really want kids everywhere and struggling schools, homeschools, to reach out and find themselves an advocate like that. And I was just really floored because you guys are that. And I really feel like public education is the foundation of our democracy. If we're going to have a democracy, fairness is the basis of that. I certainly don't fault the parents here for doing everything they can to get the best school for their children. I'm a parent myself, but when we have a system that gives bigger slices of the pie to some kids at the expense of other kids, then we need to look at that system. And I think that we're failing to do that here tonight. The data does show that charters, when you compare apples to apples, do not outperform public schools. But public schools do suffer every time you choose to funnel public resources to what really are exclusive charter schools. I support parents' choice, but I think that we need to be very honest about the fact that not all parents really have this choice. Not all parents have the time or the resources to navigate applications to get their kids to these charter schools. So I think we need to really be honest about what we're doing here tonight. I think that what we're doing is robbing the poor to give the privileged people more privilege, and I think that's a real problem for me, and I just want to make sure that we call a spade here. I think that moving forward with this charter expansion without really examining the damage that it's doing to children whose parents can't show up here tonight, I think it would be unfair. I think it would be immoral, and I really feel like it would be a dereliction of duty on your part as people who should be representing and advocating for all students. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Again, is Bishop Kennebrew here? If not, I have, okay, I have Amanda Heinbottle. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Heinbockel. I am a product of the Little Rock School District from kindergarten through 12th grade, and I am now a teacher at Little Rock Central High in my 3rd year of teaching. I am here because I love my students and I love my job, and I have no doubt that anyone here for Eastham feels the same. We share the same passion for our kids as teachers, as parents, and
Please
that
speak
is
into the
why-
mic.
Sorry, that is why we are here. This is a time when we need to come together. It really worries me seeing people, holding back applause, hearing a wonderful story about a student being able to get what they need. I feel like us sitting here and celebrating one victory or the other victory is not helping anything. Board members, you act as the governing body and the regulating body for the Little Rock School District. You are responsible to us. We need a plan. I hear willingness from all parties to have this plan. We need a plan. People in the Little Rock School District are feeling deflated, disenfranchised, and losing trust that people are fighting for what we need. I am very worried for my students and the future of what may happen. Who is going to be supporting them? I will continue to fight for them. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll hear a final comment from James Sensor. send that individual here? Okay. Would you state your name for the record?
Good evening. My name is James Zinner. I was raised and went to Dunbar Junior High School and Central High School. On my way to getting a master's in education so that I can be a teacher myself. For decades, the issue at the core of the struggle of the Little Rock schools has been inequality in educational opportunities driven by economic and racial segregation. I believe that our collective failure as a city to address this problem can only be remedied by a paradigm shift in how we think about education. A comprehensive approach where people from all over the city, Black, white, Latino, Asian, rich, poor, charter proponents, and public school proponents all sit down, listen to each other, and take bold action with collective will. Expanding charter schools may provide some parents with a choice to send their students to a different school where they believe is a better fit. But for the majority of students in Little Rock, these expansions fall far short of addressing the systemic issue of inequality of educational opportunity. A piecemeal approach to educational success, where the effects are limited to the students in a few schools, leaves the majority of struggling students in Little Rock without any plan for how to improve their situation. For each new charter that opens or expands, LRSD loses funding from enrollment, as Superintendent Curtis said, faces higher concentrations of students living in poverty, higher concentrations of students with disabilities and students who don't speak English, as well as students with behavioral issues. This does not have to be a zero-sum game. We should be able to find a way to develop a comprehensive plan for education that assures that every student has an equal opportunity for a quality education. I believe that the piecemeal approach of expanding or establishing new charters hinders us from doing this because it creates instability that compromises our ability to plan, not knowing when the next expansion will be approved or by how much or how many more new schools will be approved. We need a comprehensive plan for education in Little Rock. We don't have a school board anymore to provide that, so the responsibility falls upon the state board. Please, let us work together and develop a plan. Find a way to make room for charters that do work and ensure that the service they provide with state funding does not come at the expense of the rest of the student populace in Little Rock. If we don't do this, I believe we are setting a dangerous precedent. We are implicitly accepting a school system which advantages some and disadvantages others, and that sets us right back down the path of separate but unequal. We cannot afford to go back there. And if we take seriously the research about the adverse impacts on LRSD that Superintendent Curtis has spoken about, I believe that we should not proceed with expansion without first developing a comprehensive plan for education in Little Rock. And we had a conversation down the hall with, teachers from public schools and teachers from Lisa, and everyone wants to have educational opportunity for all students. The problem is that we have not come together to develop a plan together that works for everyone. Some people say this approach, some people say the other approach. We cannot afford to be divided on this. We have to find a way to come together and develop a comprehensive plan for public education in Little Rock. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That ends our public comment, and we're now ready for any questions by board members. Dr. Barr.
So for Mr. Bacon, a few kind of discrete questions, and then I want to get back to the conversation I had with Jackson earlier in the day as well. My first question, and thank you for your presentation, which was first rate. The one piece of this that really I'm having some real trouble with is this Shao Street location. I'm obviously thrilled to see that part of Little Rock coming back to life, but it is in the middle of an area where there are tons of other elementary schools, other junior highs, as Mr. Curtis pointed out. Why there? Why there?
So we've been looking at this for about 2 years, and looking at our waiting list, looking at where our interest is, talking to the people who have applied, and we've made a commitment to downtown Little Rock. I have seen myself in 8 years a transition in downtown Little Rock. It's an amazing place. Main Street is an amazing place. And it was not that way 8 years ago. When we entered that building at 3rd and Louisiana, that corner was a ghost town. There was no activity going on there. We rarely saw, we were there when they were working on getting that building ready. What happened and has happened, and we feel like we're a great part of that, is that we've seen that part of downtown Little Rock grow and flourish. And it's an amazing example of what can happen with development. We see that being in downtown Little Rock provides opportunities for our students that are unlimited, as Roman stated much better than I can state. And one of the things about the Shell Street property is the close proximity to the Heifer International headquarters. It's across the street. The Clinton Foundation, the Clinton Library, the Clinton Museum, all of the access to the same opportunities in downtown Little Rock that we currently experience. This is about a 6 to 8 block trip down 3rd Street. So really the main thing we were looking at was how do we continue to build on this commitment to downtown Little Rock, knowing that these families have expressed an interest in coming to our schools downtown. So we've spent a great deal of time looking at properties in downtown Little Rock. We've been in and out of more properties on Louisiana, 3rd Street, all the way up to Capitol, because what we were first seeking was how can we just kind of build on what we currently have right here. But we could not find properties that would fit what we needed. And frankly, one of the downsides to this wonderful development in downtown Little Rock is that everybody has jacked up the prices for what they want to ask for the properties that are available. And so we found this opportunity on Shell Street. It's close to our current campus. It's in the middle of downtown Little Rock. We know that the families that are on our list have expressed an interest in coming there. And we believe that we will continue to be able to be an important part of the downtown community and continue to help another part of downtown Little Rock thrive. We feel the same way about the UALR and working with the University District and working with the neighborhoods there to be a part of helping that area make a huge comeback and flourish. It's a great area of our city. There are wonderful opportunities there, but we want to be a part of helping build that back up. And so those are, they're not just random choices. They're made based on conscious decisions, a conscious effort to be an integral part of the community, knowing where we have an interest in it and a willingness for students to attend, and frankly, what's possible and what's available.
Well, and obviously this is pretty personal for me because it's my neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I think it's so important that there remain, traditional public education opportunities in that neighborhood for there really to be choice. And it feels to me that this is really just going after those some of those under-enrolled schools and really just trying to kind of wipe out some of those options. It just feels, when you look at the map.
You may not understand this, but to be totally honest, we didn't think about Little Rock School District when we were developing this plan to serve families who've expressed an interest in our schools. That wasn't the priority, was to say, how is this going, what school is there, what school has, has extra space. We were looking at the needs and desires of families. Now it's over 6,100 people, and we were looking at the opportunity to continue to flourish this thing in downtown Little Rock, close proximity to our current campus, so that we can build off of what we've already created over the last 8 years. And so, that wasn't part of the thought process.
Well, I guess that highlights what I see as the real problem here, because it feels like it all should have been part of a comprehensive plan in which charter education and traditional public education was really working together. And I think it really highlights why, as the motion earlier, it's so important that this planning happen before we move forward with such a large expansion of a charter operation in downtown Little Rock. So that
and my response to that would be, we want to be part of a plan. We want to be part of conversations. I shared with you about our efforts to collaborate and cooperate, and these new opportunities that are being created and have been created. But these families cannot wait. We have to provide opportunities for children. We have to keep the focus on children and families who are hungry for opportunity. As I told you earlier, these people want to be in an E-STEM school, and we want to be able to serve them. And so I believe that we can do both. I'm not sure if it was Ms. Chambers or Ms. Dean, someone said earlier about doing both. I think it may have been you, Ms. Dean, that we can expand And we can collaborate and cooperate with Little Rock School District if we have a two-way street and we're working and talking, because it's going to take collaboration and some much more than just coexisting to be able for all of us to have a chance to be successful. But we can't wait on approving the expansions until that happens. We've been waiting, families in this community have been waiting for decades for us to come up with solutions about the best systems. And so I don't think that it's fair for me. I'm not doing my job as an advocate for the children and families in this community and for public education in this community if I don't press this, if I don't say I'm here on behalf of children and we have to provide options for these children. And so, yes, planning is great, but I don't think we can stop and say, let's delay everything and plan and then come back to this. Because as was discussed earlier with Lisa, I haven't had that conversation with the provost, but I'm pretty certain that these opportunities we're talking about are time sensitive, and something else moves along if we wait 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. We're on an extended time plan now to even get this done by the 2017-18 school year. This is the extension, this is what we're working on, and we're trying to do it in a smart and reasonable way, intentional way. So I just don't think we can wait.
Totally different direction. We got data related to discipline data at East-Em, and what appears to be some fairly significant disparities with African American students disciplined at decidedly higher rates than other students. Could you respond to that?
I can, and the first thing I would say is let's look at the numbers there. Let me get to that in my notebook. That was in the documents we submitted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got it here. In the elementary school, this year, 12 students have been suspended out of almost 500 students. That's 13 total suspensions, so one child has been suspended twice. 8 of them African American, 5 Caucasian. It changes as you work your way up. It's certainly there are more African Americans in the middle school and high school. But again, in a middle school of 500 children, we heard Jackson Fitzgibbon's story about the middle school experience in many schools, 24 total suspensions in a school year out of 500 students. So we're talking about very small margins because our teachers, as you've heard from our students and parents, our teachers want to work with our children. They want to help them be successful. They want to figure out how to help them succeed in that classroom. I'm happy. Janisha Howard is one of our deans. Maurice Guest is our dean in the high school. I would be happy for them if you want to push further on how they handle discipline and how they would answer. But my first answer would be, we're talking about a very small number of infractions, which I think we should celebrate, that we're only having 24 out of 500 students who've had a short-term suspension. These are 2 and 3 day suspensions in an entire school year. We're now 3/4 of the way through. So I think that we have to keep that in mind, but I'd be more than happy if you want to hear more from one of them.
That's fine. I mean, if somebody who does want to offer more insight, that's great. But I agree, it is a small number, but the disparity is fairly stark.
Yeah, do we have that for any other schools? I would be curious if you requested that for any other
We
schools.
did request it. I will to y'all's credit, y'all were much more forthcoming than other schools.
Okay.
So I will say that. The final thing for now, at least, is I do want to go back to my conversation with Jackson today, and I've long thought East-Em to be an incredibly attractive school. I celebrate and thank you so much for what East-Em has done to revitalize my neighborhood, and so I'm very thankful for that. I've said a number of times, if we're fortunate enough to have a kid, East-Em would be on the list. It would have. It's got a lot of special stuff going on, and we've heard those stories. My gut is, though, that part of what makes East-Em work is the size, and that's what feels right when I visited the school and spent time in the school. And I'm just really fundamentally worried that this is not going to work scaled up as effectively and be as powerful as it has been for many kids that I get the opportunity to interact with.
And that's why, one of the things is it's slow growth, particularly in the high school. The high school doesn't actually grow until we're able to take on a few more kids that'll be feeding it from the downtown campus and then eventually the other campus. So each of these campuses will increase from about 125 kids per grade in 7th, 8th, 9th grade now. One campus will have 175 per grade, one will have 150. So in that type of a K-8 or K-9 environment, it's much easier to manage the flow because these kids in a middle school and elementary are generally with a teacher, set of teachers, team of teachers, and you can kind of manage that. With the high school, again, it will grow and there will be growing pains, but I think the positive with that is that it won't really grow until we feed it with students who have been at least a year and over time, multiple years in our system, so they will have had an eSTEM experience and been connected to what we're trying to accomplish. And then we'll be working very closely with UALR to make sure that those opportunities, as the high school grows, we've already worked out security plans, we've already worked out traffic, parking, all of those types of things, to make sure that we don't lose that feeling, because I agree with you. The worst thing we could do is mess up what we've had to this point, which we feel really good about. And I can tell you that if I believed that what we were doing was going to mess that up, I would not be standing before you today. Are there risks? There are always risks, but I think we have the right mindset in our leadership team, we have the right mindset in our teachers, and we have the right mindset in our students and parents to make this successful and to do it in the right way. But the longer period of time before the high school really grows, which is the only place where you're really going to see what could be a different feeling than what you kind of have in the elementary and middles now, is what gives me the most confidence that it will work out that way.
Okay. Any other questions? Ms. Rice?
No, thank you. Just to piggyback on a couple things, it's more comments. I appreciate your honesty in saying that you weren't considering Little Rock School District when thinking about your plan, and just want to echo what Dr. Barr said and hopes for our April meeting, that this comprehensive plan is obviously urgent, and you being able to be honest with us in this process, I think just highlights some decisions that we need to make moving forward. So I say that more to my colleagues in that sense. And then the other thing I want to add, based on your comments around the discipline and just in general around data, that I want to put up aspirationally for my colleagues as we move forward. There's a lot of apples and oranges when it comes to the conversation between charters and their traditional public school cohorts. And I think that that's something we were already conversing about as we were talking about the charter school process and the training that we had last month, the training that we're going to continue. And I hope that we can have this conversation, and as we do, that we have some meaningful conversation around data, around tracking, and things like discipline. It is a bigger issue in Arkansas. African American males are disciplined much more at a harsher rate across all schools, but that also includes charter schools, and that's what we're seeing. But not everyone is universally tracking this. So we are grateful that I was the one that asked for that data, and I did ask it of all, and you were the only one that presented it, so I'm grateful that you did present it, and I do want to own that. But I want to say that what we're seeing here is part of a bigger trend, and I think we owe this process and this system, and with the opportunities we have as a state board to do something on the data side, so we can get to apples and apples, and it is an honest conversation for everyone. I think things like that are what's going to help a comprehensive strategic plan. So thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we're ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to affirm the charter authorizing panel's earlier decision.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Williams, and second, who second? Oh, Ms. Zook. Okay. Do a roll call.
Can I just make one comment?
Yeah.
You know, this is a much bigger expansion than the previous decision on Lisa. I think it is even more troubling to do an expansion of this size without the planning process going forward. And so this is a very good proposal. This is a very good school. This school will end up, I think, succeeding in a lot of ways, but I think it really should be done in a more methodical way. And I think we're making a mistake in not taking that time.
And I think I'd respond that they're not planning to even take student one for a whole nother school year. And their plan is to expand over, is it 10 years? 8 to 10 years. So, you know, I have great hopes that before, that the plan will be in place, it will be communicated to the community, and we will begin to work together as a community. So the number is big, but it is slow, and we will have plenty of time because by the time they start in full at UALR, you and I won't even still be on the board. So we're going to get a plan before you and I get off this board. Yeah. But so I think that would be my response to that.
Okay, any other responses? We're ready for a vote.
Ms. Reith?
No.
Dr. Barth?
No.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
4 votes yea, 2 votes no.
Okay, the motion carries. I have a list of, it's hard to talk over them. I have a list here from ESTEM that was given to me with names of people that were going to give public comment, but on this list is a number of telephone private numbers. I want someone, please, can I get this? I'll pass it around, because you know.
And I want to respond to something that Senator Elliott said. As I studied the data, and I was looking school by school, not district-wide, and she, in fact, is very right. There are schools that have fewer percentages of students than ESTEM and LISA have as far as the free and reduced lunch and the black-white population. And then there are schools that almost are 100% one race. And so I think that as we meet and come up with a plan, we need to address that as well. You know, if a district or anybody wants to present the whole and make it look like every school looks like that, that's one thing. But I have no doubt that Senator Elliott knows her people, she knows her schools, and I suspect that she is more right than in error on those comments.
Okay. Next, for our April meeting, I need to mention this. We have over 50 action items on the agenda. So one of the things we're looking to adjust is the time that we start. Do we have any recommendations on starting at least by 8:30?
It's up to them.
No, it's not.
If we can come in the night before.
Well, we could start at 8 now. Is 8 too early or 9?
If you all sponsor us to come in the night before.
Yeah, so we'll start our meeting at 8 o'clock.
Could we not have a work session that night?
We could not have a work session that night, I think.
I think
Right.
we'll
That would naturally already
meeting.
happen.
Right?
Well, and we have the training the next week, right?
Okay, then we're having the work session.
Y'all remember, that's the co-op work session that's been scheduled.
Could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Everybody in favor? One thing before we leave, please, could I have your attention? Could I have your attention, please?
Hey.
I need to say thank you for coming this evening, and we ask that you exit the building quickly and orderly so that ADE staff may close up and go home. Thank you.
Very thoughtful.
It's not my fault.